Venom Spear, Blades of Grass Book 1, a Cascadia Fallen apocalyptic war thriller, written by Austin Chambers, narrated by Sunny Patel. Prologue. Over the Hindu Kush Mountains, Afghanistan. Danger close! First Lieutenant Freeman Lewis Superbert Caldwell heard in his helmet headset. T-men is on the ridges to our north, west, and southwest. 100 meters in closing. Caldwell knew that was what the Joes called the Taliban. It sounded like the mother of all firefights raging in the background. Americans were about to die. "Bert, I just went bingo," he heard his wingman say. Captain Scott Snooze and Nethers was his closest squadron buddy and mentor. He was letting Bert know that he was now at the point in his fuel level that he had to make the 25-minute flight back to base and land. The pair of Fairchild Republic A-10 Thunderbolts, known affectionately by the ground troops as the Warthog, had been providing close air support for almost 3 hours. They had already performed an aerial refueling before receiving the call for support, meaning they were now bound to return to base. Not that it mattered. Both planes had already run themselves low on ammo. "I'm good," Superbert Caldwell replied. "I can make at least 2 more passes." "You're full of it. Let's go. Ratchet and Clank will be on site in 30 minutes. Snooze ordered. "Listen to those guys, Snooze," the young pilot countered. He was 3 months into his first combat tour after college and training. "They're surrounded and cut off from the QRF. They don't have 30 minutes. "Bert, stop!" the more seasoned pilot warned the rookie. "See that fog that's rolling in?" It was too late. Freeman Caldwell, Lou to his friends back home, lined up on the southwest to northeast approach into the valley once more, disappearing from Snooze's view as he did. The greenish-brown electronic map in the upper left corner of his cockpit dashboard moved the mountains slowly as he once again progressed along the canyon walls. He reached down to his left. He felt for the correct switch to move from the HF frequency he had been talking to his wingman back to FM. "Echo 3, this is Whiskey Flight 2. Keep your heads down." Superbert reached down to near his left hip and flipped the little red safety cover over the power cutout to his GAU-8 30mm cannon. He was hot, once again, to spew his depleted uranium projectiles into the enemies of brethren unmet. He had achieved his nickname as a token of supposed embarrassment from his squadron mates. The 7-barrel rotary cannon in the Warthog's nose makes a very loud brrr belch-type sound when firing at its fixed 3,900 rounds per minute rate. Pilots would normally fire in 1 to less than 2-second bursts. Superbert had demonstrated the ability to make precise micro-adjustments in flight, engaging as many as 15% more targets on each pass when compared to his peers. Left hand on his throttle, he trimmed his ailerons and reduced throttle just a bit, nudging his right hand on the joystick a hair left as he did. He was trying to get right in line with the top of a canyon wall he could no longer see due to incoming fog. The reduction in throttle caused a slight loss of lift. He couldn't mess with this technique too much. The cannon was calibrated to shoot 4,000 feet ahead when the craft was at a down attitude of 30 degrees. Sweat built on his brow under the already hot helmet. Superbert shot his eyes back and forth from the left side display, his heads-up display, and the window, nervously trying to find the top of the canyon. A quick altimeter check. One last look at the HUD. The Warthog erupted violently with 3 loud and ominous bursts of cannon fire, the last of which lasted a full 3 seconds. Lou Caldwell hit the throttle and re-engaged the cannon safety switch, pulling slightly back on the yoke. If he had the fuel to make one more pass, he didn't want to waste it climbing to altitude and rolling over to look when visibility was garbage anyhow. "Whiskey Flight 2, Echo 3. He heard the ground troops TACP, or Tactical Air Control Party, call him once more. "Nice shooting, flyboy." The operator on the ground had the training and expertise to manage all aircraft involved in the mission. Stand by! Stand by! Evac units are inbound. Visibility's nil. Copy. Copy, Echo 3. And past bingo. You'll have Whiskey 3 on scene in 10 mics." He said in the military radio jargon that meant 10 minutes. "MRTB. Echo 3 copies." As Superbert began to head back to Bagram Air Base, he switched his radio back to pre-programmed HF frequency and began the procession home. Back in FOB Kamaro near Jalalabad, a senior colonel had been listening to the entire operation from the Tactical Operations Center. The Brigadier General Select had already been given his flag announcement, due to take over as Interagency Operations Director at Joint Special Operations Command as a new general in 2 months. His Rangers had been stuck on this Charlie Foxtrot mission for almost 2 days, and he wasn't going to sleep until they were home. It wasn't until 2 hours later that one of the TOX radio technicians informed him that they heard Whiskey Flight 2 had crashed 4 miles short of making it back to his home runway. Apparently, the Air Force pararescue had already scooped him up, alive but banged up, and probably done flying for good. Not if I can help it, Judah Montgomery thought in response to knowing exactly how the military worked. Find out where they took him, Specialist, Colonel Montgomery ordered. That man had the balls to stay in the fight, Montgomery thought, and we don't leave anyone behind. Chapter 1. The Pentagon. The older government-issued iPhone silently vibrated with 2 short bursts in Lou's right pants pocket next to his thin wallet. He was finishing washing his hands after draining the afternoon coffee. A work email? He knew by the 2 short bursts, which distinguished it from a text. He would just wait the 2 minutes until he got back to his desk. The 41-year-old light colonel checked the button line, or gig line, on his light blue shirt, ensuring it was perfectly in line with his dark blue trouser zipper. He left the bathroom in the Pentagon C-Ring, the closest facility to his office, nearly getting run over as he did. "What the?" he exclaimed, quickly cutting himself off. The hall was alive with commotion, and active duty and civilians alike were scurrying about, some back to their offices, others to somewhere they'd just been summoned. Something's happened, Lou thought, concerned. This feels big, like 9/11 big. In 35 seconds, he dodged 2 more near collisions, darting down the highly polished, off-white tile floor of the long hall and making the left turn back into his office. The nondescript wood door led to a not-so-exciting office staffed by mid-level officers of every branch. United States Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Freeman Lewis Caldwell, Lou to his friends, was but one of 20 men and women who comprised the Inter-Service Task Force for Consideration of Consolidation. The ITFCC was deep into a several-year study and evaluation of every pro and con and nook and cranny of what it would mean for all branches of the U.S. military to merge under one banner. Their collective roles were pretty far down the pecking order of units that would be scrambled for. Whatever the hell this is, Lou thought. He swiped his badge in the card reader and entered the large, monotonous room. He was fortunate enough to share one of the individual offices on the far wall with another Air Force officer. There were 3 other combined officers. The remaining 10 officers with 2 civilian project managers shared the common space in the center with stereotypical cubicle walls. At the far left was a conference room which was visible behind a glass wall. He could see most of the staff cramming in there as one of the Army majors was trying to log in to the room's computer and pull a feed up on the 72-inch monitor. Lou pulled the phone out and scanned it as he started walking that direction. He hadn't even managed to get through his password entry by the time he reached the room. He dropped the phone back into his uniform trouser pocket. "What's going on?" he mumbled to Air Force Major Pete Sofford, his office mate. The DoD logo that had been playing Pong on the large monitor at the end of the room suddenly evaporated into an aerial feed. "Mount Rainier erupted," Pete whispered, eyes glued to the screen. The Army major had logged onto a secure Pentagon feed, but before that they had an earthquake. "Yeah, earlier," Lou concurred. "A few hours ago, like a 7.0 or something?" "No," Pete corrected, looking at Lou. "Just now. Didn't you see the email? They're saying this thing was huge, in the ballpark of 9, or bigger," he added. Lou let out a low whistle. "That's going to leave a mark," he said to nobody in particular. "Who's flying the drone?" He heard one of the team members ask on the far side of the conference table. People had started seating themselves, mesmerized by the giant dark gray fish-shaped column of rock and earth growing out of the south end of Puget Sound on their screen. "Good question," Lou agreed internally. "What feed are we looking at here?" He thought about what would have already been in the air, somewhere within a couple of 100 miles. Probably an MQ-4 out of Whidbey Island, he thought. On an autonomous mission? The thing will fly in a high-altitude loop for hours. He listened to one of the other 4 officers explain to his peers that if it lost signal, there were fail-safes that would allow it to be piloted from any of several other locations around the country. We learned the hard way a couple of times. Always have a redundant station ready to send new instructions via satellite. Holy crap! A Navy lieutenant commander said as the drone's camera broke through the rain clouds over Seattle. The room grew deathly still as that totality of destruction presented itself. They could see fires everywhere. Highway overpasses were pancaked in many areas. About a third of the Seattle skyscrapers were now piles of rubble and debris being swamped by tsunami water. None of those still standing had much in the way of glass left on their window frames. Like steel skeletons, Lou thought, just as shocked as everyone else. Cargo and cruise ships had sunk and caught fire right at their piers. Destroyed vessels of all sizes littered Puget Sound as far as they could see. The waters were brown and frothy. The shorelines in many areas showed massive landslides right into the sound, taking entire neighborhoods with them. "Where's the Space Needle?" another asked with a crack in his voice. Though the famed landmark was conspicuously absent, the altitude was too high for seeing fine detail. As if on cue, the drone began a rapid and steep descent. "Someone's obviously taken control of this thing," one of the team members announced. Lou heard and felt his phone again. Everyone had their phones on vibrate, and they were all sounding at the same time. He retrieved the device as he left the conference room and headed for his own office. Can't stand trying to read emails on these little screens. He pulled his ID card from its badge holder on his chest. When he sat at his desk, he slid it into the slot on the keyboard and punched in his PIN. Lou's phone buzzed. As he waited for the screen to finish the login loop, he scanned the screen of his phone. It was a text from his wife. "Julia, you see this thing in Seattle? Can you skip racquetball? We need to talk." Lou sighed audibly. "I don't need this right now." He grumbled to himself as he queued up his computer to see if CNN or Fox News had anything to expound about the big disaster. But that wasn't unusual. He and Julia had not had an easy go the last 14-plus months, their marriage barely hanging on by a thread. And as happened multiple times each day, Lou felt himself begin to drift down the long, sad tunnel in his mind. Each time he thought of his wife, he also thought of their own personal apocalypse that had been the beginning of the end, their son Terrence's suicide. The 16-year-old had it all seemingly so well. He was a varsity starter on the football team and had recently obtained his driver's license. Lou had felt the double crush of both regret and guilt ever since that horrendous day. Still officially a pilot, he had up to that point been the primary co-pilot for the C-17 that flew the Beast, the presidential limo, ahead whenever he or she traveled. When he reported his family tragedy to his commanding officer, the Air Force had rightfully and understandably removed Lou's status as a flight-qualified officer. It was a protocol to allow flight crew time to grieve and prove they were still mentally sound. It was the second and final time Lou had lost flight status in his career. He had traveled a lot before that day, as most crew in the 89th Airlift Wing did, often and consistently. And in the course of his career after that fateful plane crash in Afghanistan, he'd worked hard to re-establish himself as a trustworthy pilot and officer, somehow managing to keep flight status in the cargo delivery portions of the branch. It was due to this life of long and unpredictable absences that Julia had since blamed Lou for being the ghost father that had ultimately led to their son's decision. And try as he might to hold the marriage together, it just didn't seem in the cards. A person could only stand the sight of someone they came to hate for so long. "Is this the day?" Lou asked himself as he reread the text. To add gas to the fire, in the months after Terrence's funeral, Lou had taken to alcohol for comfort. A lot. "I'm allowed," he told himself nightly as he felt the cold buzz start to dampen the deeply embedded depression. To hell with anyone who doesn't get that. Still, the Air Force noticed. His attendance had started to suffer, as did his punctuality on the days he did make it to work. 8 months earlier, he'd been transferred to the current task force he was on, a clear message that both he and the Air Force were merely buying time until his commission expired. At 5'10", Lou wasn't an overly big man to begin with, but the sedentary job and nightly love affair with Pendleton whiskey had grown the pooch over his belt buckle. He hated sunny days because his shadow was a mirror that didn't play tricks on his mind about it. Lou had started to play racquetball 3 days a week as a coping mechanism. In his forethought, he figured it was about trying to stay fit. Deeper in his psyche, it was just one more way to avoid going home. Ironically, it was Julia that wanted to sell the house. After the suicide of their only child, she left her career in real estate to mourn and never went back. She couldn't stand the thought of living in the same house her sole baby had hung himself in. Many fights in recent months had revolved around the collision of that fact and Lou's desire to stay. It was the last and only place he still felt connected to his son's memory. His counselor had told him that despite popular misconception, the divorce rate for parents in his circumstance was not significantly different than for other groups. In Lou's mind, despite loving and wanting to reconcile with Julia, divorce was a matter of time, though he refused to be the one to pull the trigger. Lou ignored his booted computer and yanked his access card out of the slot on the keyboard. He scanned his wristwatch and stood. 16:10. He saw. Must be early afternoon in Seattle. Those folks are in for a whole different world. He grabbed his brown A2 bomber jacket off the coat stand near the door on his way back into the larger office space. Still technically a pilot, he was allowed to wear it with his service blue uniform, and it was much more comfortable on a bright and chilly October DC day. Drinks are half off till 6 on Tuesdays at the Stowaway. He remembered. I guess I can skip stopping in just this once. He lied to himself. Southwest of Tucson, Arizona. The full desert sun would soon move from its zenith to start skewing west over Mount Ruby in the Pajarita Wilderness. Luckily, the autumn days were better for patrols than those super-hot days of mid-July, but the trade-offs was longer shadows in the evenings and much chillier nights. The preserve was a safe refuge for migratory birds, part of the Coronado National Forest. 49-year-old Granger Madison was stumped, sure that this old route for smugglers would have reopened by now. He and his all-volunteer force of veterans had but one mission every time they braved the hot days and cold nights in the Arizona desert: find and report human traffickers. This wasn't your average band of mostly well-meaning and sometimes chubby American patriots fighting the surge of people trying to cross the southern border. Some of those groups had gained notoriety in the recent decade, sometimes due to unfair treatment by the press, sometimes due to their own poor decisions. Granger's Roadrunners were a tight-knit group of combat veterans who went to great lengths to stay quiet about what they did. Their mission wasn't about coyotes smuggling poor people, most of whom just wanted to better their chances in life. As egregious as that tragic tale was for those refuge seekers, as much as Granger wished he could just start sniping the coyotes, he knew it would be like fighting the tide. His team's mission had been solely about finding the cartels, those who had evolved beyond the role of coyote into experts at smuggling narcotics, weapons, and children's sex slaves. In the nearly 8 years since his team had formed, just he and the one other at the very beginning, they had reported 12 routes to the United States Custom and Border Protection Branch of the Department of Homeland Security. There were 6 Roadrunners in all. 3 other seasoned operators joined Granger to make a patrol that would plant themselves for several days. Each of them a veteran in long-range reconnaissance patrols in the Army, Navy, or Marines. The other 2 were both capable as a support crew, a pair of older and less agile vets. These men would drop off and pick up the Roadrunners with the intent of leaving no evidence that the team was even out there. They were the insertion and extraction team. Those men were all in, too. Even from the comfort of home, they had to be ready to respond at any moment the entire time the runners were in the field. As a civilian group, Granger's men tried to play by the rules, mostly. Regarding communications, they all used ham-capable radios, though their primary form of communication was simply a group text. They found cell signal to be spotty in the valleys and slopes, and somewhat reliable near the crests of the sage-covered mountains. Each of them had a mesh network antenna they would set up with a small foldable solar panel and their phones could text each other quite reliably in a private chat, even when they would spread themselves out. At that moment, Granger had an earbud inserted from the ham radio, listening to an AM channel blare classic rock song, a small measure to keep the mind awake when staring at nothing active in the desert. He didn't do that but for a few minutes every hour or two, not wanting to lose focus on why he was out there. "So as Boston winds down, if you've been living under a rock today," he heard the afternoon DJ commence, "we have an update on that nasty event near Seattle. A massive earthquake that the USGS estimates as being 9.0 on the Richter scale struck the coast of Washington state. Mount Rainier has erupted. California and several other states are reporting blackouts, and several corporations are now reporting issues with accessing their cloud-based storage. Relief efforts here in the Tucson area have already started. Please go to the Red Cross website." Click. Granger shut down the radio and picked up his phone. Nothing from Claude or Bob, he thought. His support team was part of the group text. Granger: "How bad is the Seattle thing, Bob?" Bob: "Bad. Too big to describe here." Granger: "Roger. Pick us up at Extract 1 in 3 hours. Thanks." Granger: "Unless anyone has anything new, let's pack it and meet at RP 6 in 30. We'll explain then." After the usual replies, Granger began to square away his position. After putting away the binoculars, radio, and small remnants of MRE trash, he rolled up the sniper's mat he always used to lay on the desert floor. He then used a piece of scrub brush to wipe away the tracks in the sand his body and Matt had made laying there. They always worked in pairs, so he'd be meeting up with Dave Wolf in just a few minutes as they hiked to the far end of their valley, down into the basin to meet Tracy and Mick at Rally Point 6. This route is dry anyhow, he mused a bit disappointedly. He stood and stretched, confident nobody had been counter-surveilling the valley after having been in control of it for 40 hours. The medically retired Tucson firefighter double-checked the hole he'd been using as a waste privy, covering it with one more round of dirt and a few stones. As a young man in the Marines Force Recon, once again called Raiders, he used to enjoy the alone time in the brush as a form of proving his mental toughness. Now at 49, it was solace, a respite from a society he was feeling less a part of, particularly since the fire that ended his career and covered the left side of his face and shoulder and the back of his legs in scar tissue. The plastic appearance that ran from his left eyebrow down across his now malformed ear and all the way to his left shoulder usually drew strange looks in grocery stores. The burns had been only second degree on the shoulder, thanks to the Kevlar and Nomex in his bunker gear. The side effect of that, though, was that not all the nerves had been killed. It was somewhat painful to wear a backpack. In the years he'd been running the Roadrunners, he'd morphed his system into a right-shoulder-only sling pack. The graying 511 Granger slung his pack and wrapped the waist belt around, ready to start moving toward Wolf. "I think we need to look farther west." Joint Base Andrews. The VH-60N carrying President Jeremiah Allen and First Lady Frances Allen approached and settled on the tarmac at Joint Base Andrews a little after 9 p.m. POTUS, call sign Snake Charmer to the United States Secret Service, had finished a series of meetings in the West Wing as quickly as he could. He wholeheartedly agreed with his chief of staff that they should get to the West Coast as quickly as reasonable to survey the damage from the mega disaster. It was the presidential thing to do. After the last presidential shuffle, Marine One wound up in the left rear number 4 spot of the constantly shifting diamond formation. The 5 helicopters, Marine One and 4 decoys, constantly shuffled whenever Snake Charmer flew, an active security precaution to ensure an engaged enemy would have his hands full trying to shoot down the correct rotor wing aircraft. This was one of several craft the Marines used to shuttle the president, and usually the model sent for a rapid pickup and drop-off that hadn't been planned. Snake Charmer's primary protection agent stepped out of the craft first and assumed a position just past the Marines who had opened the hatch. The Marines, in dress blue uniform, saluted sharply as President Allen passed by after stepping out of the forest green craft. He held his hand back toward the craft to assist his wife down the one folding step and onto the tarmac. He returned the salute, always uncomfortable that he was breaking some sort of protocol doing it. They began their procession toward the Boeing 747, known to the Air Force as VC-25A and the rest of the world as Air Force One. Chief of Staff Shannon's son, Julia Jacobs, Jeremiah's personal assistant, were waiting at the drivable tarmac stairs that abutted the aircraft, along with a few other Secret Service agents. Most of the staff and invited press corps were already on board. About 100 yards to the right of the president's approach was a facility that ushered people through the clear-to-board procedures. "Would you get Secretary Smith and Williamson on a video call as soon as we're past takeoff?" Jeremiah asked Shannon before she could say a thing. "First thing, sir." Shannon had already been dealing with the Secretary's staffs all afternoon, as it were. The Secretaries of Energy and Interior would be the most directly in the public eye, aside from President Allen. It was mere bad timing that they couldn't be on the flight. Secretary Craig Smith had been at an energy conference among his European peers that week in Switzerland. Secretary Lachey Williamson was on personal leave in Indiana. She was already arranging her own tour to start the next day. The entire entourage hurried into the plane so they could get airborne and maybe catch a little shut-eye before they got to the Rainier impact zone. The craft was buzzing with the normal beehive of activity that always accompanied the president. Some military personnel were double and triple checking their pre-flight tasks. Others were already fully online at the communication stations in the big craft's hump aft of the cockpit. Various Secret Service and members of the president's staff were getting themselves situated for the flight. President Allen turned right to head back toward the conference room, completely ignoring his office. All chairs on Air Force One were capable of being secured for takeoff and landing. No need to wait, he thought. Frances made the left to take her spot in the presidential bedroom in the plane's nose. Jeremiah waved off the usual chorus of, "Good evening, Mr. President," echoing from everyone he passed on the way. "Good evening, all. Look, sorry to drag you all away from your loved ones on such short notice." He genuinely was sorry. The former Pennsylvania steel mill manager turned politician had always connected with people. It was his strength. Born in Ohio, the son of the mill superintendent went to work in the family business right out of college. Early on, he was able to bridge a fiercely growing divide between labor and management, something that did not go unnoticed by the local Democratic Party members. The course of his life had been a slow progression through state and federal positions. The bulk of his career had been as a congressman, though 4 years before he ran for president, he switched from the Democrat Party to the Libertarian Party. Jeremiah Ethan Allen had become disenfranchised with his party in recent years, feeling that the growing love for political dissension in America made the time ripe for a strong third party to grow. Unlike the Green and Constitution parties, he felt the Libertarian Party was less divisive, able to appeal to reasonable-minded folks from both sides of the aisle. He was the first Libertarian to be elected to Congress, and following cycle 2 years later, 8 more Libertarians had been elected to the House and 1 to the Senate. When he ran for and won the presidential nomination that election cycle, the media had done their very best to paint any votes for him as a waste, no matter which party he was stealing them from. It was truly a sign of the strength and foresight behind the Constitution, as he won the requisite electoral votes by a thin margin over both of the major party candidates. Grabbing a seat along the side of the long table, he got right to it as Shannon and the rest of the key staff filed in. "Before we discuss the horrifying death toll predictions again, let's start with the things we can look at outside the destruction area. Transportation." His assistant Julia brought him an iced lemonade without asking. Shannon was seated to his immediate left and nodded toward one of her staffers crammed into the room. "Go ahead, Terrell." "Mr. President." The staffers almost always began with a direct address to Jeremiah. It was a protocol he hated and had tried more than once to order stopped, to no avail. Secretary Vu's staff reports all major shippers, both domestic and international, are aware of the issue and are taking steps to conduct redirects on land and sea to every port from Oakland, San Francisco, and south. The port at Eureka in Northern California was wiped out by the tsunami. Long Beach is expected to take the brunt of the overflow. The initial reports of trucks and containers lost today is based on tracking devices that went off-grid, currently over 2,500 trucks. Counting containers of goods lost in the Seattle-Tacoma area and ships that were capsized in the tsunami, the estimate is over 120,000. Both numbers are expected to rise. After 2 more minutes of the shipping and transportation report, Jeremiah's mind wandered to the infrastructure issues already being felt. "Thanks, Terrell," Who has energy? I want to know how California will be handling all of this extra shipping." "Mr. President," stated Sam Gilson, Shannon's operations director. Bunky's still in the communications center arranging the video chat with Secretary Smith. Despite coal plants only comprising 0.4% of California's energy plants, 33% of what they use is coal-powered, purchased from the surrounding states. They've made big strides toward solar, but the output will fall as it gets closer to winter. The loss of hydroelectric from Washington and Oregon will hurt them, but it won't cripple them. He went silent for 1 second before adding, "Yet." "Yet?" the president caught. "Meaning what?" The Secretary's staff was emphasizing the domino effect from today's events. As the demand for coal and natural gas increases in all western states from the loss of hydroelectric, those states will be selling less to California. But as California demands more for an exponential amount of port traffic, the trucks needed to haul the coal won't be available, compounded by the loss of trucks and qualified drivers today. Then there's a human factor. People getting tired and such, Shannon added. "Partially," Sam said, "but I guess I was referring to a more primal pessimism." "You've opened the door, Sam," Jeremiah said patiently. "Just walk through it." "I guess I'm looking down the road, sir. What happens when people who make their money online, not just corporations, but the 33% of people at the bottom of middle class, can't work from home because the electricity isn't there? Or the internet?" This made everyone in the room get quiet for an unusual 8 seconds, only to be broken by an announcement from the co-pilot that they were preparing to take off. Very little information was available this early into the catastrophe. The plan was to avoid the ash plume from Mount Rainier while en route. The crew would attempt to find out the status of SeaTac Airport on the way. Initial reports from scout planes were bleak at best. If nothing else, Shannon had told the president 2 hours before they departed, we can always land in Portland and drive up. Chapter 2. Morningside, Maryland. "Well, this sucks," Julia Caldwell said. "I was thinking about going to a real estate conference in Seattle next year." Lou half grunted, sipping on a sweaty lowball glass of whiskey. "Pretty sure they ain't having that. Besides," he stated, looking at her with drunken disdain, "you gave up being a realtor?" The pair had been both mesmerized and traumatized by the images being played over and over on the news, as had most of the country. One couple who had been visiting the Washington state coast for their anniversary had posted a goodbye video to their adult children and grandkids on their Facebook profile as a giant coastal tsunami rolled in and marched itself a few dozen miles up the highway. "As long as we're playing Captain Obvious?" Julia yelled back from her easy chair. "You said you wouldn't stop and drink on the way home tonight?" Lou stood up, rocking a little to steady himself. "I didn't want to hear it, Julia. You said you wanted to talk, but it always turns into a giant guilt trip you dump on me." "I can't help it if you take it that way," she screeched. "If you feel guilty about Terrence, that isn't on me." "I miss him too," Lou yelled back. He started to head to the kitchen, noticing that he had some sort of grease stains on his light blue uniform shirt. "Damn bar food," he muttered under his breath. "You are such a jerk," she yelled with fire and anger in her voice. She was long past tears for Lou. "We can't keep up with this." She stood to follow him out of the living room. "And you have got to clean yourself up before..." "Before what?" He turned to challenge, assuming she was going to use a D word. "Before they kick you out, Lou? Before you kill someone drunk driving? How many befores do I need?" Lou clammed up and set the glass on the small breakfast table, trying slowly and with impaired motor function to keep upright and move while unbuttoning his shirt. He stumbled toward the sink. "You'll never get to fly again if you don't—" "Fly?" he exclaimed with incredulous idea. "They're never going to let me fly again. I'm on that dead-end task force until I retire," he yelled through the fog of the whiskey. "Then what are you going to do, Lou?" Julia asked, not quite yelling anymore, but emphatic all the same. "Drink? Is that your life's mission now?" Lou turned back around to find a clean washcloth. "Been thinking about that," he said lowly. "Probably start flipping houses or something. You could market them and You don't know the first thing about it, she exclaimed. I know I wouldn't have to work with anyone, he yelled, staring. Where's the clean dishcloths? She reached into his space, yanking the uniform shirt from him and heading toward the laundry room. Don't even bother, she said loudly and coldly. Just take your drunk butt to the spare room already. Lou rocked a bit back and forth, eyes watching her disappear down the first-floor corridor toward the back. Inside Lou's head there was a completely sober man, talking to him. You're going to regret this tomorrow. You should have stopped 4 drinks ago. USS James L. Honeycutt, SSGN 93, Northern Yellow Sea. Master Chief Darren Jorgensen rolled out of his rack in the Goat Locker, the private space for all chief-level NCOs on a U.S. Navy ship. 0513, he said to himself, glancing at his Casio G-Shock wristwatch as he started his usual mile-stretch routine. The space's red lights were still on, casting their eerie hue on everything. Getting too old for this, he told himself, as he did every morning. And like the top chief on a surface ship, the cob, or chief of the boat, was part of the normal watch rotation. His normal watch started at 0600, though he always tried to be there 15 minutes early. His morning routine consisted of a quick shower, 1 piece of toast, and a glass of bug juice. After completing his morning facility stop, he donned his blue poopy suit coveralls common to all submarine sailors. He grabbed his water bottle and left the chief's berthing compartment and headed up and forward to the enlisted mess. Another difference between sub and surface chiefs. On a surface ship, the chiefs had their own small eating space. On a boat, they did not. There just wasn't enough room, even on this specialized one-of-a-kind spy submarine. This one had been built from the ground up to be its own class, while still using many of the same parts and components as the other subs in the fleet. Even its predecessor that had ushered in the new millennium had been a modified version of its own class. Building this one as a unique submarine had actually been a lesson from the ballistic fleet, though. When the Navy converted the 4 oldest Ohio-class submarines into a new class for a new type of mission, they immediately began improving the coming Virginia attack boat class. Like most classes of ships that take 20 to 30 years to build, the Virginias had a series of mid-class feature changes that would forever distinguish them from the earlier models. But the Navy went one step further, knowing that these new SSGNs wouldn't last forever. Over half of their hull life had been used up before the conversions even began, but the missions had proven so valuable, delivering multiple SEAL teams and well over 100 cruise missiles, that naval architects began to build a new class from scratch. This had coupled with the fact that they really only had one fully capable spy submarine, which tended to need an extraordinary amount of TLC. The only way they had been able to procure the funding had been through the concept of taking the strike-capable SEAL delivery submarine concept and blending it with the best features and capabilities of the predecessor spy submarines. What had been born was the USS James L. Honeycutt, with 1 other in sea trials and 4 others in various stages of construction. The sub was just over 500 feet long and 38 feet wide in the main breadth of the hull. It was not quite as maneuverable at speed as a true attack submarine, but it wasn't meant to be. The beast had specialized LOCs, or lockout chambers, that could push up to 4 8-man SEAL teams in and out at the same time. It contained 2 rows of 8 missile tubes, which each contained 6 Tomahawk cruise missiles. It was fully capable of carrying any swimmer delivery vehicle the Navy used, and it had 6 torpedo tubes. It was also outfilled with several auxiliary propellers that could lower out of the ballast tanks. This allowed the sub to hover in one spot and even travel sideways into unique bodies of water. She had specialized compartments in the bottom that allowed the deployment of unique sensors, recording devices and UUVs, or unmanned underwater vehicles. "Morning, Cub," a few of the enlisted sailors muttered to Darren as he strode into the tight confines of the mess and went straight to one of 3 toasters, bolted to the counter, and plopped in a piece of whole wheat. Darren filled his cup of juice and guzzled, looking to fill his water bottle. It was a small morning game each day to see if he could get through this process before being bombarded with the day's issues. As a senior enlisted person, his primary job, other than acting as a diving officer during battle stations, was to be the liaison between the commanding officer and the crew. If morale was tanking, he needed to be on top of it. "Morning." Darren would counter to each young man or woman as he passed them, usually offering up a small piece of, "How you doing today, Petty Officer Thomas?" or "Seaman Smith," as he passed them. Each person in there was getting themselves fed and ready for their shift. In recent years, the U.S. Navy had switched back to a 24-hour day after decades of running sub-crews on watch for 6 hours and other duties or rest for 12. Other duties usually comprise at least half of that 12 hours. The Navy had a noticeable reduction in the number of minor and major mishaps involving submarines ever since. On the James L. Honeycutt, the executive officer had aligned with Darren in successfully lobbying the captain to allow the 8-hour watch to be split into 2 4-hour watches. This allowed the various chiefs and leading petty officers to schedule maintenance and other duties for junior sailors in just one of the 2 remaining 8-hour windows. It might be my imagination, Darren thought, but it feels like this crew's morale is the best I've ever seen. Darren plopped himself in the bolted, swiveling dining chair next to Senior Chief Carlos Alford, his bullnook. Carlos was his senior enlisted counterpart for all things at and aft of the ship's reactor. "What's happening, Senior?" The 2 men were on different watch rotations, and this was their usual chance to have a direct face-to-face for the day. In the informal hierarchy, it was still Darren's job to present any major issues to the CO on Carlos's behalf. "One of the electricians got caught snoozing on watch last night. EM3 Christensen. Chief Clark will be forwarding the write-up to Lieutenant Smith this morning. And," Carl paused, searching his tired memory, "All's 2 seawater pump is being tagged out so we can investigate an increase in the dynamic pressure during cycling. Pretty routine stuff." He smirked. Darren made a note. The chief engineer would route the info on the pump as needed. His job was to make sure the CO was aware of personnel issues. In the case of the sleeping sailor, there was a chain of command to respect that would relay that too. If the sailor had been caught leering at a female sailor or some other highly sensitive issue, Darren would have already been on the way to brief the XO and CO. There was a balancing act when it came to being a cob, knowing when and what one needs to expedite versus letting the team fix for themselves. As the 2 men made their morning small talk, a petty officer approached. "Sorry to interrupt, Cobb. CO sent for you?" The messenger immediately turned to return to the bridge. Darren stood up. "Thanks, Senior." First names would have been used in the goat locker. Out here, it was always about maintaining unit discipline. He grabbed his water bottle and headed up and forward once more. "Never would have allowed water bottles in a sub at the start of my career," he pondered. When the Honey class was designed, water bottle holders were installed at every watch station. Every sailor was issued a special stainless water bottle coated in a sound-dampening rubber, lest they drop it. He made his way past the missile firing control center and turned right, starboard, and headed up the step-inclined ladder that led to the aft port side of the bridge. "Ma'am," Darren greeted his XO upon seeing her. Though they both reported directly to the CO, Darren and the ship's executive officer, Lieutenant Commander Carla Gingery, treated handling crew issues as a 2-person team. She had confided in Darren about the occasional issue with junior officers, choosing to lean on the 48-year-old's full career of experience. In the 2 years since James L. Honeycutt had been fleet-ready, they had developed a good working rapport. "Skipper's in his stateroom, Cobb." Darren nodded and scanned the status of the submarine's brain, before heading back down the ladder and forward a few feet. The CO's stateroom, about 2/3 the size of a tiny bedroom, had an open doorway that Darren swiveled his body into. The brownish laminate in the hall had a fake wood-grain pattern that was traditional to U.S. submarines. Darren always wondered why they didn't go with something brighter to assist in the sunlight-deprived environment. "Sir," he said to announce his presence. "Morning, Cobb," Commander Brody Woodward said. "Close the door," he instructed in a voice that said something was wrong. Darren complied and turned back to see the CO, handing him a clipboard with radio message traffic on it. "Picked this up when VL left just a while ago," Brody said. He paused to let Darren absorb what was being read. Leaning against the now-closed door, Darren started reading the message from Com Subpac, Commander Naval Submarine Forces, Pacific, silently at first. As he read and reread, he started to mumble and eventually read out loud to ensure he was actually comprehending what he read. Massive damage to all piers and facilities in Washington state. Death toll expected to be several 100,000 or higher. Task force being organized. All units remain on station. Darren looked up at the CO. Captain, our families, our home port is just wiped out? His face was twisted with worry. I know, Cobb. I don't have magic words for something like this. I need you to help me figure out how we're going to break this to the crew. 2 people in the radio room are the only ones to know. We need to get ahead of this before the scuttlebutt starts. Both seasoned operators had a half-century of experience between them, experience that allowed them to be sailing undetected in the front yard of their nation's most formidable opponent. Yet neither knew how they were going to break this to 168 other sailors and expect them to perform their dangerous task flawlessly. Morningside, Maryland. Lou walked past the blood-red GMC Acadia mini SUV on the driveway. Tempted as he was to take it in the mid-October cold, the little sober man in his head knew he was too trashed. He would drive on buzzed, knowing full well that might be his undoing someday. But there was no denial that evening. He was drunk and on a mission. And while the stowaway was too far to walk, he wasn't that drunk. Snuffy's Tavern was but 3 blocks away, part of the closest strip mall. It was past dark, and his bomber jacket was zipped up fully, the padded collar engulfing his chin, neck, and ears. He started to pass a cold-looking man, obviously homeless by the attire and demeanor. One could just tell when someone else was carrying everything they owned in the world, and the baby stroller stuffed with trash bags and an old suitcase was a dead giveaway. "Got any spare change?" The man muttered slightly to Lou. Like most homeless, he'd long lost the mechanism, shame, that kept him from making eye contact. His gaze pierced Lou. Lou felt in his trouser pocket for the paper he'd gotten back from the 220s he plucked down earlier in the evening. He pulled them out, staring at a wad that he started to pull apart. 3 1s and a 5. He counted in his head. "Take it," he said, stuffing the whole wad of the man. Lou figured they were probably about the same age, though the man was obviously weather-beaten and street-tested. He reached out and took the bills. "God bless you, friend," the man said as he stuffed the bills into a pocket on the inside of his holy coat. "God don't exist," Lou muttered under his breath as he turned to walk away. "Come again?" This made Lou stop. He was too drunk to walk straight, but he was certainly not too drunk to spew an opinion. He turned back. "You're welcome. Get a meal. Hell, get a drink. I really don't care. But don't ask God to bless me, whatever you do." He turned back and continued his journey. The homeless man started to do the same, but after a few seconds he turned back around, speaking to Lou's shrinking figure. "Whatever happened, man? I'll say a prayer for you." "The hell?" Lou put on the brakes and started stumbling back the 20 feet toward the man. "You do that, you'll never get another red cent out of me." "There." He started to turn back, but was just too inebriated to let it go. "Just who the hell do you think you are? Telling me you'll pray for me?" He started to raise his voice. "Look at you. How on earth can you believe in God when you live on the damn street?" "It's just a figure of speech, mister," the man replied. "But I've seen enough times in my life I should have been dead to know he's up there." The man pointed up with a gloved finger, but kept his eyes on Lou. "He didn't put me on the street. I did." "Figures I'd find the one homeless guy who doesn't babble with psychosis," the internal sober Lou thought. "Yeah, well, good for you then," Lou replied. "But no loving God would have taken my precious son from me. No loving God would have killed like 1 million people in Seattle this morning. You want to believe in the Tooth Fairy? Go ahead, but don't dump your security blanket on me. I know better." "Sorry to hear about your boy, mister," the man said with a grizzled voice. "If there is a heaven, I'm sure he made it." Lou turned and started stumbling toward the bar again. "But you need to figure out who you're really mad at before it's too late." He heard. Morningside, Maryland. The Lyft driver dragged him out of his car and dropped Lou right on the cold sidewalk, cussing him out and thanking nobody in particular that Lou hadn't puked in his car. Lou rolled over onto one shoulder, pushing with one hand on the front lawn. The only saving grace was that at 11:30 at night, no neighbors were still awake to see him. He slowly clambered up onto both hands and both knees. He felt a wave of nausea spin the earth as a cold sweat broke out in the chilly air at the same moment his stomach rejected the abuse it had received all night. After 2 minutes of spewing and hacking, Lou slowly stood and made his way to the garage door in a stupor. He found the little keypad on the side of the doorframe. "All threes," the little sober guy said in his head. "Remember, you changed the code to one button for nights like this?" Lou punched the 3 button 4 times and the door started to rise. The opener's light grew in intensity in the dark driveway as the chain drive pushed the solo door up. Lou stumbled past Julia's car, over to the workbench. He pushed the spare garage door remote he had hanging on the pegboard over his workbench. He yanked on the chain that controlled the one bulb over the bench and plopped himself in the chair as the door descended. He looked left and found the trusty trash can. "It's been a couple of months since you got this jacked up," the little voice reminded him. "Your nightly buzz has been holding you together for a while." He found his backup pint of Jameson hiding in the bottom drawer of his benchtop toolbox right behind his head. As he took a pull on the small bottle, he stared at the hole in the large load-bearing beam that ran across the garage. He could still see a fiber from the rope that Terence had run through it. In his nightly ritual, Freeman Lewis Caldwell started crying in the memories of the beloved son he would never see again. The garage opener's light went out, leaving the weeping man in the small glow of his workbench light. Chapter 3. Manhattan, Kansas. Morris Dugan saw the professor's teaching assistant stroll in and fire up the 80-inch smartboard. The Kansas State senior had wondered if they were going to even try to hold class, what with how the power had been flickering that morning. Still don't get why we're having power and internet issues just because Washington had an earthquake a week ago. He had texted his buddy a few minutes earlier. The economics major was knocking out the last class for his aerospace minor, an introduction to mechanical engineering class. He watched the last of the students trickling in to take their normal seats when the power flickered and cut off once again. Morris heard a small percentage of groans and sighs as he once again checked his phone's charge. 23%? Gonna have to find a backup battery at the bottom of my junk drawer. He opened his MacBook Pro to check it. Still at 89%? Good. The night before, he found that a lot of his cloud storage was inaccessible. The internet was spotty, and that morning he received a slew of emails. In addition to the normal junk, there were a few from his credit union, explaining how they were trying their best to get the system back up and running normally. He got a text just as he hooked up to pay attention to the TA, who had called out to the class. "Just got word that morning classes are cancelled," she said somewhat nonchalantly. Everyone began to pack up by the daylight trickling in through the third-floor window. Morris checked his text. That nub. "Let me know if your class gets axed." That nub was William Easton, Morris's roommate at a near-campus apartment and part of his core group of friends. The junior was the number 2 to Morris's leadership role on the Airsoft Milsim team, Cat Scratch Fever, so named in honor of their university mascot. The team didn't get to play together in summer, so they tried to practice 2 to 3 times per week. There just wasn't enough interest in the sport for it to have any kind of intramural league at the college. Instead, the group played in a monthly Saturday league a few towns over and tried to travel to Kansas City, Kansas, known to the group as KCK, at least once in each half of the school year. Not really in the mood to text, he thought. He didn't want to waste his battery on a fairly trivial conversation when he'd be walking back to the apartment in a few minutes. He probably just wants to set up a practice anyhow. He pondered that for a moment, as if there's anything else to do with no class and no internet. The Pentagon. The staff sergeant knocked before entering. "Colonel Caldwell?" he asked. "Morning, Staff Sergeant," Lou said politely. Could this be it? He asked himself with butterflies in his stomach. In the 10 days since a massive devastation in the Seattle area had started sending a slew of trickle-down effects across the American West and the world, it seems, Lou thought. He had made the decision to apply for retirement. Despite knowing it was the best choice for his life and that it would undoubtedly be approved, he still felt a bit of melancholy. The entire half of his life since college had been all about the United States Air Force. Drawing that closed was an emotional decision, even though he'd felt disconnected from the military ever since Terrence's death. This calls for a drink. Lou took a large yellow envelope from the clerk's hand. "This feels a bit thin, Sergeant," he mused as he began to untie the string enclosure that held the flap closed. "Congratulations, sir," the enlisted member announced as Lou pulled a single sheet of paper out of the envelope. Having handled the lieutenant colonel's retirement package personally, he was looking forward to this presumably pleasant surprise. Lou scanned the paper in confusion. He looked up at the E6 clerk and then reread it, finally settling on the names at the top and bottom. "There seems to be some sort of mix-up, Sarge," he trailed off, waiting for an explanation. "This one," the sergeant said, pointing at the paper with some abnormal emphasis, "is not for me to spill the beans on, sir. You can tell it's coming from the top." He pointed at a certain slip in the folder. "You can see you have an appointment with Colonel Jackson on Tuesday, sir." "Colonel Jackson?" Lou trailed off, looking into his memory. "Old Seeley Jackson?" he asked himself. "No, he retired last year. At least I have the weekend to mull this over." "General Montgomery's assistant, sir?" The staff sergeant had a tone that sent out his confusion. Other than the Secretary of Defense, this was General Montgomery's building. How could this lieutenant colonel not know who the Joint Chief's assistant was? "Really?" Lou asked in disbelief. "That Colonel Jackson? What would he want with me?" He wondered aloud. They don't reward drunks with promotions. He knew. What's happening? The pit of despair started to fester in his gut. "Can't they just leave me alone?" he complained in his thoughts. "I just want to retire already." "No idea, sir, but congratulations," the staff sergeant said with entirely too much enthusiasm as he turned and left. Had Pete Soffit been in the office, Lou might have bounced his frustration off him. As it were, he had to wander out and find someone to vent at, and the army seemed like a good place to start. He got up and headed out into the primary room, turning left and entering the office of two majors without even knocking. "What's up with your boss?" he said with a hint of snarkiness as he laid the paper on the desk of Drew Wenck. The army major turned his head to greet Lou, then scanned down at the paper lying next to a framed family photo. He picked it up and immediately recognized the seal on the top as belonging to the Joint Chief, Army 4-Star General Judah Montgomery. "You mean our boss?" Drew said as he scanned the letter. Lindy Walton perked up at the possibility of new gossip. Drew just chuckled and slid the paper over the back of his desk to land on hers across from him. "Guess you're not as desk-bound as you thought," he muttered as he turned back to his computer screen. Lindy already had her reading glasses on, scanning the paper. "You're getting promoted?" she asked in disbelief. "I mean, no offense, but—" She didn't have to finish. They all knew Lou was at the end of his career. She started her reread of the document. "None taken," Lou returned. The office grew silent again as Lindy read, and Drew had already tuned out the conversation. "Seriously?" Lou said. "You guys are Army. Why would he do this?" Drew looked back up. "Probably denying our retirement request because of all the military buildup between China and Russia. I hear we're starting to make major troop shifts to the west. They're spinning it as helping out the National Guard in all the rioting cities, but my colleagues in operations allude that it is something bigger." "Allude?" Lou asked with a smirk. "You know," Drew said. "Saying it without saying it?" He grinned. Lindy chimed in. "Didn't you say you once met him, back when you flew warthogs?" She was hesitant to dig too deeply into Lou's past. "Kind of," Lou concurred. "My near-career ender saved a bunch of his men, and he sent me a case of scotch and a very nice letter. We met briefly several months later. I doubt he even remembers my name." "I wouldn't be so sure." Drew kicked in, realizing Lindy's point. "Monty's notorious for keeping tabs on his favorites." This opened a can of teasing from Lindy. "Ooh, you're one of Daddy's favorites?" she teased emphatically, causing Drew to laugh and Lou to grin sheepishly. "Hardly," Lou said, finally chuckling at his own expense. But it would explain this, I guess. He looked up from the paper Lindy was just handing back. He shifted his eye contact back to Drew. The build-up makes sense. Ever since Tuesday last week, the whole world seems to be on fire and shifting dramatically. Then back to Lindy, who had stood from her desk and was filling up a couple of army coffee mugs, handing one to Lou. But what can I offer? Now he was at the source of his confusion. They won't let me fly anymore? Drew stood up and brushed past Lou after smelling the Java, on the way to get his own cup. That's a good question. I'm sure that meeting tomorrow morning will clear a lot of this up. Freeman Lewis Caldwell didn't normally get sentimental, but these weren't normal times. As he turned to leave, he began. Look, if I get transferred, I just want to say that with this last year and all, he had, after all, been ushered into the office as a loner who needed a spot to work for just a bit. Shush, Lindy warned. We got you, Air Force. The pleasure was all ours. I can't imagine what you and Julie have been through. Just know you'll always have a desk in this office, as far as I'm concerned. As Lou tried to turn out into the hall and head back to his own desk, Drew grabbed his hand to shake it. Congratulations on the full bird, Colonel. That crash all those years ago may not be quite the career ender you thought it was. That's not the crash I've been worried about, Lou thought. El Paso, Texas. You done good tonight, baby, Eddie Gonzalez yelled from the musty-smelling bedroom. Sweat dripped off him as he basked in the resurged ego that normally needed recharging nightly. The 38-year-old Texan sat up to start pulling his clothing off the floor. He paid for this crap-hole apartment, but didn't mean he wanted to stay there. Eddie's girlfriend lived there, but he lived at his home. He had a serious trust issue, and 2 other girlfriends. Though an American, he was an established captain in the El Aguila cartel, the Mexican cartel that controlled the drug trade across from El Paso and all the way to the Gulf. Like most large cartels in recent years, El Aguila had adopted a horizontal command structure rather than a vertical one. Takedowns of central cartel leaders like El Chapo Guzman had driven cartels to operate in a more cellular structure. They had councils now, not bosses. Eddie was one of but a couple of key members in the El Paso branch that was running the majority of their purchased influence. Him being an American only helped the matter. He could visit a crooked cop or judge who needed some reminding of the terms of their lifelong commitment without the complications of being a foreign national. Eddie wandered into the baño to check on his side chica, Carmela Fuentes, the cover name he believed to be Rosie's real one. Rosie was brushing her teeth and smiled softly at him through the cold black hair she had not yet tied back out of her face. She bent down to rinse, and some of it spilled into the sink as she did so. "Getting ready to go, Tiger?" she asked playfully. "Uh-huh," Eddie confirmed as she stood back up, reaching around and grabbing her around the waist as he nuzzled his nose and mouth onto the right side of her neck from behind. Rosie pretended to like the firm afterplay, as she always did, passively nudging him back out to the dusty bedroom of a meager apartment. "Stop, Tiger! You should get going before she gets nosy." I know, Eddie said, once again grabbing her waist, this time from the front. He pulled her in for one last kiss. "I'll call you tomorrow. Gonna take you out to eat. Somewhere nice," he promised as he let go and found his other sock and boots. Rosie continued the rest of the normal process, promising to stay beautiful like she always did when he complimented her. After she was sure he was gone, she went and put the laundry that had finished washing itself while she performed her unpaid services on Eddie into the dryer. Double-checking he was indeed gone, she went back to the bedroom and found the screwdriver she kept staged under her mattress as a last-ditch defensive weapon. She went to the strike plate on the door jamb to her bedroom and removed it like she did on those lonely nights she needed an extra reminder. She removed the folded picture with her damaged right hand, the one missing 2 fingers from a childhood accident. The tears started to fill up the bulbs around her eyes. She opened the picture to view 2 young women, a much younger her and her mentally challenged sister, Angel. It was this person for whom Rosie endured everything she did. She suffered heavily from depression. She needed this boost occasionally, but lately it felt like it was every night. "I don't know how much longer I can keep this up," she thought, and she started to bawl hot, salty tears. He disgusts me. They never said I would have to do these things. Thank God Angel can't see me like this. Oh, Angel, I miss you so much. You're why I'm living in this hell. Angel lived in a San Antonio home for special needs residents. If Eddie or anyone in the cartel knew she existed, Rosie would certainly suffer for days before dying a horrible death. Former San Antonio Police Corporal Rosalita Ortiz was deeply undercover, having been recruited by the Texas Rangers to produce a full list of the corrupt police, politicians, and judges in El Paso. The corruption in the El Paso Police Department was so deep they couldn't trust anyone to know of her existence. She was truly isolated, other than routine contact with her handler through a dead-drop system that rivaled any Cold War spy movie. Years earlier, the Rangers had worked up a profile on the rising star named Eduardo Gonzalez. He had a fetish, known scientifically as acrotomophilia. They knew he had a thing for amputees. Rosie had been the first female missing digits from her hand to become a police officer in San Antonio PD history. Once she agreed to go undercover, the Rangers worked hard to remove that story from the internet. They planted her as a maid in a motel known to be used as a meet location by Eddie. That was almost 3 years earlier. Rosie took one last glance at the photo and put it back into the hiding spot. She found some tissue, blew her nose, and jumped into the shower, her nightly attempt to wash away shame and grime that never seemed to leave. Tucson, Arizona. Lead roadrunner Granger Madison had spent the better part of the 15 days since Mount Rainier blew her top working on his preparedness items. He didn't consider himself a doomsday prepper. To him, it wasn't about labels, but rather just common sense. And he found the more he drifted from his security background, like constructing raised garden beds in his suburban front yard, despite the HOA's complaints, the more he was enjoying learning new things. Never thought I would enjoy canning tomatoes I grew myself, he once told his mum, who still lived in his New Hampshire childhood home. The divorcee's ex-wife and kids had moved back to her native North Carolina a few years earlier, their marriage strained by her binge drinking. Granger didn't really hold it against her, as it was her way of coping with their issues through their several post-injury surgeries. Caring for a burn victim is nasty business, he realized. I don't think I could do it. He admitted to himself on many occasions. His anger at not being able to be a regular part of his daughter's lives was justified in his mind, though. She left when they were getting into sports and hunting, things he desperately wanted to teach his girls. The absence was one of the things that drove him to keep the Roadrunners going. His original motivation for it had been born as a result of seeing the ill effects of human trafficking firsthand as a Tucson FF EMT. He could not recall the number of calls he'd been on that involved assisting the police with medical needs when they initially busted up a ring. As badly as he felt for anyone who fled the country, the kids being sold into sex slavery angered him the most. That, and how the American media pretends it ain't happening. He reminded himself. He credited this mission as the one thing that was probably keeping him from diving into the bottle, which was the reason he felt somewhat sorry for his ex. Granger had the website Zoom.earth opened on several tabs on his laptop, sitting back in his easy chair. He had the TV on as background noise. Occasionally they would mention some tensions between China and Russia that would cause him to perk his ears. Usually, it was just berating the president for a failed response to somehow land large planes of supplies in a region with no working runways, highways, seaports, or railroad tracks. The various tabs of the website were open to different HD satellite photos of the same mountain range near the Mexican border. The difference was their dates. Granger could look at the same spot on as many dates as he wanted. It was a painstaking effort as he zoomed in on a specific location on multiple tabs looking for any sign of unnecessary activity. Occasionally he would think he's onto something, only to discover through web searches and phone calls that it was a university team doing field research, a rancher, or some other legitimate reason. The Buenos Aires National Wildlife Refuge, he thought slowly. This could be something. He went back and forth on the same pictures, covering 3 days a week for 2 months. He eventually started looking at a farm on the southern side of the border with Mexico. Maybe, Just might be time to see if the runners can get some time off work and go scouting. Chapter 4. The Pentagon. "Come in, Colonel," the tall and fit black Marine said. Colonel Ryan Jackson brought Lou in from the main reception area of the Joint Chief's office to a short hall. They passed a pair of restrooms and a water fountain to meet an impressive steel door with no windows. There was an electronic badge scanner and keypad on the right side of the frame. Colonel Jackson entered his access card, punched in a pin, and placed his eye in front of the retinal scanner embedded a foot higher up the wall. Lou followed the Marine through the door into an ornate hall. The blue carpet had a 2-inch wide border of red along the walls, which were covered in polished oak paneling and large frame photos of the U.S. military in action. The pair transited past a few officers belonging to other staff members of Joint Chief Montgomery. Just across the hall from the large conference room on the left, Ryan Jackson turned right, leading Lou into his own office. "The birds suit you, Colonel," Colonel Jackson said as he rounded his desk for his chair. He was referring to Lou's new rank insignia. Lou was wearing his full dress blue uniform with coat, tie, and ribbons fixed in their spot above his left pec muscle. "I appreciated having Monday to go hit the uniform store, Colonel," he replied. "I have to admit the letter was a bit shocking." He took a seat on the near side of the desk. "And there is a small part of me that wants to plead my case for retiring instead." "Liar," Lou called himself. "It's the only thing you want." "Ryan, Lou. Call me Ryan. And that's a great starting point. Do you think retirement would suit you?" Ryan leaned forward, resting his elbows on the edge of his desk and crossing his arms. He peered deeply into Lou's eyes. "I'll just cut to the chase, then, Ryan," Lou responded. "I'm sure you know what happened in my family, my flight status, my issues getting to work the last year. Hell," he snorted, "if I were my own employee, I'd be counseling me right now." Ryan Jackson's face curled up at the corners of his mouth in a small smirk. "Let me rephrase my question, Lou," he said. "What would happen to you if we let you retire right now? What would you do?" "I thought about flipping houses, I suppose," Lou started. "This guy's going to call me out, ain't he?" Lou told himself. "Colonel Caldwell," Ryan said, leaning back in his chair. "Like you, I've seen a lot of guys and gals retire in the course of my career, and the ones who started moving on a plan before then are doing well. Sure, there are a few who move to Mexico or the Philippines and live like kings just on their retirement, but the ones who retired in reaction to something don't fare so well. Begging your pardon, Colonel, but interventions don't usually come with a promotion. You'll forgive me if I play my words cautiously," Lou said for the setup. "But you all know I have depression and a drinking problem. None of this seems right. Just what are you up to?" "The General said you were a man of action," Ryan said with a warm smile. "You're right. He has plans for you. The promotion is less about rewarding you and more about having you fit a role. In fact, that's not exactly accurate. It is only about the role. If you were any other light colonel with a drinking problem, your retirement package would be being expedited right now." This caught Lou off guard. "Huh? I'm out of flight status right now. Surely there are other pilots the General trusts. Let me be frank, Lou," Ryan said, leaning forward again. "As the General's top aide, I've advised him against this course of action. I think you're a liability. But he keeps tabs on certain men and women, and that includes those who stepped up in moments he needed them to." "So, this is about that day in Afghanistan?" Lou said slowly. "I kind of had a hunch." "That was a catalyst, Colonel," Ryan Jackson said. "This is about you. The General has a need. He wants you to fill it." Ryan went quiet for a moment, then added, "Consider this him rescuing you?" Lou snorted and shook his head. "I don't need charity, Colonel Jackson." He started to stand. "Please just sit down, Colonel," Ryan Jackson commanded with the authority due a prestigious Marine officer. "You seem to be under the impression you have some sort of a choice?" Lou plopped his butt back down and gave the Marine an irritated stare. He said nothing. In 20 minutes, you're walking into the general's office. So, get it all out here. In case you've been too drunk to watch the news, there's a large skirmish building between Russia and China. Why do you think that is? His tone had evolved into full annoyance. Lou was seething in his head. Go to hell, jarhead. I may drink, but I'm not an idiot. He stared at Colonel Jackson for a good 15 seconds, but it became apparent the Marine was going to press the silence, force Lou to submit, so to speak. Finally, he spoke. 2 weeks ago, those natural disasters kicked us in the nuts. The infrastructure out west is toast. The disappearance of the tech companies based out of Seattle have had trickle-down effects on the functionality of the internet. Our emergency response has been for crap because every highway, airport, and seaport is completely obliterated. Our market's tanked. Inflation is starting to skyrocket because the port of Long Beach can't take all of Seattle and Tacoma's traffic. Highways and trucks were lost. The tsunami wiped out cargo ships throughout the Pacific. It also hit Hawaii, Alaska, Japan, and Russia hard. If I had to guess, Colonel, Lou said with a bit of disdain, I'd say they're getting ready to fight for the top dog spot. Happy? He didn't add out loud. Very good, Caldwell, Ryan acknowledged. Despite dealing with your tragic hand at the bottom of a bottle, you seem to have a clue. Now, how this affects you? We're making strategic moves to the west. Some of it is to be ready to help the Western governors with the coming social unrest. What unrest, Colonel? Lou interrupted. Come now, Lou, Ryan said with a skeptical chuckle. People nowadays riot if Facebook goes down too long. You really think they're not going to get pissed when the power outages start lasting for days? Anyway, that's only part of it. If our two friends across the Pacific do, indeed, start a shooting war, there's no telling where that'll go. What's all this got to do with me, Colonel Jackson? Lou asked. All I want is to close this chapter. Ryan pointed at the clock on the wall to his left. General Montgomery will fill you in 15 minutes. My sole job here has been to make sure you understand that when he asks you for a favor, he isn't asking. USS James L. Honeycutt, SSGN 93, Southern Yellow Sea. In the 2 weeks since Cascadia had destroyed their home port, the crew of the USS James L. Honeycutt's morale had tanked, making Darren's job as chief of the boat extremely difficult. They had orders, they were on a mission, and national security issues didn't stop when the volcano blew her top. If anything, they had ramped up significantly. The spy and special operations boat had seen activity increase in China's fleet an astonishing 900%. It was obvious they were preparing for a major engagement. The Honey's mission had shifted. Pretty sure the brass can see all this activity from space, Darren thought. The sub had been using super-quiet unmanned underwater drones to map the floor, or more specifically all the sensors and equipment on it, of the bay immediately outside the People's Liberation Army Navy, or PLAN, Northern Fleet's amphibious base. Ever since the evening after the Cascadia event, the base had been in some sort of major alert status. Captain Woodward exercised caution and moved south 60 kilometers to a secondary mission using the Honey's hovering capabilities to retrieve recording devices they'd place on the ocean floor near the Northern Fleet submarine base and place new ones. These devices allowed the U.S. Navy to get hyper-accurate recordings of every submarine's signature, the sound it makes. In the old days, it was just a submarine's unique screw noise, the noise made by the propeller, that identified it. In the 21st century, technology accounted for every noise: seawater suction, pumps, even the hydraulics of water passing around the subsail, which was the cowling around the periscope so often seen breaking the surface in movies. The Navy's recording devices were high-tech, covered in space-age polymer that absorbed active sonar attempts to locate them. During the Cold War, the Navy had been embarrassed by the then Soviet Union when they discovered one of the old models that was wiretapping their undersea military communications cables. The Soviets had dissected the device, finding a property of U.S. Navy label on a part on the inside. Ever since then, great lengths were maintained to keep all facets of these operations as in the dark as possible. The Honey had finished the recording device swap-outs when they received their new orders. head to Guam as quickly as possible without risking detection for immediate offloading of the recording devices and slew of electronic intelligence they had gathered in the obvious haste of the plan's Northern Fleet activities. From there, they would head to the South China Sea to monitor planned training missions they have ramped up at various naval bases. Suits me fine, Darren thought. They must really be up to something to make us take the devices in mid-mission like this. His crew had been riding in the ultra-quiet mode for several days straight, and it was enough to fracture anyone's nerves. The garbage had been piling up in the special cans meant to sink it, certain maintenance had been skipped to avoid dropping a tool and giving away the sub's position. It enhanced people's stress levels. These sailors knew something that most everyone else didn't, including the other branches of the military. If they find us, they'll sink us. What the USS James L. Honeycutt and her crew were doing was akin to a foreign navy parking a submarine right in Chesapeake Bay and observing the fleet in Norfolk. Darren called a junior sailor into a small office the chiefs used that was outboard of the divers' lockout chambers on the third deck of the ship's missile compartment. "I don't understand how you're almost out of time on getting your dolphins, Mr. Turner," he scolded the young seaman, "but still have time for call of duty during your downtime?" The young sailor had joined the crew several months earlier and was lagging behind in the strict and rigorous training and qualification cycle. Earning one's dolphin-qualified uniform insignia, that was notorious to submarine sailors. "I don't have a good answer, Cobb," the sailor said, knowing making excuses would go over about as well as farting in church. "Didn't your LPO assign Davis to mentor you? Is there some other factor? Different watch schedules? Can't stand each other? What? What is it?" One of Darren's biggest duties was ensuring he and his CO had enough qualified positions to completely staff the ship at all times. Since the crew ran on 3 shifts, that meant having more than the requisite minimum, as there was always a need for people to be training in the next position up. If Seaman Turner was lagging, then someone else couldn't move into the next training and qualification position up. "Nothing like that, Cobb. Battle stations!" They heard being passed verbally down the passageway. Sailors were scrambling by. Had the crew been in a more stable open ocean environment, there would have been an alarm sounding. As it were, the Yellow Sea's average depth was a very shallow 44 meters. They traveled slowly to ensure they had time for sensors to pick up any underwater anomalies. It would still be 12 hours before they were in the slightly deeper East China Sea. Depth was their friend. Like everyone else, Darren and the junior sailor hastened to get to their battle stations. By the time he arrived in the control room, it was packed with bodies as positions began to be augmented with additional people. Unlike the control room in most of the preceding submarines, this one was one deck down from the top level, largely due to modern technology leading to smaller periscopes. Several of the watch positions that older subs used were non-applicable to this class. This, too, was due to modern electronics. The ship could now steer and control depth, ballast, and trim, all from 2 positions. This space savings allowed the ship's torpedo fire control systems and all sonar and other sensor systems to be controlled in this location. In older submarines, there were separate rooms for some of these functions. The cruise missiles and various special systems like the UUVs were controlled in a space farther aft. He assumed his spot behind the ship's pilot and co-pilot, relieving an ensign as the diving officer for battle stations. Darren's ears were glued keenly on the dialogue between the CO and the sonar operators as his mind tried to catch up on this situation. "Submerged contact bearing 355, estimated range 20,000. "That's a 3rd sub sonar?" Commander Woodward asked, calmly trying to ensure he had the facts straight. He was peering right over the operator's shoulder, looking at the computerized display. "Nav," he ordered without looking at the navigator. "Find the deepest water you can between relative 120 and 190. Cobb, what does our current course show for depth?" Darren scanned the instruments next to his seated pilot. "Computer says we have 330 feet and slowly getting deeper, Captain." Darren replied, "Very well. Pilot, make your depth 300 and maintain course at 4 knots. Darren surveyed the situation. They had 3 submarines all to the north, driving them toward 4 surface ships all to the south. "They know we're here," he thought, "but they don't know where." Like the CO, he knew the best course of action was to go so slow they would be impossible to be heard. and hope no loud sneezes got a tickly nose. The Oval Office. President Jeremiah Allen had not been having the best weeks of his life. Quite the opposite, in fact. He was becoming all too familiar with his cabinet, particularly the secretaries and their staffs in the Defense and State Departments. In administrations past, there would have been a Homeland Security Secretary too. Making good on his campaign promise to the Libertarian Party that helped him get elected, Jeremiah dissolved the department. "This country lasted 2 1/4 centuries without one," he stated during the campaign. "Defense and Homeland Security are synonymous terms," he liked to point out to critics. The president's daily brief, called the PDB since the 1940s, was usually delivered by a senior CIA official who worked for the Director of National Intelligence, Thomas Berry. Though not called a secretary, his was a cabinet-level position. In the 15 days since the Rainier events, Director Berry had joined mid-term replacement Secretary of Defense Kelly Fitzgerald and Secretary of State D. Buttermaker in reviewing the PDB. President Allen's administration had moved the brief back to the world of paper versus electronic delivery, as China had assumed leadership in the world's cyber warfare. In 2 weeks, China and Russia had become the dominant topic of the discussion, over the domestic issues, over the worsening inflation, over the Rainier relief efforts. "It's all tied together anyway," Jeremiah reminded them all at least 3 times per week. The reason was due to the actions immediately taken by both Russia and China to help after the disasters. While the Navy had immediately started working on Task Force Truxtun to move supplies and people to the Slaughter Peninsula area, the 2 superpowers across the Western Pond had started mobilizing forces within a day. Both had sent immediate offers of assistance via the formal channels, as well as the secret back systems of communication. As the first few days turned into a week, cities' police forces were overwhelmed as simple protests over the lack of government response had evolved into something more organized and on point to push an agenda. The Chinese had started mobilizing their northern fleet on a scale not seen in years. Russia had loaded 2 divisions of their army onto trains and was starting to amass them on the roughly 2,400-mile-long border with China. What was more telling to Joint Chief General Judah Montgomery and Defense Secretary Fitzgerald was the number of troop transports the Russian Navy had started moving. All 10 of their nuclear-powered ice-breaking ships were plowing passengers through the Northern Sea route, Russia's portion of the international trade routes that navigated the entire Arctic Circle year-round. More than 3 dozen amphibious-type naval vessels had started showing signs of deployment on satellite imagery. "If Ivan was truly worried about sending supplies to help, Mr. President," General Montgomery had explained a week earlier, "they will be loading the ships already present in their Eastern District bases." On this day, at Shannon Sar's urging, President Allen had invited the chair and co-chair of the National Governors Association to sit in on the meeting. Each state's governor, as well as those of the 5 American provinces, were automatically members. There was always a member of each of the 2 parties in the top 2 spots. "Wonder how that will play out as more third parties get elected," Jeremiah wondered. Not just libertarians. The Green or Socialist parties could pull a surprise off in a blue state one of these days. "Thank you for having us, Mr. President," Governor Burton of Iowa said as he entered the Oval Office. He was followed by Governor Teresa Santiago of Florida, the council's co-chair. After the round of handshakes and informal greetings was over with, they took their seats as one of the 2 yellow paisley couches that faced the mahogany coffee table. "Please proceed, Director," Jeremiah said to Thomas Berry. The director was sitting on one of the 2 blue and yellow high-backed chairs at the end of the office opposite the president's desk. He took a sip of water to wet his throat, setting the heavy glass back onto the end table near his left. "Mr. President and distinguished members and guests, we'll start the briefing today with the continued buildup of Chinese and Russian forces in the Pacific Theater and—" "Sorry, Tom," Jeremiah interrupted. "Of course, sir." "Governors," Jeremiah said, "you're here to learn. Ask questions if you want. I need you to help educate all the governors of what's at play within the bounds of the non-disclosure you signed this morning, regardless of party. I know we don't always agree on policy and decision-making, but I want you all to see the transparency here and remind your peers, particularly the Eastern governors, about the complexity of world events. Things have been moving at lightning speed." Of course, Mr. President, the Democrat Iowa Governor Philip Burton said. He nodded at Republican Governor Santiago. I think we both are looking forward to this. Thank you for the opportunity. Agreed, Teresa Santiago said, nodding in return. After a nod from Jeremiah, Director Berry continued. As you see in the briefing packet, Russia's Navy is now distributed in the Pacific to a strength of 61% of their forces, expected to be 75 to 80% within 2 weeks. The majority of these transfers have been with amphibious landing ships for landing troops and tanks. Their ground forces continue to creep toward their border with China and Mongolia, mostly by rail. Since yesterday's brief, 11% of their short-range tactical missile launchers have departed their western and mid-country bases. The only thing they've left untouched in all of this is their Black Sea presence. The director grabbed another sip and continued. China has had an unprecedented level of activity in their northern fleet. Our submarine USS James L. Honeycutt has suspended operations in the Yellow Sea. I'm sure Secretary Fitzgerald will cover that in more detail. The short version, as you can see in the report, is that 68% of China's northern and central fleet submarines are at sea, as well as 53% of their surface combatants. It sure appears they're trying to flush the Honeycutt out of there, as well as the one known Russian sub in the East China Sea. Pardon me, Director, Governor Santiago interrupted. A question? Of course, Governor. Why would our natural disasters trigger all of this military activity over there? I'll take that one, Tom, Secretary of State D. Buttermaker said. At the least, Governor, it is posturing. Both countries have pledged to send support, so now they're trying to show the world who is the more capable caregiver. What about at worst, Madam Secretary? The other governor, Philip Burton, asked. Has our earthquake, or rather the trickle-down effects from it, made us vulnerable? Well, in the unlikely scenario they want to try something over here, they would first be forced to contend with each other, the secretary stated. That takes a series of events to happen on the world stage first. Like what? Governor Santiago asked. Secretary Buttermaker looked at President Allen. She served his office and wasn't sure how much he wanted to share with the governors. Like the collapse of the dollar, Jeremiah started. Combined with the domino effects of the world economy, if the internet quit working, hackers were able to hold international corporations hostage with ransomware, and foreign trade with America came to a grinding halt. That's what is happening, isn't it? Governor Santiago asked, confused. Yes, Governor, it is, the president said matter-of-factly. This is why the supplies that came flooding into the western cities for Washington continue to sit at airports. For one, there's no way to get them there, at least not in the sheer volumes needed. For another, as you've seen on the news and heard from your fellow governors, those cities are getting downright upset and vocal about the rolling and days-long blackouts and internet issues. Our analysts tell us those same relief supplies will be needed where they're at in 3 to 4 weeks. Several of the Western governors have been mentioning gang violence has exploded in recent days, Governor Burton admitted. We can't put our finger on it, exactly. You know exactly why, Jeremiah thought to himself, with no more than a casual glance. You all are so busy trying to divide everyone into left and right, you haven't even noticed the giant chasm in the middle, the same people who elected me. It's because nature abhors a vacuum, Governor, Jeremiah stated. It's why you're here today, to see that what the media calls feckless lack of leadership is actually patience in the face of something much more dire and complicated going on in the background. And might I add that your peers in Idaho and Oregon activated their National Guards to secure their borders with Washington less than 5 days ago, and the legislatures of those and every other state that exports hydroelectric, wind, or solar power passed bills banning the sale of electricity for 2 months. Ignoring the bob, Governor Burton asked with a skeptical chuckle, Do you actually think one or both of those countries could be jockeying for a position to attack us, Mr. President? Would you suggest I wait until they decide the answer to that, Governor Burton? Jeremiah countered. Chapter 5. The Pentagon. Colonel Jackson led Lou past the General Civilian Administrative Assistant at the appointed time. Army General Judah Montgomery's door was already open. He gave a light rap on the door frame and proceeded in as the general called out. "Enter." Lou followed and straightened his blue uniform jacket, holding his garrison cap in his left hand as he proceeded through the door. "Good to see you again, Colonel Caldwell." Monty shot Colonel Jackson a quick glance as he strolled in. He and his primary assistant had developed a code of communication based on shot looks, but in Monty's mind, Lou was the center of attention. He had a warm smile, like they'd once been softball buddies. "I hear you don't really go by Superbird anymore. Okay to call you Lou?" "Yes, sir, of course," he said. His nerves still frayed a bit from the prior half-hour slap in the face. He scanned the room to get his surroundings down. Ryan Jackson had gone back behind Lou and casually shut the office door. "Have a seat, Lou," the general said casually, motioning toward the couch, chairs, and coffee table that adorned the very center of his office. As he moved toward the couch, Lou scanned the office a bit more observantly. The floor was covered with a beautiful and expensive rug bearing the logo of the Joint Chief. There were cabinets and shadow boxes containing memorabilia all around. Some were items in their permanent homes, left by previous Joint Chiefs until they found their way to the National Archives. Others were various awards, flags, and photos from General Montgomery's career. Lou stopped and looked at one of a much younger one-star General Montgomery standing with a group of operators at a forward operating base in Afghanistan. Lou hadn't realized he'd started flashing back to Afghanistan in his own head until the general said from right next to him, "FOB, Rhino, I think. At least half those men owe their lives to you." Lou snapped his head. "Sir?" "Have a seat, Colonel," the general once again instructed with a warm nudge. Lou sat on the opposite end of the couch that Colonel Jackson had already planted himself on, and General Montgomery sat on the opposite side of an ornate marble coffee table. A silver platter and coffee urn had been placed on it. Lou could smell the fresh brew, but he was not going to be bold enough to just grab a cup. After sitting in the red leather high-back chair, General Montgomery opened the chat. "Lou, while that door is closed, just call me Monty." Lou looked at Ryan Jackson for some backup, then back to his superior officer. I don't think I can do that, sir." Colonel Jackson just grinned but remained quiet, knowing his place and opinion was fully at the general's beck and call. Monty continued. "Suit yourself, Lou. I'm guessing you have a lot of questions." "That'd be an understatement, sir, and I'm all ears. I'm sure you know why I was looking to retire, so I'm still a bit confused about this role I need to play." "I need a colonel to play Special Assistant Lou," Monty started. "I know Colonel Jackson went over some of our expectations with you. Before I go into the what, I need you to look me in the eyes right now and tell me you can dry up while you're working for me." His grandfatherly gaze pierced Lou's soul. "I know I haven't handled my son's suicide the best possible way, sir. I'm not here to judge you, Lou, but I need you back in the game, and so I guess you could say I'm here to kick you in the butt." General Montgomery was being respectfully blunt. "Your file never once indicated a drinking problem before the event. This seems to be more of a self-medicating thing than a true medical addiction." "That is true, sir. I've tried counselors and whatnot. None of them have ever helped me make sense of Terrence's suicide. All they do is make me angry." "Son," Monty said, "look at that brandy snifter over there." Lou turned his head to a shelf full of trophies and other memorabilia. Right at chest level was a large glass container. Just like what lounge piano players get tips in, Lou thought. It was a third full of beer bottle caps. Okay. Those caps, they don't represent the men I've lost in combat. They represent the men I've lost here at home, the ones who couldn't leave the war behind. Lou felt his eyes start to well, as if he was being scolded politely by his father when he was a child. He kept staring at the snifter to try to hide his emotion. "That's quite a few men, sir." "Lou, I may not have lost my own son to suicide, but I know the devastation it causes to those left behind, deeply. I'm sorry about your boy, Superbird, but I want you to promise me here and now I'll never have to drink a beer and drop a cap in that snifter for you." The salty tears started to escape their pens around Lou's eyes. "I'm sorry to have disappointed you, General," was all he could think of to say. He kept staring at the snifter. "It starts here, Lou," Monty continued. "You need to reverse the Charlie Foxtrot you made your life into, and unfortunately, I need you on the road while you do it." He stood and retrieved a tissue from the bookshelf behind his desk, handing it to Lou to force him to stop staring at the snifter. Lou took it and wiped his eyes. "Sir, I'm taking all of this to heart. It isn't all about Terrence. Julia and I are at a precipice right now. Can I have a couple of days to talk to her?" "Sure, Lou. We can prep our backup plan. I'll give you till Thursday to report back to Colonel Jackson." "Thank you, General. So what's the job?" "We're making a lot of moves in the field," he started. "Big moves. I need a set of eyes and ears on the ground to let me know that the things I'm being told are legit. At least that's it on the surface. I want to know the buzz in the air, too. The vibe. Not just on post, but in the communities as well." "I'm confused, sir. It takes a colonel for that?" "You'll open doors as a colonel, Lou. Ryan here has built a cover profile. We'll have you coming out of the Pentagon's Public Affairs Office. If they know you're reporting directly to me, they'll tell me what they think you want to hear?" Lou finished for him. "Precisely. There are some posts and bases we need you to hit, but your schedule will be flexible enough for you to travel at will. Visit places unannounced. Make your own schedule, so to speak. There's a few more specifics that we'll cover once you've made your decision." With that, General Judah Montgomery stood up and stuck his hand out as he came around the coffee table. "I've always been fond of you, Lou. I never forgot what you did for us in '07. It was at that moment that it all clicked for Freeman Lewis Caldwell. The teasing from his office mates a day earlier had been spot on. This man was the one reason Lou had been able to have a continued flying career, despite being repurposed to C-17s. Lou stood and grabbed the general's hand. "It was the only choice I felt I could make in that moment, General. And that's why I want you for this, Colonel. I know you'll do the tough, right thing in a moment of hard choices. Think about it. You go on the assignment from me, and I'll push your retirement through at the end." Judah Montgomery started to escort Lou to the door out of the office. Lou tried to grab one last piece from his extremely valuable mind on the way out. "Who do you think will win in their showdown, sir?" One didn't get to be the Joint Chief without being able to dodge and answer a question at the same time. "If you're about to get into a schoolyard fight, Colonel, does it matter if the other kid is Chinese or Russian?" Sanchez Farm, northeast of Manhattan, Kansas. "B, watch your right flank!" Morris Thumper Dugan yelled into the headset at his teammate. "Elvis is coming round that stack of tires." "I know, Thumper," the fiery Jordan Croft yelled back. Like most Milsimers, people who participated in military simulation fight leagues, Morris's team used call sign-type nicknames. Jordan's was Super B, or just B, on the radio, because of a normally icy exterior and hot temper. "I'm not an idiot." As the words were leaving her mouth, she pivoted her position behind the old refrigerator and started laying suppressing fire in the form of small biodegradable BBs at the tire stack. To an untrained observer, this scene would look very much like two small squads in a fight to the death, minus the actual noise of a gunfight. While most Milsim teams used airsoft equipment over paintball, they also went to great lengths to buy all the CGG, as Morris jokingly called it, cool guy gear. Camo, padded military clothing, chest-mounted magazine carriers, radios with headsets, battle belts, and tons of magazines, though sometimes tournament rules limited how many of those could be carried. Morris was squatting behind an old car door that was propped up. The team was practicing in the back property of an uncle of John Superfly Sanchez, who lived just a few scant miles to the northeast of the college town near the Big Blue River. John's uncle Jorge was a farmer. Like most farms, it had built up a collection of old vehicles, tires, spare parts, and junk that made for a good battlefield, and it was free to use. Morris straightened his back to get a better glimpse at the battlefield, convinced their game of 4-on-3 was about over. Airsoft was an honor system game. depending on people who felt themselves get hit by the small non-hazardous BB to stand up and wave their hand to indicate they were dead. Thumper and B had lost their teammate, David Goldilocks Faust. By Morris's math, Elvis and Superfly were all that was left. He'd seen that nub and misdemeanor wave out already. Morris felt a BB rattle his face shield as he was squatting back down. Shoot, he thought. What did that take to die? Half a second? He stood up and waved out. We got you, B! Morris heard Elvis taunting Jordan. Might as well give up. Jordan wasn't falling for it. She asked Morris over the headset. Which way did he get you? Nope, the team's leader replied. Freshman, he thought. Sheesh. You get busted talking to a dead player in KC Key. You'll get us kicked out of the whole tourney, he lectured. B replied with a choice cuss word and began to creep backwards towards Morris's car door, trying to protect their dirty, ratty Pikachu doll. The flags in the group's Capture the Flag training were a pair of old Pokemon plush dolls that had been handed down from prior team leaders, long gone for more years than Morris knew. Morris began to walk out of the small training arena to join the other recently deceased. He approached the awaiting beer that his roomie, that nub, was holding out for him, retrieved from Morris's small purple K-State cooler. Thanks, he said in his usual calm and smooth baritone demeanor. As a team leader, it was Thumper's job to ensure there were a few cold brewskis iced down. None of the college students had much money, especially after budgeting for their airsoft gear. He took the cheap, non-craft beer and popped the top. She is good, but man can she trash talk, Morris told Nub. And she tried to get me to tell her where Fly was. I heard, Nub told him. The team used small 21-channel family radios and would often switch to the other team's frequency after getting shot to listen in. This wasn't the first time they'd warned the freshmen about trying to bend the rules. The pair listened to the rhythmic cycling of 3 compressed gas-powered AR-style fake rifles become 2 as Elvis stood up and shot wildly at B's hiding spot. She took the bait, trash-talking to take him out, completely missing the fact that he just sacrificed himself to allow Superfly to get to a spot to kill her. A team could win by capturing the flag, Pokemon, or just eliminating the rest of the team, which usually happened in the tight confines of their training area. 30 minutes and several small conversations about tactics later, the entire team was circled around the small fire pit behind the farmhouse. On top of the normal 1 to 2 Saturdays per month they tried to play over at the paintball park in Salina, they were gearing up for a big tournament in December in Kansas City. As Elvis Floyd Presley grabbed the last of the 12-pack, he changed the subject to current events. What you all think of the power outage and Right Stuff? It had broken the ice on a semi-tense conversation that had become more recurring every time the team practiced. Not this again, Jordan stated in an annoyed fashion. Super B is the perfect name for you, Morris smirked to himself. Like it or not, B, the world is shaken. Might as well wargame it a bit, the pragmatic leader suggested. That's what I'm saying, that nub agreed. I mean, what if people start rioting in Manhattan? Ain't gonna happen, brah, David Goldilocks Faust said, his wild and wavy long golden curls hanging in his face. The California native put off a certain laid-back surfer vibe just about everywhere but on the field, where he turned into an aggressive Milsim beast. People back home are just riding this out on the beach? He grinned. Not where I'm from, Morris thought, looking at the rolling fields of Uncle Jorge's farm to the west. Morris thought of his parents back in the Casey Key older neighborhood of Roland Park. His father white and his mother black, the tall, slender junior was just glad his twin brother Marvin would be getting out of the army and returning home soon. The family had always worked hard and been thrifty, but they never saved enough to get away from the old suburb. Morris had really taken to the laid-back atmosphere in the college town, and he hoped to one day find a place farther away from Kansas City, particularly the gang-infiltrated Missouri side, to move his parents to. Mama says there are organized protests every day down at City Hall. He pondered for a moment. You all should think about calling your folks, too. Find out how they're doing. An empty crushed beer can came flying at Morris as the group mostly groaned collectively. Several, "Yes, Dad," snide comments flew his way, too. "Whatever," Morris said, deflecting the teasing. "I might just go home this weekend to check on things. Constant power flickering and now classes getting cancelled. Heard the internet is acting up because Microsoft has been vulnerable ever since that earthquake. Hackers and ransomware and such." "Now that I can confirm," said Maria Misty-Mina Bannerman, so named after getting ticketed for streaking her sophomore year. The Information Systems Junior was watching those activities as closely as the spotty internet would allow. "One of my study partners is double majoring in socioeconomics and says that financial institutions around the whole world are having big issues, and that China and Russia are both calling for the currency to be the world's reserve currency, whatever that means." "How'd I miss that?" Morris scolded himself. "I'm a finance major." "I think it means that things are only going to get shakier for a while," Morris advised, draining the last swallow of warm and unsatisfying brew. 100 kilometers north-northwest of Shanghai, China. "Side-look sonar shows a rapid depth change." Darren heard one of the sonar operators inform the USS James L. Honeycutt's control room. The CO was hovering over him in a second, looking at the emerging geological issue recreated electronically on a high-resolution multicolored screen. "All thrusters 270 relative at 100%, the captain ordered. All 6 secondary propulsion thrusters were deployed from the ballast tanks and aimed to try to push the sub directly sideways to the port. Because they were each off the center of the ship, they lowered from a spot a little farther up the hull, which meant they only added a few inches to the ship's overall depth profile. "I've never heard him this tense before," Master Chief Darren Jorgensen thought. The Honey had been forced to move closer to the shore of China, dangerously close, as they continued a cat-and-mouse evasion of several surface and submarine pursuers. Each time they tried to make a dash into open water, another destroyer or frigate from the plan had joined the hunt. Additionally, the commercial vessels traveling between Shanghai and Korea were crowding the surface waters. The already shallow sea was now only 30 meters deep, hardly enough to conceal the sub from a high-flying aircraft if the day were bright enough. The ship's main hull was 38 feet thick, but it also had the height of the sail, the rudder, and 2 sealed dry dock shelters on top, specialized rooms on top of the lockout chambers designed for SEALs to store their delivery mini-subs in. Had they been hovering in one spot, they might have felt the sideways thrusting taking place. As it were, they were maintaining 6 knots, trying to make headway in the East China Sea. They had managed to put over 100 nautical miles between themselves and the nearest known submarine in the past 30 hours. That bought them some reaction time, but in the age of modern sonar equipment, it was hardly any room for error. One wrong sound, and the Chinese planned Shang-class nuclear-powered submarine that had been hounding them would be all over it. While the Honey would outrun it easily, they still had 2 known Chinese subs and 2 frigates ahead of them. The diesel submarine, while older and slower, was also quieter during the hours it could run on its batteries. Darren knew they should be due to surface and recharge batteries with their diesel within another hour, based on knowing when the last time they recharged was. It was the other nuclear-powered sub that worried him. There was a thermal layer out in the deeper waters of the East Sea she was hiding under. The water temperature created a sort of flaw in the ocean that passive sonar couldn't penetrate, and they certainly weren't going to ping the active sonar, as that would be a dead giveaway of their own position to everyone out there. The crew of the Honey had no idea where that other sub had wandered in the 3 hours since she slipped deep under that thermal layer. The Honey's side-look sonar used high-pitch microsonar bursts, much too high in frequency for normal human hearing, to pulse out and paint a picture of what was to the sides of the sub. It was their last and best piece of gear to show them any undersea obstacles to their starboard side as they crept south along China's shore. At only 2 miles offshore, they were definitely going to get attacked if they were discovered. Suddenly the wall on the sonar screen went nearly white. "Obstruction!" the solar technician yelled out. "Sound collision!" Commander Woodward ordered the messenger watch station. A series of electronic beeps played mildly throughout the ship, the volume being downplayed by the ship's system automatically as they were rigged to be as silent as possible. The SLS had shown what could only be described as a wall to their starboard, which had run distinctly off the screen to the left, indicating it was also ahead of them. Suddenly and violently, The USS James L. Honeycutt bellowed out across the entire sea as she smashed into a piece of undersea canyon at a lucky, slow rate of 6 knots. People had been given less than 2 seconds to grab something when the alarm sounded. The crew had done admirably, storing items as part of silent running, but nobody was perfect. A few items in the ship's galley had clanged around in their storage compartments. Mugs had slipped off countertops. In the control room, a series of alarms started to scream as systems detected damage to the ship's bow and front starboard ballast tanks. The Honey started to lean to the starboard. Men and women were thrown to the decks and into the bulkheads as the ship came to a sudden stop. In a deadly world where the sound of a drop wrench could get you killed, the crew of the USS James L. Honeycutt had just screamed to the pursuing Chinese fleet exactly where they were. Chapter 6. Morningside, Maryland.
"Go!"
Julia scolded.
"The sooner the better, as far as I'm concerned. Take off on your little workcation, but don't expect me to be here when you get back."
"Come on, Jules," Lou yelled back as he followed her into the bedroom. "You know as well as I do that we could use a little space. This time apart will give me a chance to dry out some."
"You can fool yourself with that BS," she retorted, "but I'm not buying it."
She dropped the laundry basket she had been carrying onto the queen bed and spun around.
"I can't believe you're going to leave me in this house all alone."
"Let's be honest, Julia," Lou fired back. "You're not exactly happy when I'm here.
What'll be so bad about?"
He frowned as he cut off his own question. "The garage," he reminded himself. "She won't go in it. No wonder she's been hinting and wanting to sell so much." She stormed out of the bedroom, bumping his shoulder as she did.
"Get out of my bedroom,"
she commanded sternly.
"Julia, no!"
she demanded as Lou followed her down the stairs.
"You go, Lou. Get the space you need. Leave me alone in the house where...
She burst into tears as she reached the kitchen.
"Jules, just listen,"
he said as he tried to put a hand on her shoulder. She pulled away with force, turning back toward him and pointing toward the front of the house, no longer a home.
"Get out!"
she screeched.
"I can't look at you anymore. Disappear, just like you've done our entire marriage, just like you did when your son needed you the most."
Her face was on fire, flush and red as she both screamed and cried emotion at 100 miles per hour. Gut punch. Lou felt his knees buckle a bit as the deepest fears he'd told only Jack Daniels and a therapist back at the beginning came back and slapped his face. Did I somehow cause my son to kill himself by being absent all the time? He turned in shock, knowing all along that's how she felt, but having never actually heard her say it before. He felt for the key fob in his pocket as he slowly wandered to the front door. His hearing went blank, unsure if she was still yelling or not, as a sudden shock and guilt started to resurface in his psyche. I need to get out of here, he realized. If I take this trip, my marriage is done. If I don't, my marriage is done, and I don't want that either way. He opened the door and headed outside. I need a drink. Tucson, Arizona. All 6 members of the Roadrunners were stuffed into Granger Madison's suburban garage. Granger had several printed pages laying on the workbench, while Mick and Tracy squared off on the pool table under the 70s-era hanging Coors lamp. The night air, above the driveway full of SUVs and pickup trucks, was a brilliant blue-to-burnt orange combo as the sun started its final descent below the western mountains. The Wednesday evening air in the open garage was a very comfortable 65 degrees Fahrenheit. You guys wrap that up and check these out. Granger nudged his team. Dave and Bob had their noses under the hood of Bob's 2015 Suburban out in the driveway. Claude rocked himself out of the folding camping chair he was plopped in, letting out an old man's groan as he did. The would-be pool sharks set their cues on the table. Soon, everyone was looking at the color photos Granger had printed and spread around. "So what makes a wildlife refuge seem like a hot spot to you?" The white-haired Dave started off the questioning. He was extremely fit and capable, though as a man in his early 50s, was not looking forward to yet another fruitless mission sitting in the desert for 2 or 3 days. "Well, I found these tracks here that I can't find an alternative explanation for," Granger started. The entire team was well versed in the investigations Granger always performed to not waste their time. Like a paranormal investigator, he looked for other explanations that were both plausible and legal before telling the crew, "Let's go catch some dirtbags." He would call government and university offices and research labs. He would go look at recent ranching and farming sales and activities for that area on the internet. He didn't want to sit in the dusty heat any more than the next man. The leader continued, "I also noticed this old farm on the south side." Everyone knew that referred to the border position. It's extremely active with absolutely no cattle or sheep. "You thinking tunnel?" Tracy asked. The former Navy Special Warfare boat operator was the team's youngest at 33. "Maybe," Granger concurred. "But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think this is worthy of a long-range recce to check it out. We'll need at least 3 days. It'll be a good hump just to get in there." Pronounced recce, it was their lingo for a reconnaissance patrol that would take a long time just to get to the objective, which was to set up and quietly observe. The obvious question to an outsider might have been, wouldn't the operators of the refuge just tell the border patrol something hinky was happening? The team all had the experience to know the rules the cartels played by. Those who they needed silence were bought off, first with cash, then with threats to that person's family. The willingness to commit unthinkable evils was a very effective way for them to conduct business. "We're swamped at work," Mick said. "Julio's always good about granting me time off, but I can't leave him hanging. With all the shipping issues and trucks being rerouted for this earthquake thing, diesel mechanics are at a premium here in the Southwest right now." "Roger that," Granger said. "You all think you could start next Wednesday?" he asked, scanning their faces. Bob sighed. "I promised my grandson I'd come to a school thing on Thursday next week." The support crew had a little leeway, unlike the field team. "Claude and I are always good about letting each other know when we have things that could interfere with a pickup. As long as that's okay." He trailed off. "No sweat," Granger said, "but keep us in the loop. We'll need to be ready to self-extract if Claude has a Murphy moment at the same time." "What about everyone else?" Granger requeried. He received the expected "shouldn't be an issue" type statements from everyone else. Changing the subject, Dave Wolf said, "Anyone else been noticing that just about every city has some sort of protests and riots on the news lately?" "I don't even watch the news anymore," Claude chimed in. "Too much propaganda." Bob groaned in concurrence. "I have," Mick agreed. "I hear that Oregon and Idaho actually sealed off their borders from Washington State. Too many people trying to cross in from that disaster. Riots, theft, spikes in crime, folks bringing their dysentery with them." Granger added, "That and the sudden overnight inflation and stock market dips have people freaked out, I think. And the internet has been glitchy. I couldn't even get Amazon's homepage to open earlier this week." "What about the China-Russia thing?" Wolf prodded his teammates. "Thoughts?" "What Russia-China thing?" Claude asked, a bit confused. "See, you can't ignore the news and then complain you don't know what's happening," Tracy half-teased. One of Claude's fingers extended toward Tracy. It was a normal Army-Navy greeting system that vets felt was a rite of passage. This caused Tracy to chuckle. "Seriously?" Claude said, looking back at Wolf. "They're both building up troops on the border, lots of rhetoric on the news. Not too sure exactly why, though." He looked at Granger. "Me neither," the old Marine and firefighter admitted. "But I don't think it's a coincidence that it started after that volcano kicked our legs out from under us." Morningside, Maryland. The hard tapping of the cop's glove knuckle against Lou's driver's side window startled him awake. "More down window, sir?" Lou heard a muffled voice calmly commanding outside. The glass, combined with a groggy and buzzy nap, was enough for him to shake his head in startled confusion. "Ugh." He looked around, and the sight of red and blue light waves dancing all around him jostled him upright. The seat had been reclined, and now he had to rely on soft ab muscles and grabbing the steering wheel to hold himself upright. He squinted out the window as his mind started to catch up. He wasn't particularly drunk, but he'd been so tired after the evening fight with Julia that he'd stopped before getting trashed and headed to the car for a nap. He started to open the door. "I said to just roll the window down," the police officer stated. "Just stay in the seat." Lou did as commanded. As his wits gathered, he realized he was talking to a Hispanic female officer. Her SUV was parked behind Lou's GMC, effectively keeping him parked in front of the tavern. Lou thought he could detect radio squawking and realized there was probably a partner behind his car. "How much have you had to drink?"
"Literally just 2, officer," he said with a sheepish chuckle. "I know you always hear that, but it happens to be true."
"People usually don't need to nap after 2, sir," she countered. "License?" Lou pulled his thin wallet from his right front pants pocket, struggling for a moment to get it past the hem in the awkward position.
"I get that, but I didn't want to go home, and I was just too tired to drink tonight. Got a lot on my mind. I came out to think, and I must have just fallen asleep."
When he opened his wallet to dig out his driver's license, she noticed his military ID card. "You active duty?" Lou just handed the card with his license to answer the question. While she was surveying the 2 identifications, Lou explained.
"I left the key fob out on the tire, just in case you all got called. I'll be able to show I'm not starting the car." He was pointing toward the vehicle's rear. "Can I reach for my phone?"
"Hold up," she ordered. Another officer strolled over and told the primary that the vehicle check had come back clean. "Sure thing?" Lou reached behind himself into the cup holder and grabbed his phone.
11:37? Sheesh.
"What time did you come outside?" she asked.
"I think about 8:30. There was a basketball game on the bar's TVs when I left."
She handed Lou's ID cards back to him. "You really should find other places to get rest, Colonel. Not good to look so passed out right in front of a bar."
"I got no excuses, officer. Just some domestic issues that are best thought about not at home."
"Drive safely, sir. I'd advise you just get on home." She turned around and barely heard Lou thank her. After getting out to fetch his fob, Lou reoriented himself in his mini SUV and closed the door, tossing his wallet and cards into the small tray under the radio.
"Phew," he thought. "I wonder if being active duty is why she's cutting me a break."
He felt bad about lying to her, but in his current state of tolerance, 6 really was like 2. He felt on the seat and finally found the toggle to drive it back up into its proper position. After the police left and made it to the main road, he fired the rig up and slowly made his way out to the avenue.
"I do believe a DWI would have changed Monty's mind about me," he thought with both glum and relief. "But it also would have subjected me to both civil court and UCMJ. That could have been bad for a man trying to retire."
Lou's new promotion was temporary, so if they decided to bust him back, it would have been starting at his recent rank, not his gifted one. Lou had gone to the stowaway to avoid that homeless preacher near Snuffy's. This afforded him a few minutes to contemplate on the drive home, which he made with his cruise control set on the exact speed limit.
"I can't control it now. Maybe my marriage is over. Maybe it isn't. But I have to do something different. Snap out of this vortex. I think Monty's right. I think maybe I do need to get out of Dodge for a while. If I have something to do, I'd be able to keep 3 or 4 drinks a night. Maybe less."
The Pentagon. "I must admit, Lou," Colonel Ryan Jackson said from behind his desk, "I didn't expect you to say yes. I certainly didn't expect the decision until tomorrow." The surprise registered on the detail-oriented Marine's face.
"Well, Colonel, let's just say I had a pretty clear sign last night," Lou said, leaving it vague. "I know this trip carries a lot of responsibility. I won't let the general down."
"Oh, I know," Ryan said, nodding a bit. His tone was mysterious, tipping to Lou there was something he knew that Lou didn't. He reached forward to his desk and took the phone handle off the cradle, punching in 2 numbers onto the device's keypad.
"Captain, can you come to my office?"
Lou's confusion registered.
"May I?"
He motioned toward one of the 2 chairs in front of Colonel Jackson's walnut desk. Ryan nodded as he set the phone back into its cradle.
"Admittedly, it would have put us in a slightly larger pinch to detail another colonel for this assignment," he told Lou. "I'd already been working on that plan. My plan B. Well, like I said, I didn't figure you'd accept."
"Sorry to disappoint you," Lou said with a slightly perturbed tone.
What a prick. He didn't dare say it aloud. There was a knock at the door. "Come on in, Captain," Ryan Jackson ordered.
Lou turned his head and saw what he thought was probably the poster boy for the Marine Corps recruiting department.
Though not a giant at probably an even 6 feet tall, the man in his late 20s appeared to be chiseled out of stone. His perfectly buzzed brown hair was textbook high and tight. Sheesh, Lou thought. His teeth and eyes are even sparkling. Looks like he could do pull-ups for days. And the Marine junior officer had a smile that could sell a car salesman life insurance if it wanted to. "Lou, meet Captain Brandon McDonald," Ryan said.
Lou stood and stepped out from the small space between the chair and desk, extending his hand. "Captain," he said, nodding as they shook hands. "Freeman Caldwell." His uniform gave away his rank and branch of service. "Sir, good to meet you," Brandon said, his grip accidentally squishing Lou's hand into a dead fish. "Looks like you'll be heading out tomorrow instead of Friday, Captain," Ryan said. "The colonel here will pick you up at home. 0800. That's all." "Great, sir." He looked Lou squarely in the eye, his handsome face beaming. "Looking forward to it, Colonel. I can't wait to get an inside look at your career and the Air Force mission as it shifts in the 21st century. Oh, God, Lou thought. I must be in hell. The Marine captain broke the handshake and departed back to his cubicle. Lou looked back at Ryan Jackson as he moved back to his seat. "A babysitter? Seriously?" "Has a heart attack, Lou," Colonel Jackson said with no kidding in his voice. "I told you, plan B, in case you actually accepted." "Or as a way to make me change my answer?" Lou countered. Ryan's face did not change 1 millimeter, giving away nothing about his motives. "You're out of luck, Colonel. I need to go on this assignment. It'll do me some good." "I truly hope you mean that, Lou. But the kid is still going. The general wants you on this assignment because you stepped up once. That doesn't mean you have my unfettered trust." "Understood," Lou said. "Just make sure he takes a few downers first. Those giant gleaming teeth might blind me while I'm driving." Colonel Jackson was not amused and completely ignored Lou's joke. He slid a folder and a box over to him. "Here's your cover story, orders, rental car. There's a required itinerary of some commands we've set up for you officially to visit as part of the public affairs cover. There's enough flexibility in between those that the two of you can determine some other bases and commands to visit impromptu. General Montgomery will expect some sort of detailed write-up after each of those. There's also a satellite phone program directly to me and him. Use it for something urgent. And a laptop. Try to keep up on your email. You can get onto Wi-Fi on the basis and send secure reports. Stay off the hotel Wi-Fi. It's a hacker haven. If you must, you can use your phone as a hotspot." Lou stood once more. "I'll need to hit the liquor store after I pick up the rental car." "I'll try not to let him down," he said as he left the office. East China Sea. "Where is the Key West?" The captain of the USS James L. Honeycutt asked his navigation team curtly. When the boat had suffered her damaged front starboard quarter from running aground, the very first thing the captain had done was send an emergency distress to the fleet. In the 16 hours since, they deployed one of their trailing wire antennas to receive a very low-frequency transmission, SSN 722, en route. It had included encrypted coordinates of the USS Key West position when they were ordered to assist. "Best guess, assuming they haven't been detected, still an hour out, sir," the young female lieutenant junior grade replied. Commander Woodward checked the positions of the planned subs, frigates, and destroyers once more. Ever since the undersea collision, they'd been making a beeline for the U.S. spy sub. In the best of times, the Honey could have danced circles around their foes, much quieter and speedier than almost anyone on the planet realized. There were several horrible effects to their damage, however, the obvious being attracting the enemy. The not-so-obvious included having a list towards starboard that required keeping their port-side ballast tanks partially flooded to counteract in such shallow water. They also had to trim out the aft end tanks to keep the nose from getting too heavy. The subspeed and quietness underwater depended on keeping the proper alignment for traveling forward. something not possible with a damaged and flooding set of forward-starboard ballast tanks. The decision for a slow evasion had been bittersweet in hindsight. Had they opted to make a speedier run for open sea, they quite possibly would have been undetected. But in the very slow speed they had been hugging the coast to slip out when the collision happened, they had received no interior damage and no personnel casualties. Not fighting fire and flooding at this moment is just Murphy going easy on us, Chief of the boat Darren Jorgensen decided. As bad as the situation is, it could be worse. Backing up the pilot and co-pilot in monitoring the sub's traveling condition was exactly Darren's job. On older subs, there would have been another station dedicated to just the ballast, trim, and list of the ship. The Navy's newer subs, though, operated on a literal joystick, sending electronic signals to all the controls via very expensive computers. "Cobb, are we as trimmed out as we're going to get?" the CO asked tensely. "Aye, sir. We're stable at this depth with a 4-degree down bubble." Darren's team had diving planes at both ends of the ship to control the boat's flight, much like an airplane. The starboard plane on the forward end was high up in one of the ballast tanks that had taken the hit. Though most likely undamaged, they had retracted it just in case. They were traveling at their current top speed that would allow them to remain quiet, 12 knots. Something in the damaged area was making a thumping noise when they tried to go faster, which constantly sent a signal to the pursuers where they were. I bet it's a piece of the sound-dampening coating, Darren thought. Flapping in the breeze, so to speak. Contact Sierra 3 has resurfaced above the thermal, bearing 115, range 3,000 yards, the chief sonar operator yelled out. "Is she turning toward us, Chief?" the skipper asked. "Not yet, sir." "Pilot, maintain speed, make your depth 650, crank us hard to port," the CO ordered. The pilot repeated the orders back as he began the evasive maneuver. "He's trying to maintain our maximum silent speed and get us below the thermal that Shang just popped out from." Darren began to adjust settings to assist the co-pilot with the mangled depth, list, and trim issues as the pilot drove the sub down. Everyone was already walking around on a slightly sloped deck, but now it began to lean forward even more, as well as list downward on the port. "Cobb, I don't care if we have a list. Keep some air in the port forward tanks," the CO ordered. "Aye, sir." Makes sense, Darren realized. Being able to recover depth from unknown damage to a ship designed to sink and resurface was now a very scary wild-card factor. Being fast and silent meant nothing to their lives if they could never recover from gaining depth. Darren made the adjustments. With air only in the portside tanks, the Honey felt sluggish as she turned and dove at the same time. The normal hull-popping noises that accompanied submarine depth changes was another possible factor that could give them away, though on this descent it was mild. "Depth 650, Captain," the pilot announced. "Make your bearing 050. The CO replied with a little more composure. 050, the pilot repeated. "Sir, the transient is back," one of the other sonar operators reported. "This is the first time we've been this deep since the damage," Darren realized. "Water is under greater pressure, a little more saline dense, too. Maybe 12 is too fast." "Contact!" the chief sonar operator yelled. "Sierra 3, bearing 220, range 1,800 yards." "Depth?" the CO demanded. While not always readily available information, the modern submarine force largely had a series of sonar arrays on each side of the boat. When they all picked up the same noise, the ship's computer could use trigonometry based on the slightly different angle to provide a probable depth. 500 feet, Con. She's back under the thermal." "She's flooding tubes," screeched the other sonar technician, who was barely able to maintain her calm in the realization they were now engaged in combat. The flooding of torpedo tubes exposed weapons to salt water, creating extra work when they weren't actually launched. There would be no other reason to do that except for its primary purpose of getting ready to shoot. "All ahead full! Right full rudder!" the skipper yelled. "Countermeasures to starboard on my command. Weapons, flood all port tubes." Both the pilot and the weapons and countermeasure stations acknowledged their orders. A common evasive tactic was to try to create a knuckle in the water by turning hard at a high rate of speed. Create turbulence in the water that would cause a torpedo to lose its track. That hasn't worked for us against the Ruskies for nearly 3 decades, Darren thought.
Then he remembered that China's first nuclear subs were based on old Soviet designs. Maybe they're still using outdated equipment? "Outer doors opening!" The junior sonar operator yelled. "They'll be shooting in a few seconds." Then the dreaded words no submariner wanted to hear their sonar operators say. "Torpedoes in the water! Tracking 2 torpedoes! Bearing 230! Range 1,500 yards! Speed 55 knots!"
Chapter 7. Arlington, Virginia. "Colonel, could you at least come meet my wife before we head out?" Marine Captain Brandon Andrew McDonald asked as he loaded his day bags into the back seat of the cobalt blue Chevy Cruze. "I suppose," Lou grumbled as he opened the driver's door and stepped out onto the suburban neighborhood street in the Old Dominion neighborhood. He followed the handsome young man up onto the front porch, where an equally beautiful pregnant woman holding a toddler was waiting. "Hope, this is Colonel Freeman Caldwell. He's Air Force. Sir, this is my wife Hope and our current youngest Sarah." "So pleased to meet you," she said with the same semi-obnoxious enthusiasm her husband seemed to channel.
A hint of Georgia peach do I detect? Lou asked himself about her country twang. These people must binge-watch the Hallmark Channel.
While there was no sign of the seasonal pumpkins and faux fall leaves that adorn most homes, Lou could detect a very warm cinnamon smell wafting from the house. He thought he could see a cross and Bible scripture hanging on the wall. "Likewise, Mrs. McDonald. Thanks for letting your husband come be my bodyguard." This caused both of them to laugh. "I still don't get what you two are doing," she admitted, "but I have faith that the Pentagon knows what it's doing."
"That makes one of us," Lou thought with ingrained cynicism.
"It's kind of a spot check on the military," Lou advised. "We're making a lot of movements in response to that big disaster in Seattle and other world events, so Brandon and I are tasked with checking out the troops' morale." "Well, I'll be praying for your safety and fast return." Suddenly, the largest dog Lou had ever seen squirmed through the gap between Hope and the doorframe and let out a loud but non-threatening woof. Lou took a nervous half-step back. "Samson, calm down," Brandon commanded as he squatted and gave the giant dog a big pat on the head. He switched to scratching behind the tan burble's dark brown ears. "He's a friend."
"Holy crap!" Lou exclaimed. "Why in the world do you have a horse in your house?" 2-year-old Sarah cracked up with delight.
"He not a horse," she squealed. Brandon stood back up, laughing. "He does eat the most in the family, but I feel a lot better going on deployments with him at home."
"I can understand why," Lou said. He pointed to his wrist, which, like most pilots, still held an actual watch.
"We should get going. Pleased to meet you," he said to Hope as he turned. 15 minutes later, the pair of officers were turning onto Interstate Highway 95, making their way south.
"Oh, shoot," Brandon called out.
"What?"
Lou asked, still trying to fiddle with the radio while driving.
"Forget something?"
"Forgot to say a prayer."
"Do you mind if I lead us in a prayer, Colonel?"
"Oh, brother," Lou thought. "This just keeps getting better."
"What, like out loud?"
Brandon laughed.
The Marine was used to his military brethren not being particularly religious. "Don't sweat it, sir." He bowed his head. Lou looked over and thought he could just make out muscle movement on his partner's lips.
"He's being serious?" Lou realized. "Jackson picked the perfect person to make sure I don't drink. Well, I still outrank this kid."
He kept an eye on him and waited 2 full minutes before he saw the young man's head pick back up.
"Look, kid, while we were in the car and hotel and stuff, just call me Lou, 'kay?"
"It would feel weird to do that, sir, but I'll give it a try." "Seriously, we're going to be travel partners for a couple of weeks. This Colonel garbage is going to get real old real fast," Lou warned. "Roger that, Lou. So, where are we headed?" "North Carolina. We have a tour at Bragg on Monday. Figured we could meet an old buddy of mine at Pope Air Force Base tomorrow."
Lou suddenly cut himself off and laid on the rental's weak horn with a long, obnoxious burst as he got cut off in the morning traffic. A middle finger was extended out at Lou from the driver ahead.
"Effing jackwad!"
Lou yelled at the windshield. People have no patience or manners anymore.
Everywhere, Brandon concurred. Civility is a lost art, a reflection of a real spiritual decline.
All right, MacDonald, I better just let you know right now. I don't want to hear a bunch of Jesus talk on this trip. I don't care what you believe, but if there's a God, and that's a mighty big if, he doesn't give one iota about us. Sorry if this comes off as rude. Just trying to get it square early so we can have a less stressful trip.
Understood, Colonel?
Brandon said.
Really?
Lou countered with a slight sneer.
We're back to that.
Sorry, Lou, Brandon said. It just felt kind of like an order, that's all.
Lou fell silent as a crawl south started to loosen on the road to Richmond. After 5 minutes of listening to commercials on all the channels Lou tried, he finally opened back up.
Sorry, young man. I don't want to set a tone of being a jerk right off the bat. I'd rather you figure that out slowly. I suppose you got a brief on my recent past?
I did. And? I suppose it makes sense why they need you to tag along? Keep me out of trouble? That's only one perspective, Lou, Brandon said. I may work for the military, but they aren't the ultimate authority in my life. You don't want me to talk about my faith or God? I can live with that. Most Marines don't want me to either. I'm used to it. But I'm not just here following orders. I'm here because it's where God wants me. All right, kid. Kid? How the hell old are you anyhow? 29. Well, Brandon, when we get to Richmond, God's gonna want you in the driver's seat.
East China Sea. She's staying behind us, Khan. The chief sonar operator answered his captain. The skipper had launched 2 countermeasures, which were basically bubble-generating devices similar to giant Alka-Seltzers, to try to give the enemy torpedoes something else to hit. Pilot, come around to starboard. Make your bearing 090, depth 300. We're going to go for distance and try to close the gap to the Key West. The pilot relayed and followed the orders, as Darren and the co-pilot fought to maintain the best list and trim attitude they could manage with the damage as the ship fought for shallower water. Time to impact, the CO yelled to the sonar station.
35 seconds, sir, the sonar chief said. Range 900 yards. Computer has added a few seconds back as we gain speed. Both torpedoes bypass the countermeasures, one of the alternate sonar operators reported. Too much transient noise from our damage, sir. Coming straight at us. 300 feet, sir. The pilot interjected their new depth to the captain. Very well. Maintain heading. 4 more torpedoes, the sonar station reported. Bearing 330 relative. Range 400 yards. Wait. There was a tense moment in which time stood still. Nobody dared breathe. The smell of sweat was dense and unnoticed as all 3 sonar operators were pressing their headsets to their ears as tightly as they'd ever worn them. "They're Mark 48s!" she practically yelled with relieved excitement. The new torpedoes were American. The USS Key West had taken advantage of the extra noise the Honey was emitting to sneak up on the unsuspecting planned submarine. The US Mk-48 torpedoes were highly sensitive and programmable. The first 2 had been shot out of the older Los Angeles attack sub's 2 portside tubes, aimed directly at the oncoming planned torpedoes. The starboard tubes had a different mission. Send a message to the plan. Don't bite off more than you can chew. The older Guardian passed her wounded sister at full speed, headed directly for the attacker. 2 of the 48s are headed directly for the inbound fish. The room was still. Every sailor resisting the temptation to ignore their own panels to watch the sonar and weapons station operators. Impact in 5 seconds at 480 yards. All 3 headsets were yanked off heads by their wearers. The explosion and concussion of the torpedoes were felt by the crews of all 3 submarines. First one, then 2 seconds later the other, as 4 warheads exploded with what would have boat-sinking force. After 10 seconds of shaking, the operators put their headsets back on. Sierra 3's flooding tubes, the chief yelled once more. She's cranking up speed and attempting evasive actions. Another yelled. Status of the other 2 48s? The skipper asked, a bit more calmly than he'd been in the preceding hour. ETA 40 seconds, the chief replied. Even if the American weapons quit hearing the enemy sub, and they won't, Darren knew, the torpedoes played out a thin wire as they ran.
The Key West weapons crew could steer them as easily as playing a game with a joystick. A moment later, the operators removed their headsets once more, and the crew of USS James L. Honeycutt let out a giant sigh of relief. Another concussive explosion. Then, after another lag, they redonned their gear and described listening to the sounds of a submarine sinking. The hull screamed with crunching and resistance as its lost structural integrity gave way to the weight of the water. They weren't out of danger yet, but the older, slower diesel subs were too far north to be an effective threat at this point. The surface fleet was too easy to detect and evade, now that the hunter-killer was not there to keep hounding them. And so began a 12-knot limp to Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard under the protection of their older, smaller sister ship. Darren and the rest of the crew joined an extremely small club that day. How many people survive an enemy torpedo attack?
El Paso, Texas. "Go get us some more drinks, baby," Eduardo Gonzalez instructed Rosie. She knew that was his way of saying to get lost while he and the other two men chatted. Rosie had learned that he usually needed about 10 minutes in these clandestine dark restaurant meetups. She also knew that her relationship with Eddie had developed to a certain level of laziness. Not trust, she reminded herself. He doesn't trust anyone. But in the course of 2 years, Eddie had stopped doing thorough searches of her purse every time they went out for dinner. She carried a very specific box of feminine supplies, a small plastic box that happened to be the same size as a small battery-powered digital recorder. After 6 months of seeing that tampon container over and over again, Eddie had learned what it was by feel when he felt around in her purse for anything he considered contraband. After noticing that he no longer unzipped that particular interior pocket the third time, she swapped it out for the recorder. Her pulse was pounding so loudly the first time she used it, she was afraid that was all that would play back. She was wrong. In the 15 months since that first recording, she dead-dropped 9 of those identical devices to her handler. Each of them carried 1 to 2 hours of conversation between Eddie and local officials he was bribing or providing instructions to. "We need photos too," the handler would instruct via dead drop. In the entire time, she'd only had one in-person meet with her handler, Jared. The time he informed her that Angel had a bout of pneumonia but had recovered from it. Part of Rosie's cover had been to attend church, St. Francis Xavier Cabrini Catholic Church to be precise, as they had an outreach program that occasionally took their elderly members on field trips. Rosie volunteered to be a chaperone to Carlsbad Caverns on one such trip. Meeting with Jared had scared the living hell out of Rosie. It had given her nightmares for 3 weeks. Eddie had never let Rosie take her phone with her any time they went out together. To counter that, Rosie was instructed to get Eddie to take her to a specific mall for dinner. When they did, she would window shop at a particular jeweler. That jeweler had lost not 1 but 2 children to gang violence and was a very willing participant in the James Bond-like ruse. He knew to be looking for them and guided Rosie and Eddie to a very specific brooch, a deal too good to pass up. Rosie would have to play her part, of course, begging and squealing with delight. It was not lost at all on Rosie that she had Eddie purchase the high-tech recording device she would be using against him. "But how will it take pictures?" Rosie asked Jared. "As long as you have Wi-Fi and keep it charged, you'll never have to do a thing," Jared promised. Rosie was able to lay it on the same inductance charger that her electric toothbrush used, and that brooch was worn on every dinner date since, providing the Texas Rangers pictures that Rosie could take by brushing a specific fold in the metal. On this evening, Rosie took her cue and left the men while she went to the baño to freshen up. She'd already gotten her pictures. Her purse would record the conversation. Rosie had recognized the old one as a judge, but the younger one she'd never seen before. And he had scrutinized Rosie for so long that Eddie had finally been forced to say something. "I'm sorry, Eduardo. Please forgive me," the police lieutenant said. "She just looks familiar." After freshening up and having a cigarette, Rosie ordered a new round of drinks from the bartender and slowly meandered back to her table, wondering if this would be the night her cover had finally been blown. Highway 301, northeast of Richmond, Virginia. And so to put it into terms you can probably relate to, I figure that life, like a plane, when left on autopilot unchecked, will eventually fly you into a mountain. Holy hell, does this guy ever come up for air? Lou wondered. Look, I only know we're only to Richmond, but how about we stop and top off? I need to go drain the coffee. Sure thing, Brandon said. He queued up his cell phone and saw on the map that there was an early lunchtime traffic jam building up, as indicated by the annoying red dashed lines. I'll try to find a gas station near the next exit. Up in Fredericksburg, the team had opted to slip over to a state highway to spend a little less time smelling semi-truck exhaust. They had spent over an hour discussing the state of things in America, particularly in regards to their mission parameters in the face of what was happening out west. They had been given a milestone of getting to Fort Bragg early, as they knew several elements were already being prepped for deployment west. As much as the federal government was trying to help the folks in the Rainier impact zone, the increased gang violence in every major western city, coupled with China and Russia's obvious military buildups, were demanding even more attention. Got one? Brandon announced. Very next exit. Lou started trying to signal and gap his way to the far right lane. I saw when I picked you up you brought both a duffel and a suitcase. Yes, well, there's no telling how long we'll be out, right? I'm sure we'll be flying some, too. I figured it was a redundancy in case one bag never shows up. Same, said Lou. I don't mind checking 2 bags since we're on orders. He started to make his way off the highway and could see backed-up traffic on the local business feeder road. Lou reached up and turned the talk radio station down. And I brought a durable backpack, too. Seeing the news about rolling and extended blackouts, the spotty internet issues, the hacking, it's enough to give me a pessimistic feeling about us getting delayed or stuck at some point. What brand is your go bag? Brandon asked. I like a good quality Maxpedition myself. Mystery Ranch, Lou answered. Not so tactical looking. Where are we? He asked, more rhetorical than anything. Mechanicsville, Brandon answered. A cacophony of horns played a song of discontent as Lou tried to squeeze into the far right lane, where his off-ramp exited onto a multi-lane one-way road. He could see the 76 station just a couple of 100 yards ahead. There was a long line of stopped cars in the right lane that he was barely able to get into, all trying to get into the gas station. Whoa! Brandon whistled. Is this an honest-to-goodness old-school gas line? Don't look so enthused there, poster boy. I need to piss pretty badly. Brandon guffawed, almost more comically than a super jock normally would. What? What? Poster boy? He repeated. It's your call sign, Lou said, looking at him quickly as he kept trying to keep an eye on the gridlock around him. He pointed to the buff young Marine's exterior. For obvious reasons. Look, we need to do a Chinese fire drill so I can run ahead and hit the latrine. You got it, Super Bert? Lou shot him a look as both men exited the parked car, drawing an immediate honk from the Toyota behind them. Colonel's prerogative, Junior. You ain't earned it yet. He started speed-walking south. Several minutes later, Lou found himself relieved and in the gas station store. He noticed that the shelves were about a third empty, the sole exception being the 4 racks of cigarettes behind the attendant. It reminded him of being in Afghanistan all those years ago. Once the users of any tobacco product ran out of their vice of choice, those non-users with a little foresight and ingenuity began to sell their own strategically purchased supply for a huge mark-up. He looked back at the water bottle cooler he'd spotted near the restroom. Although he'd bought a double-walled aluminium bottle, he decided it wouldn't hurt anything for them to have a few in the car. Lou bought 4 bottles and a few snacks, also picking up a paper map. He could see Brandon just getting to his pump as he went back outside. He strolled over and placed the items on the floor where his feet would be when they resumed their trek. Man, people sure are tense. They heard an overly friendly voice call out from the other side of his pump, an older man next to a beater pickup. Is this area always this congested? Brandon asked the man in reply. During rush hour, sure, the friendly man said. But I'm retired. He laughed. Ain't no skin off my back. Must be nice, Lou said, feeling a tinge of bitterness about being manipulated into postponing his own retirement.
Is the gas line always in the street like that? More honking out in the road reinforced his question. Well, the older man pondered, pushing his ball cap back on his head a bit. I only come through here about twice per week, take groceries to my mother in her assisted home, you see, and I guess not, in the grand scheme. But it was like this 3 days ago. Peculiar. The man readjusted his hat. Yes, Lou said. Peculiar for sure. Seems like people's tempers are a lot shorter now. That isn't good when the supply chains are getting so slow. Imagine how people out west must be getting, huh? True enough, the old man said, as he started to shut down his pump and close his tank. Can't help but wonder if any of this is tied to the shipping issues caused by that earthquake. You may be onto something there? Brandon chimed in. Lou scanned his phone, looking at the map app. Even the main roads of the highway showed the distinct orange and red lines of the gridlock he didn't want to see. He looked up at his junior partner as the other man drove off and the next car came screaming into place. I wonder if I should go in and see what other paper maps they sell.
Chapter 8. White House Situation Room.
Damn it, Kelly. How did this happen?
President Jeremiah Allen yelled at his Secretary of Defense. They and a slew of other cabinet members, Joint Chief Montgomery, Vice President Heather Crenshaw, and several military officers were crowding around a conference table and staring at several feeds. The blue carpet and dim lighting only enhanced the already ominous feeling in the room as several screens put off their electronic glow. The room smelled of stale coffee and the air practically reeked with sweat, stress, and cortisol. On the bigger screen was a message from the commanding officer of the USS Key West, verifying the torpedo shootout and pending escape. As the Honey had continued its slow escape, the Key West had taken herself to periscope depth, daring to send an 8-second encrypted burst transmission. The sub had a slew of antennas at her disposal, and one of those had an aimable parabolic shape that pointed itself directly to the sky when raised out of the sail. When it broke the water's surface, and with GPS-synchronized accuracy, it sent a narrow beam transmission directly to the highly classified position of a secure satellite. FR, CO USS Key West, engage in Sag-Wan-Chang class, planned submarine, unknown hull number, 53 miles southwest of location Hotel Echo 12, approximately 0500 Zulu. SSGN 93 reports starboard bow grounding damage to ballast tanks via underwater phone. Max speed 12 knots, estimate arrival at PHNS in 8 days. First we lose El Paso in that dry dock in Washington State, and now this? What about the Halsey? We'll be getting her out of her dry dock before it fills up for good? Snake Charmer was referring to the fact that the U.S. Navy's only West Coast nuclear-qualified shipyard in Washington State had been all but destroyed in the catastrophic natural disasters. The submarine USS El Paso had been right in the middle of having its nuclear fuel rods replaced when it struck. Several people had died, and they were fighting an ecological disaster just to keep the contaminated water at bay while they tried to button up the ship. At an even greater strategic threat, the aircraft carrier USS Halsey was in a dry dock that couldn't seal up its leaking. This happened to be the day they were expected to run out of emergency power. Not the ship, but the shipyard proper. The entire shipyard was dependent on a series of dewatering pumps. As soon as they stopped, leaky dry docks started flooding. The shipyard team that had managed to stay at work despite the grave threats to their family had performed with honor. But was it enough? Time will tell, President Allen realized. Mere hours. The screen changed to a satellite feed of the shipyard. What's with the grainy view? Jeremiah asked. It was 9 p.m., and he'd not been getting good sleep for weeks. It was starting to reveal itself in how he talked to people. Heavy rain on site, Mr. President? Answered an Air Force officer who was clacking rapidly on his keyboard, trying to get it to clarify. As the screen cleared up and zoomed in, the room grew quiet. One of the other screens contained a secure video chat between General Montgomery and USMC General Roderick Conway, the commander of all U.S. forces in the Pacific, known in DoD lingo as PACOM. On the bottom of the screen, a text chat between the men could be seen, as they had opted to mute voice while the others in the room were reviewing the submarine shootout. "General," Montgomery heard the president say. With no additional prodding, an army officer near the general unmuted the video call and moved it to the alternate big screen, right next to the feed of the shipyard operation. "General Conway, what are we looking at here?" The president semi-barked, still tired and short-fused, but not angry. "Mr. President, the very last pieces of the Halsey shafts have been reinstalled. The shipyard workers are trying to get the seals torqued down properly and to correct specs. Otherwise, the ship's shaft compartments won't be able to keep seawater out." "Is that dry dock supposed to be flooding that quickly?" Jeremiah wasn't holding back. "No, sir. The shipyard commander and her team have been working feverishly on this and the El Paso issues. Everything there took massive casualties in the event, sir. Cranes toppled over, broken caissons, flooded dry docks, collapsed buildings, broken crane and train tracks. She's confident the team will finish." "What happens when their backup power runs out?" the president asked, looking down at the various reports in front of him as he did. "In true Navy fashion, Mr. President, they'll try good old-fashioned damage control by hammering large wooden plugs and wedges into any hole they can find. An old-school answer for a millennium-old problem." After 10 more minutes, the president called for the meeting to wrap up. "Kelly, I want to know as soon as it's clear that the Halsey is floating and not sinking in a dry dock." He stood up, triggering everyone else to do the same as the various officers began to shut down the monitors. "And I want a full briefing ready for Secretary Buttermaker in time for tomorrow morning's brief. We need to be ready when China accuses us, rightly, of sinking one of their submarines. Figure out how we can leverage this thing." With that, Jeremiah Allen headed off to his White House residence for yet another night of fitful non-sleep. Fayetteville, North Carolina. Lou looked at the gasoline gauge on the rental, not really needing gas, but deciding to shut the engine off anyhow. There were 1 or 2 angry-looking local residents who were out of their cars, complaining. Most of the Gawkers, though, were just passively watching the long, slow procession of rail cars as they crossed Country Club Drive headed east by southeast. It was one of those railway crossings in which drivers grew accustomed to never having to stop at. This was a dead-end line running out of Fort Bragg, which eventually connected to the CSZ-A line, a north-south arterial line that was almost exclusively for freight. Lou and Brandon had decided to make their first unannounced run, opting for a spot check at the Special Forces Group. Lou and Brandon got out of the vehicle, which was 23 cars back in line. Lou could hear the rhythmic clickety-thump-thump of the flat car wheels as they crossed over the road at an annoyingly slow 12 miles per hour. "We're gonna be here a while," he realized. He could hear the 4 engines barely a half-mile east, blaring their horns as they continued to cross lanes of traffic in the busy morning commute, heading toward Fayetteville proper to turn south. "Where do you think they're going?" Lou and Brandon heard the southern drawl of an older middle-aged black woman say, another driver standing on the now parking lot avenue. The 3 were but a small part of a growing onlooker crowd staring at the equipment of the 18th Field Artillery Brigade and the 82nd Airborne Division slowly cruise by. "Beats me," Lou said, not really considering that he just lied. "No need to alarm people when even the generals aren't really sure what's happening yet," he rationalized with himself. "Probably some sort of training out west." There, a smack of truth. He smiled at the lady, who gave a polite grin back. "Hardly ever see this crossing being used," she said, happy to educate this obvious Yankee in a rental car with Maryland plates. "Oh, yeah?" Brandon said. "You live here long?" "Most of my life, young'un," the woman said in a country charm. "My husband was career Army, retired here back in the 90s. Seems like they use these lines once or twice per year, but not nearly this long of a train," she mentioned, the realization showing itself in the faded smile. Looking up and around, Lou changed the subject. "Beautiful morning, though. I don't mind being stuck here for a bit. Lovely area," he said truthfully. "I'll be minding if this thing made me late for work," the woman said, her good nature betraying the mild annoyance she was feeling with a grin. She had started to turn and move back to her car, 2 behind the cobbled cruise. "Let's scoot on up there for a bit." "Oh, sorry," he said to Brandon. "You're from Georgia, you said?" Brandon nodded suspiciously. "Let's mosey on up there for a spell," Lou teased.
Though not yet willing to admit it, the young Marine wasn't totally horrible to have along. If nothing else, he would serve as a willing target to Lou's bored wit. They passed several cars, about half of them turned off, their drivers opting to stay put. The pair approached a group of 3 women standing and chatting 5 cars back from the crossing arms. The clanking was much louder. He was in his Air Force blues, not completely uncommon in the community that also hosted Pope Field. Brandon's unique Marine Corps camo uniform stood out even more so. "Daughter is married to a soldier," the apparent know-it-all of the group was saying. "A gal in her family support group was saying that my son-in-law's unit may get deployed to the West Coast for extended drills." "Really?" one of the women said. None of them gave Lou a second thought. The third one asked, "Which unit is he with?" "The 16th Military Police," she answered, her drawl getting thicker the more excited she got. "Now why on earth would MPs need to deploy west for an extended amount of time? It's those stupid people rioting. I just know it." "You think?" one of the other 2 asked. Both of them looked like they could be married to soldiers themselves, Lou reasoned. "Pardon me for interrupting," he said, trying to more actively become part of the small circle. All 3 turned their heads to eye him and his junior cohort. Once the sight of his uniform registered, the older lady's look turned from annoyance to that of one peddling snake oil. "Do you all know where all this gear is headed?" Lou asked. "We were just talking about that." The commander of this sudden social clique perked up. "Maybe you can shed some light on it, though probably not." She frowned. "You're only in the Air Force?" Disappointment filled the air. "Wanda!" one of the younger ones scolded. She looked at Lou in shock. "It's all right," Lou laughed. "I say that all the time." "I'm sorry," Wanda said. "I didn't mean it to sound that way. Thank you," drawn out with pure fake hospitality, "for your service." "You're most welcome," Lou said, having long ago conditioned himself to be polite to that comment that most every veteran and active duty member didn't like. "It's not that we don't appreciate people's appreciation," Lou once told Julia. "It's that we don't like being singled out as having done something special when we're just doing the job we sign up to do to begin with." "Anyhow, to your point, we're actually with the DoD Public Affairs Office. We're trying to find out what your thoughts as Americans are on the various military activities in this community." It was the first time Wanda had taken a full look at Brandon. Her demeanor perked up. "I think that young firecracker needs to be on some sort of calendar." He smirked in embarrassment and looked away. Her friend gave her a disapproving look and took over. "This," she said, pointing at the train clacking as it continued to drive artillery, Humvees, trucks, and Konex boxes off the base, "worries me." "Why's that?" Lou said with a serious tone on his face. "Because they never send this much out at once." She went quiet. The quietest of the threesome added, "Unless they're going to war." Roland Park, Kansas. "What do you mean Marvin isn't coming home?" Morris Dugan asked his parents. Morris hadn't waited for the weekend, opting to come home on Friday night. Classes had been cancelled almost the entire week. Even as the power had been somewhat reliable, the computers at the school had been hacked. Most of the professors had cancelled classes with the full confidence that the IT department would fix the issue and everything would go back to normal. Morris knew better. He wanted to see just how tense things were getting in his old neighborhood. "It's called a stop-loss, son. Instead of drafting, they just tell the current members they're not allowed to leave." "That's such BS!" Morris yelled, though he didn't mean to. The normally reserved young man apologized to his mother. "Dad knows I wasn't yelling at him." "Sorry, Mom." "It's okay," she said. "You've always been protective of your brother. I know that." "It's my fault he's even in the army," Morris said, putting down his fork and mashed potatoes dejectedly. "If I pushed him harder in school instead of giving in to this airsoft thing he wanted so badly—" "Your twin brother has always been an adventurous spirit, Mo," his father said. The medically retired construction worker had broken his back 7 years earlier, but Morris considered him the smartest man he would ever know, especially after being at university all those years. Those professors may have had more education than his blue-collar father,
but most of them were much too arrogant in their biases to be as well-rounded in intelligence as his dad. He alone is responsible for his failing grades, not you. Morris looked at his father. I know what you're saying makes sense, but you just don't get it. As his twin, I know him better than anyone. Excuse me? Morris's mother said with just a tinge of fake offense. I carried you boys for 38 weeks. Ma, Morris groaned, dreading to hear for the umpteenth time that she had brought them into the world, and she could damn well take them out. The family banter continued, turning to slightly more serious tones of conversation. The house Morris had grown up in felt smaller. It was his castle, his foundation. Yet the World War II-era home had started to wither and fade. Morris's father starting to have more troubles with it as his broken back continued to decline. As conversations turned to protests, gang violence, power outages, and world affairs, in the back of Morris's mind he couldn't help but wonder if his family should abandon their cherished abode for somewhere safer. They'd put up a fight. He realized as he pondered trying to convince them to leave for his Aunt Janet's over in Chanute. Conversations evolved into reminiscing and eventually everyone settled in for the night. Morris staged the old camping lantern near his childhood bed to start flipping through a textbook. Out in the garage, he'd found that the old gallon of white gas had almost completely evaporated right out of its metal can. They hadn't camped in years due to his dad's injury. These small paper-thin things might not even light up, he realized, not remembering they were called mantles. His family had but 2 flashlights, both of them old plastic ones with nearly dead batteries. His parents had one on each of their bedroom nightstands. The power flickered and popped out for the second time that evening. Morris thought. Glad I'd charged my phone. He scanned the portable computer and saw that the cell signal showed the XG had disappeared and was replaced with LTE. Huh? He wondered. He spent a few minutes scrolling TikTok for mildly entertaining videos and then decided to crash. The loud, distinctive noise of breaking glass permeated the house from the downstairs. Morris woke up with a start. He looked at his phone. 2:30? He threw the covers off and headed for his door, not even thinking about putting on shoes. He slept in long-sleeve shirt and sweatpants in the old drafty house, so he was able to get to the upstairs hallway quickly. At 896 square feet, the old track home was reflective of a bygone era in American living. He made it to the top of the stairs. Shh! He heard down in the kitchen. Food, listen. Stop! The voices disappeared like a ghost. Oh, hell no! Morris yelled in his head. He flew down the old creaky stairs, grabbing the baseball bat from its familiar spot in the corner that turned 90 degrees 3 steps up from the bottom. He put the bat up to a high ready position and turned right onto the main floor. Morris! He heard his father's voice trickle down the stairwell walls. The sounds of flesh connecting with cabinet at high impact broke the still air. Ow, motherfuck! He heard a voice yell as it was rapidly flying out of the kitchen and disappearing into the cold night in the backyard. Ignoring his father, Morris scrambled into the kitchen, hoping. Get back here, you piece of... Morris! His mother yelled as the lights flicked on and both parents came scrambling into the tiny kitchen. There was a pile of glass on the floor near the back door, having been scooted around after the would-be burglars gained entry. The door was agape to the cold night air. Morris spun around, bat still high at the ready. His eyes were wide and nostrils were flaring. What? He said as he lowered the bat, trying to de-escalate his emotions. He looked at his father. Tell me again you don't believe in owning guns? He said as he brushed past his dad to go to the closet and find the dustpan and a pair of slippers for his bare feet. Not now, son. This is a one-off event. Just some people down on their luck, probably. No need to take it out on me. Dad, Morris said with emphasis, trying to control his emotions. This is only going to get worse. Look around town. Mom, just tonight you were saying you couldn't believe how expensive groceries had risen in the last few weeks. People are pissed off. It's not helping that there seems to be an organized effort to go out and burn businesses and set cop cars on fire over in KC every night. Morris grabbed the dustpan and started sweeping with a little brush as he crouched. His mother started scanning the fridge and cupboards for anything missing. As his father went out to the small detached one-car garage to fetch something to cover the window, Morris realized he was suddenly glad he didn't own a car to get broken into. Is this the new normal? He wondered. Popefield, Cumberland County, NC. "Super Bert," Major Wallace Matthews hollered at his old buddy. "Get in here for some Air Force love." Lou felt himself get wrapped in the big man's bear hug and get squeezed. "I'd forgotten about this part." Lou grunted in mild agony as he felt his shoulders do their best to connect in front of his chest. It was Monday, and knowing they'd be swapping some old war stories, Brandon had dropped Lou off and headed over to Fort Bragg for another spot check. Lou wasn't sure, but he had a sneaking suspicion the kid was trying to make a report on the fact that he'd been hungover on Sunday morning. The giant officer gave his much shorter comrade a final squeeze before letting his feet fall the 4 inches back to the floor and letting go. Several of the officers and NCOs were chuckling completely at Lou's expense, having been victim of the Major's love fest at least once themselves. Wally was former enlisted Army before going to college and getting a zoomy commission. He had brought with him the love for both hijinks and making people slightly uncomfortable that had been ingrained in him as a grunt in the Army. "What on earth brings you to the 43rd, old buddy?" the big man said loudly as he led Lou back into his office. Lou followed his old friend from Afghanistan into the glorified cubicle in the corner of the common room. "Wally, I believe you might get a solid 60% from the VA for that hearing when you retire." "Or lack of it. You sure the folks on the flight line didn't hear you?" That made the big man chuckle as he sat down at his desk. He pointed at the Keurig coffee maker on the small table next to the worn padded chair Lou plopped himself down at across from his desk. "Lifeblood?" he motioned to Lou. He glanced at it. No thanks. I'm going to be on the road quite a bit. Decided I'd cut back so I don't go pee so often," he said as nonchalantly as if he'd been talking to his best friend. "How's Helen and the kids?" "Good. Yep, she stays busy with her job. Sharon's in all prep classes. She's a senior this year." "No kidding," Lou said more than asked, knowing his old friend may not have heard about Terence, bracing himself emotionally for the return question. It was something he'd prepped himself for when given this assignment, knowing he would run into people he hadn't seen in many years. "And your son?" Lou drifted, his eyes searching off as he looked for a name he no longer remembered. "Marcus? Oh, he's a real scallywag, that one. I mean, I love him and all, but between you, me, and the wall, I'm pretty sure that boy'll have a job with his name sewn on his shirt. You know what I mean?" The offensive lineman-sized man started laughing heartily, made funnier in Lou's eyes by his sparkling clean-shaven dome. Lou busted up laughing, something he hadn't expected. "What about you all?" his friend said. "I heard the tragedy, old friend. Nobody ever knows what to say, but just know my heart went out to you. How's Julia?" Lou felt himself get emotional, though he was not too prone to tearing up about it anymore, at least not in public. "We're coping," Lou said. "I try not to spin it. We're both trying to feel it out a day at a time." He drifted off on that thought. Wally decided to get off the topic. "So why are you here at Pope, Lou?" "Well, as you may know, once Terence killed himself, I was no longer able to fly for the 89th. Lou reminded his buddy, referring to the 89th Airlift Wing responsible for anything related to flying the president. "And I get that. It sucks, but I get it from their perspective. They've been letting me ride out my term and career working for the Public Affairs Office. The brass has sent me out to check on the morale of the troops." "Well, as you can see, we're getting busy," Wallace said, stating the obvious by all the activity. "We're prepping to start moving the 82nd Airborne to Arizona and California. Probably some of 1st Special Forces, too." "Interesting," Lou commented. "How's the team? You guys getting all the support you need? Have enough birds to support the mission?" Yeah, I think so," the normally jovial man said, putting his major hat on for a bit. "We'll be coming home once the move is done. I mean, you're a 17 driver, right? You get it. It's just across the country. No need to keep the planes and crews deployed once the ground pounders are at their training locations." Lou thought about what he'd heard.
I'm assuming Airborne will be getting some jump practice in southern Arizona? His mind was thinking about the facilities for an entire division being moved out there.
I see the gears spinning,
Wally said, chuckling.
Like I said, Cali too. They'll be rotating units down to Arizona from Hunter Liggett.
He was referring to a large Army training base in Central California. As he and his friend continued to chat for another half hour, his mind was already thinking, Arizona? I wouldn't mind getting out to Davis Monthan again, but there's so much to do. Bliss, Hood, Norfolk, Pendleton. It started to dawn on Freeman Lewis Caldwell that he and Brandon might be at this for more than a week or two.
Chapter 9. Kansas City International Airport. What are you saying exactly? Lou grilled the Avis rental car attendant. He glanced out the window to his right, then to his wristwatch. 7:30. I wonder what we can find for supper around here. I can see like 30 cars right there. He pointed out the window to drive home the emphasis as he tried to maintain his cool. As if they don't know that, he reminded himself. Sir, I'm very sorry, the short, thin man said, his pencil-like mustache showing a bead of sweat. Our system has been down for 2 days straight. Maybe you heard most of the rental agencies were hacked on the news. Several $100 million of collision claims have been filed with our underwriters overnight. Until our people can sort through what's real, we've been ordered to ground the fleet. All of the rental services are experiencing the same issues. What do you suggest? Brandon asked, keeping a higher level of composure than Lou. They'd caught a flight straight after their meeting at Fort Bragg. You said you two are heading for Fort Leavenworth? Fort Riley, Lou corrected. It was the third time he'd mentioned the name. Honestly, you guys should just take an Uber to the bus depot downtown. Oh, the youngster caught himself. What? Lou asked, unamused. It's just that, well, there's been a lot of volatility down there every day. Tired and a bit hangry, Lou picked his things back up off the countertop. Thanks. For nothing. Thank you, sir. Brandon told the counter attendant, who was obviously in his early 20s. He caught up to Lou as he made his way through a set of sliding doors. I'm thinking chow next, he suggested. Then maybe a hotel? Food, yes. Hotel, maybe. He'd contemplated getting to the bus depot and crashing in the terminal. Now, Lou paused as he tried to figure out how to use his Uber or Lyft app. We need to... Here it is, Brandon said with his usual leave-it-to-Beaver boyish charm. A newer silver Honda came streaming up to the curb near the car rental section of the airport. Lou gave him a confused look. I ordered it like 2 minutes ago. Brandon exclaimed with humorous enthusiasm. Buenos Aires National Wildlife Refuge, Arizona, near the Mexico border. Granger hit the truck with a quick 1-second burst with his laser rangefinder, 456 meters. He laid the device back onto his sniper's mat, picking up his mechanical pencil and made a few notes in his Write in the Rain notebook. He pulled his ghillie suit completely over his face and head, burying it down in the hole in his mat. He reached both of his hands around each edge of the mat into the troughs he'd dug below that were just the right size for the lower half of his arms. Down in the dark hole, he found the cell phone below his face. Dang! Forgot to check for scorpions. Got lucky. With his entire head blocking the only path for light to escape into the cold desert air, Granger began to text the rest of the team. They were using their GoTenna mesh network transmitters coupled with an app on their Android phones called ATAC, the civilian version of a secure private texting network used by various special operations forces. Granger. Account 7, range 456 meters. It usually took everyone a few minutes to get secure and check their messages. Mick. Concur, 7, 339 meters. 2 minutes went by. Each of the men's spotters were less than 50 meters away, so they weren't going to bother responding. Granger. Anyone eyes on the source? Only 2 showed up in the old truck. Where'd those other 5 pop up? He received 3 negative responses, and the chat went silent again. Granger knew his men knew their stuff, like he was doing just then. They were all rechecking their perimeters, looking for counter-surveillance. After ensuring nobody was coming up to slit his throat, Granger began to use the magnifying night vision scope on his AR-10 to scout the far wall of the canyon. He was looking for any cartel spotters or scouts that might sneak up on Mick and Tracy. This had been a productive trip for day one. They'd seen evidence of recent transient border crossings, though probably not for at least a week. This just validated the cartel activity to the roadrunners. The cartel would let the local coyotes find a good route, then shut them down to use it themselves. After a half hour, Granger grabbed a stick and stuck it down into his phone hole a few times, remembering to try and shoo out any scorpions this time. He repeated his light securing procedure and texted the team. "Granger, let's get some winks. 2-hour shifts, spotters first." He went back to scanning the active valley below himself, thinking about what they would do the next day to try and move quietly and find the suspected tunnel exit. The next morning, the roadrunners performed their usual near-flawless pack-up. Rather than backtrack, Granger had consulted his highly detailed paper map he had bought and printed off mytopo.com. The maps came to the specific grid patterns and scale he wanted, deeply showing every contour line, stream, and man-made obstruction. He instructed Mick and Tracy to hike one valley farther west to progress south, while he and Dave did the same to the east. They would each reconvene in a good roost about 1 kilometer south, which would put them within a mile of the border. There was an old dry pool out there, part of an old cattle cistern system. It would be one valley farther south of Mick and Tracy across their current southwest to northeast running valley. Granger could see the saddle in the hilltop down the way that the other team would need to squirt through, should they need to check that valley and old cistern out. Another important piece of data was that they weren't positive what they saw the night before. It was probably drugs or weapons. Not enough humans for a trafficking ring. But that didn't mean that the trafficking wouldn't eventually come this way. And the activity was quite heavier than they'd ever seen. It was sometime in the early afternoon, and he'd finally settled into his new position. Wolf was farther south this time, taking the role of scout sniper for day 2. It was a mild 72 degrees Fahrenheit, and Granger had managed to score shade off an old mesquite tree. He didn't ever get within 10 feet of them because of wasp nests. Granger's phone buzzed, wanting his attention. He carefully checked it and saw that Tracy had filled his screen with enough bad words to make Samuel L. Jackson blush. Granger. Tracy. Just had the biggest effing tarantula I've ever seen park on my shoulder for the last effing 20 mics. It took the entire team every ounce of discipline they had to not blow cover with laughter. Bob and Claude were both plugged into the texting through the Mesh Network public antenna registration. Each of them had the liberty to conduct full and hearty belly laughter, which they did. Granger. No medvac then? Smiley face. Tracy. Bob, need clean skivvies delivery. Most Ricky tick. Bob. Negative, Ghost Rider. The pattern is full. This usually happens somewhere about mid-patrol. The men would blow off some steam when it wasn't too big a threat to do so. Granger always allowed it. After all, they were all volunteers, some of them cashing in vacation days to be here. And he just hoped it wasn't all for naught. In the last several months, the local agent in charge of the CBP had been slowly building a stone wall around his government agents. And here it should be the other way, Granger thought. If anything, they need more of us. This thought, like the 100 times he'd had it before, festered itself as a sliver in his mind. As much as I don't want to, we may need to start training and growing some of those other groups of unofficial border guards. If the amount of stuff we saw last night is any indicator. Greyhound Bus Terminal, Kansas City, Kansas. The mismatched team took their second Uber in 11 hours. From the small airport Motel 6 Brandon had convinced Lou they needed to the bus terminal on the Missouri side of downtown. There was a daily Greyhound that went to Fort Riley every morning. The cup of cheap motel tea hadn't been enough. Assuming he'd find a restroom on the bus, he opted for an even cheap cup of coffee from the cadre of terminal vending machines. I still think the kid might be a commie, Lou thought. I mean, I've been trying to cut back on coffee some, but he doesn't like it. What kind of Marine doesn't like coffee? Out plopped a 14-ounce red paper cup with red playing cards printed on the side. Under the cards, the cup instructed the patron to look at the bottom of the card for their bonus card. Lou scanned his playing hand and realized that much like his life in the last year, there wasn't much to look at. He ignored looking at the bottom. He wandered back over to his 2 rolling duffel cases and the hard plastic chairs and parked himself 1 seat over from a snoozing coffee hater named Brandon. Lou thought about a time in his service that he could sleep anywhere. Now he could hardly sleep at all. The nightcap served to dampen the guilt, but it also messed up his brain chemistry. Scanning the crowd, he could see tension. The overwhelming majority of people there didn't want to make eye contact with anyone. They just wanted to move along in a fashion that said, "Leave me alone and I'll do the same." There were a few monitors with no noise playing throughout the terminal, mounted high up on the walls. Lou could see a mild graffiti on some of the walls, and at least one spot a monitor used to exist. Did it break? Or get stolen? He wondered. Most of the screens were dedicated to scrolling through travel schedules. A couple were playing local morning news. Despite the volume being turned off, he could see the predictable cycle of news reset itself every few minutes. Weather, traffic, sports, and puff pieces. Nothing about that mob the driver said he was avoiding. Lou noted. He started scanning the crowd again. It was a typical urban American collection. White, black, a few Hispanic or Asian. The young looked bored. The old looked weathered. Most people were looking at their phones. A few had hoodies pulled up to catch a catnap. It was November. Lou couldn't figure out why some people would use a cheap cotton hoodie instead of a good winter coat. One thing stood out above all, though. Tension was in the air. "Attention in the terminal!" the PA system blared. Brandon stirred. His blue eyes wrinkled from the mini-nap. "Now boarding for Lawrence, Topeka, Manhattan, Fort Riley, and Salina. Terminal D." The message repeated itself as the herd started to get up out of seats and wander out through the glass doors that led to the proper side of the terminal to find slot D. Lou handed his 2 rollers to a grumpy middle-aged attendant who was tossing bags into the bus's underbelly as if he was getting a bonus for style. He kept his blue backpack with himself, pulling it from 2 shoulders to just one as he migrated through the slow line. Brandon repeated the process behind him. Most of his fellow travelers were using their phones to show an electronic barcode as their boarding pass. Lou was feeling much older than he was when he handed the other bus barn attendant a paper pass, trying to keep the cold, unfinished coffee from spilling. The man paid no attention to anyone as he boarded people. Feeling the coffee do its magic, Lou decided he needed an aisle seat. No need climbing over someone. Gonna be several stops until Fort Riley. May as well be ready to go. He moved back through the filling bus, remembering they always had a unique metallic diesel and polyester smell to them. There were no more rows with side-by-side seats still open. "Looks like we're splitting, partner," Lou said in a hushed tone back toward Brandon. "Good," the young man quipped. "I can go back to my walk with the Lord." "Is that what you're calling sleep now?" Lou posited. He decided to take an aisle seat on the right side, next to a tall, slender man who was already leaning against the window, hoodie over his head as he napped. Within 10 minutes, the bus was crawling the 4 blocks out to Highway 670, the temporary name for Interstate Highway 70 for the downtown core of KC. After a few more minutes, the bus was rolling smoothly, most of the traffic being on the eastbound side during the morning commute. Lou had just stowed his flight cap, called a garrison cap by non-pilots, and zipped up his brown leather A2 flight jacket to try to catch a few winks himself, when he heard, "Excuse me?" He looked up to the young man seated next to the window. "Sorry, sir, I need to go to the lav." The young lighter black man with blue-green eyes was striking in appearance. "Of course," Lou said, hopping up and forward. He turned around to be ready to reseat himself. "Will be needing to head that way myself in a minute," he joked. The young man gave a quick, courteous grin that quickly dissolved back into a look that said he just wanted to be left alone, and headed toward the rear, toward the lavatory. I-70, Kansas. After washing his hands, Morris splashed a little water on his face. Might as well wake up a bit. He was still worried about his folks. He'd gotten a text from that nub that classes were continuing, sending him back on a Friday to try to make his afternoon class and at least go to talk to professors and TAs about other make-up work. He left the lavatory, and his seatmate was right there, stepping aside to replace Morris in the tiny water closet. A few minutes later, both men were back in their seats. "Morning," Morris heard. "Good morning," Morris replied, using the polite speech for strangers his mama had drilled into him and Marvin from day one. What's this dude's deal? Air Force? "I see the flat cap," Morris said, pointing to the piss-cutter cap he'd spotted hanging on Lou's left hip earlier. "Yeah," Lou acknowledged. "Colonel Freeman Caldwell at your service," he said politely, sticking his right hand out. "Everyone calls me Lou." "Morris," he replied. "Dugan. Everyone calls me Thumper." "Thumper? Like the rabbit?" Lou inquired, intrigued. "I guess," Morris said, smirking and rolling his eyes as he turned to scan out the window at the highway. "Where are we?" "Well, don't leave me hanging, Thumper," Lou prodded. "We got a lot of minutes to kill. I'm heading to Fort Riley. You?" "I go to K-State," he replied. The look on Lou's face was semi-blank. "In Manhattan, right before Riley," Morris explained. "Ah," his seatmate said as the bulb came on. "So why Thumper? You kill a lot of rabbits or something?" Morris grinned a bit more. "No, it's a call sign." Then he realized he was staring at a bomber jacket. "Oh, wow. I bet you got one of those too. Are you a pilot?" Suddenly this conversation was worth having. "I used to be," Lou explained. "Now push pencils." He smiled softly. "Gonna go push some pencils at the Army base for a few days." "What you used to fly?" Morris asked, hoping the man would regale him with a few cool fighter jet stories to pass time. "Mostly C-17s," Lou gave his canned answer. He learned long ago not to mention the A-10, as people always wanted to know why he'd stopped. "They call it the Globemaster." He could see the blank look on the young man's face. "For hauling large volumes of goods, everything from pallets of food to vehicles." "That's cool, man," Morris said, slipping out of stranger manners subconsciously. "What's the coolest thing you've ever hauled?" Lou expected that question next. "On my last flight assignment, I was a primary co-pilot for hauling the president's limo or the Marine One helicopters around the world." "No kidding," Morris said, more excitedly than he'd felt in weeks. "That's cool, dude. Which president?" "Mostly the last knucklehead," Lou said. "But I flew one trip for good old J.A. back when he made his first post-inaugural trip." "President Allen? Really? Did you get to meet him? Was he cool?" No. No, I haven't met him. I hear he's cool, though," Lou said, smiling at the young man's enthusiasm. "Do you like him?" Morris thought for a moment. "I don't think I like any of them." He thought for another 2 seconds. "But I like that he left his party and shook things up. My folks have always been Democrats. They're both in big unions, but even they're getting a bit put off by things. If someone held a gun to my head and said pick a party, I guess I'd pick Libertarian, now that they're actually winning races." "So that's part of the cycle, isn't it?" Lou suggested. "People always vote for the lesser of two evils because they think they have to." "Right," Morris said. "They aren't even voting for that guy or lady anymore. They vote against the other one. That seems so jacked up to me." "That's 'cause it is, Thumper," Lou agreed. "So did you get a good hand?" Morris asked. Lou said, confused. "The coffee?" "Oh, nope. Garbage hand." He raised the paper cup to look at the bottom. "But an ace in the hole?" he said with forced enthusiasm. "I wonder what that means." He looked back at Morris. "You still haven't explained that call sign of me?" "Oh, right," Morris said to his new friend. "It's from Milsim," he explained. This Air Force dude is lost, isn't he? Oh, the irony. "Military simulation? Airsoft?" He quizzed Lou to gauge if he knew about any of it. "Right. Gotcha now," Lou said finally. "Like paintball?" "Sort of. Different guns. We use biodegradable BBs. We can use realistic rifles and magazines.
Most leagues revolve around teams playing some version of Capture the Flag," he explained.
"So you must lay a lot of suppressing fire if your call sign is Thumper," Lou guessed. "Back when I started, yes. That was in high school. My twin brother was the one who was really into it. I just did it to make sure he wasn't getting recruited into a gang or something. You still play?" "Captain of my team," Morris smiled. "We're a man down if you want to come to practice tonight." "I have a couple of meetings today and tomorrow," Lou grinned. "And I'd probably pull a hammy or something. Don't want you college punks showing me up." Both men got a good laugh at that. Lou got serious again after a moment. "So the gang thing, was that an issue where you grew up?" he wondered. "Still is," Morris told him. "I'm from an older neighborhood in KC. It's getting real bad. Thing is, people are actually starting to support them. The gangs are getting bolder as people riot." "Where do you stand on the protest stuff?" Lou earnestly wanted to know. "Well, I get it. There are bad cops out there, and it seems like white folks are having the hardest time accepting that. But I also know that it ain't all bad. We had a school resource officer that was cool as shit." Morris caught himself. "Well, he was chill, but when the whole defund movement started, he was the first to lose his job." Morris turned his head toward the window again, remembering. "Ironic. Where's your brother now?" Lou asked. "He at K-State too?" No, he wasn't good about keeping his grades up in school. Was always too eager to play around. He went into the Army, but..." The newfound anger resurfaced on Morris's face. "What?" Lou prodded. "He was supposed to get out next month, but my folks just told me they extended him for a year." This surprised Lou. "Stop loss? Hell, I didn't even realize they were doing that," he said, embarrassed. Morris looked at Lou again. "I guess that doesn't affect officers, does it?" "No, actually, they can do it to officers, too." The pair grew quiet for a minute. "Did your brother say why?" Morris searched his memory. "My folks said something about trying to avoid a draft." He turned back to scan the highway, missing the new concerned look on Lou's face. Lou stood up and retrieved his backpack from the shelf above the pair of seats. He unzipped the top pouch and dug around for his business card holder. After fishing out a card he had made to fit his mission, "Here, Thumper," Lou said, shoving the card in front of the college student. "Send me an email or text sometime. It's fun talking with you anyhow, and I can't help your brother, but knowing how it affects you and your family is somewhat related to the pencils I push." Morris took the card. "You know most folks just use QR codes on their phone now?" He educated the Air Force officer. "Well, as an old pilot, I guess I still believe in paper checklists, so to speak. I mean, what happens if you need a number in a desperate moment and your phone gets broken, or stolen, or there's not power?" All right. You got me," the young man concurred. He scanned both sides of the old-school tech. "You know, you never told me what your call sign is either." Lou finally relented. "We don't really use them in the delivery fleet, but when I was a young pilot, I flew 810s. It was Super Bert." Morris cracked up. "Like that Muppet from Sesame Street?" He kept grinning as he looked back out the bus window. "This cat's pretty cool for an old dude." Chapter 10. Bachelor Officer Quarters, Fort Riley, Kansas. "Sir, thank you for allowing me to skip the evening reports for the first several days of this mission. Henceforth, I will submit one every night pending a proper Wi-Fi connection that allows me to access the secure server. Per your instruction, I'll leave specifics out of the written report and call you directly via the secure sat phone for serious matters. Other than some domestic travel issues related to hacking and internet disruptions, both Captain McDonnell and myself have had an uneventful trip thus far. I started this assignment with a certain expectation of what I would find. Regarding the deployments of the units I was briefed prior to leaving for Fort Bragg, there are no anomalies to mention. I spoke with contacts at Pope Field, who were somewhat surprised about the domestic nature of their mission, but otherwise in high spirits. We also had a chance to meet Sergeant Major for one of the airborne companies. He admitted that troops are a bit confused as to why they're deploying in such large numbers for training so soon after getting back from their last deployment, but he also advised that morale was not an issue. We've had a chance to discuss the sudden movements with some of the civilian populace. The vibe they're picking up on is that something is amiss. One group of ladies surmised that simply from the volume of cars on a train carrying equipment. We've struck up multiple conversations with civilians, restaurants, hotels, buses, gas stations. There is a general feeling that they're being hoodwinked, in the words of a Vietnam veteran in the hotel dining room this evening. There seems to be a declining faith in the current administration, particularly by anyone who is concerned about the Rainier event and the uprising of violent riots in most cities. I've spent 2 days touring and talking to elements of Big Red 1 in Kansas. The troops are aware of the movements at Bragg, and the rumors of deployments run rampant. This is being validated in their minds by the announcements last Friday, RE unit deployments from Forts Hood and Bliss. One savvy corporal even mentioned the ship transfers from Norfolk to the West Coast. As expected, he did not have kind things to say about the mothers of his brother and sister sailors, but he saw the movements as an obvious indicator that they're not being told everything. One captain from the Seattle area admitted in my confidence that she is considering going AWOL. She's extremely concerned about family, as I imagine most from the Northwest states are. It isn't just a willingness to abandon posts, sir. She's angry. I can't sugarcoat it, and I know you wouldn't want me to. She feels that the troop movements to the west are misplaced political theater. She demanded I let my superiors know that she feels betrayed by the president. Her words, sir. We've traveled now by car, plane, and bus. The latter was due to the computer ransomware attack on the rental car companies that made the news. That and the other cyber events, coupled with the rapid inflation and spotty power and internet issues, is starting to eat at people's moods, both military and civilian. But despite all this negativity, when I have time to really discuss life with folks, such as on the bus ride yesterday, I get a sense of hope. I'm not sure at this point if it is naivety or wishful thinking, but that could just be my own pessimism too. Tomorrow we'll attempt to try a car rental agency once more. We're moving towards Killeen, and I hope to let you know, General, without sounding too forward, just how much I appreciate this detail. I met a young man yesterday. Later in the evening, as I reflected on our 90-minute conversation on the bus, it made me realize just how much I miss Terrence. I was moved to tears, something that young Kansas college senior will never know. I miss my son, sir. Something I'm sure you can relate to, given the number of bottle caps in your snifter. I guess this trip is helping me clear my head a bit. VR, Colonel Caldwell. Sanchez Farm, northeast of Manhattan, Kansas. We really need to find us an 8th person for the team, William Datnub Easton told his roommate. Agreed, Morris said. But it needs to be someone with experience. The thought of dealing with another hothead freshman with no actual experience, like Superbee, made them both shudder. I'd rather have 7 than another freshman. Practice had been over when it became dark 40 minutes earlier. Most of the team had slipped out already. You're probably right, Nub said. I figure if there were any not already on a team, we'd have heard by now. The pair, along with John Superfly Sanchez and his uncle Jorge, were sipping lukewarm beers around the fire pit. Morris hadn't had the time to get ice. The power outage that afternoon had lasted 4 hours. Jorge was conserving his ice for cooling freshly hunted deer for his planned coming hunting trip. You boys be sure to clean up your cans tonight, Jorge instructed as he stood to go inside. Mama been getting on me. No bueno. Sorry, Tio, all 3 college students chimed. Morris immediately stood to start picking up the cans and cardboard boxes. Let's go. He nudged Nub with a tap to his foot, which was resting on a piece of stood-up firewood. Nub stood up, as did John. How's the bike running, Fly? Nub asked, eyeballing the street-legal Enduro bike. It was a 6-year-old KTM 350 John had picked up used in the summer. It had the requisite horn and lights for riding on the road. Much like a motocross dirt bike, it was meant for rugged off-road riding with a beefy and high-riding suspension. Enduro bikes normally came with engines that were more durable and larger gas tanks, as they were meant for races across broad forests and deserts, not loop tracks. "Run good. I just got new skins for it," he said excitedly, showing off his new knobby tires. "You just might be able to ride that thing when the snow finally gets here," Morris said as he tossed the paper bag of burnables into the fire pit. He had a plastic bag of beer cans destined for the nearby recycled tub. "That's the plan. Say," John said, suddenly eyeballing Morris wildly. "The dude at Dirty Dick's Motorsports said they have a Husqvarna on consignment? You should think about getting one so that poor Nub doesn't always have to haul you around town." "Damn, Superfly. That's the best idea you've had in months, amigo." That Nub agreed. Morris smirked, suddenly feeling ganged up on. "I'd probably kill myself on one of those." Still, it would be kind of cool, he thought. "Come sit on it," John encouraged. Morris was hesitant, but he started to walk that way, caught in the beastly bike's tractor beam. Then he stopped and shook his head. "Nope. I want to get some new gear before the tourney, including a set of nods. The print-on-demand store hasn't been doing too well now that summer's over," he admitted. Like many youths, Morris had learned early on the best way to make money as a college student was in some form of online business that he could run at his own convenience between his variable college schedules. His ex-girlfriend had been his designer, making several dozen cool graphics for a print-on-demand, direct-ship t-shirt shop he had online. His best-selling line was a collection of shirts about an airsoft-playing cat called Combat Kitty. In the spring quarter, he really ramped up production on new designs before summer break that would earn enough to pad his income over the trickle-in sales the rest of the year. "What's wrong, old man?" his roomie joked. "Chicken?" "Yeah, they got a couple of quads, too, if you're scared." John agreed in fake seriousness. "You can get a rack for taking your walker with you when you go places." Morris started heading for Nub's car, trying to evade the onslaught before it evolved into jokes about adult diapers and discount meals at Denny's. "You knuckleheads actually watched the news lately? There's massive shipping delays due to the trucks and ports being jammed up after that earthquake. You boys want to think about saving your money for stuff like food. Or airsoft gear," Nub countered. "Hey, I said part of it was night vision," Morris objected. "That would be extremely valuable in a world with no food." "Easy, bro," John said, smiling. "We're just joking here. You're starting to sound like one of those survivalist dudes." "You might be onto something," Morris agreed in his head. "Catch you mañana," he said in his normal calm and collected nature, turning toward the passenger seat of Nub's old Ford Bronco. Nub and Superfly made their goodbyes, and Nub hopped into the driver's seat. He let the older rig warm up while they watched John fire up the bike, don his coat and helmet, and scooter back toward Manhattan and campus. Still looking down the dirt farm road at the departing bike to his left, Nub asked, "Are you serious about getting more gear? Nods, even?" "Thinking about it," Morris said. "I have some money saved. Part of me wants to keep holding on to it. Part of me thinks my money might be worth more now than later." The finance major had been conditioned in college to look at safe, long-term investments. He believed in those, but the thing they never talked about was that those also relied on a stable social situation. Sometimes spending your money on things you'll need later is a form of inflation protection, he had figured out on his own. Nub slipped it into reverse and cranked the wheel left, just nosing out and around the Sanchez farm truck. They started down the trail of Kansas dust just stirred up by Superfly. "Like what?" he asked. "New mag pouch," Morris started, closing his eyes for a moment to see his shopping cart in his head. "Not just a belt pouch, but a chest carrier. Let's see. New quick disconnects for my weapon-mounted gear." He paused for a moment, finally cautiously adding, "Was even thinking about getting a 10-pack of AR mags." "Wait for it." "What? Like real AR mags? You don't even have an AR." "Uh-huh. Well, after what happened at my folks last week, that's gonna change too." "What?" Nub exclaimed. "I'm your best friend. Why is this the first I'm hearing about it?" "Geez, Nub, calm down," Morris laughed. The entire team had often pondered the day they would all be able to afford pistols and rifles and go take some real tactical classes. Morris knew his friend was being excited, not opposed to the idea. That Nub's voice suddenly changed to the deep rasp one might hear from an old Kentucky colonel. "I say, son, I say, son!" Morris cut his buddy off. "Stop! Not the stupid foghorn leghorn thing, bro. Not again." Nub was famous for doing horrible impressions at moments his friends were trapped with no choice but to listen. "I say, son," Nub continued imitating the Southern gentleman chicken, "you and I gonna head down to the local gun store, see—" Both young men busted a gut, laughing about it as Nub continued the 13-minute trek back to their apartment. He pointed out that their teammate, Floyd Presley, call sign Elvis, had a sister and brother-in-law who owned a gun store over in Rossville, near Topeka. "We haven't had classes in over a week. I guess we're grabbing Floyd and heading to Rossville tomorrow," Morris said. In all the uncertainty he'd been feeling for a few weeks, he suddenly had a moment of anticipatory excitement. The White House. "Thank you for hosting me for this interview, Mr. President." "Well, Angelica, as a few of my predecessors have found out the hard way, a 60 minutes interview is like car insurance." This caused the renowned and expert journalist Angelica Brash to laugh and smile a bit. "Like a policy you don't really want but know you have to have?" She laughed. "Something like that," Jeremiah Allen confessed with a small chuckle. He knew that soon enough he'd be feeling the heat in both his collar and the chair he was sitting on. "Necessary evil," he said, keeping the politician's grin charade up for as long as he needed to. "Tell me, Mr. President, why did you choose the China room for tonight's discussion? In recent administrations, the map room has taken on a role for these types of interviews." Softball questions to get started, huh, Angelica? Jeremiah thought. "Something different," he said. "I wanted the American people to see the wonderful collections of China that date all the way back to President Washington." The seasoned journalist and former Washington, D.C. CBS affiliate lead anchor listened and stared for an awkward second. This interview was perhaps the one thing she still needed to land the coveted lead national anchor spot. "I see," she said with a mild tone. "Such a beautiful gallery," she agreed, looking around. "Seems fitting considering where tonight's conversation is headed," Jeremiah added inside his own head. "We'll start with the Air Force hacking incident, sir," Angelica said, getting the show truly started. "Does the FBI have any leads on whether or not it was hacktivists versus foreign cyber warfare?" She was referring to the incident that happened several days prior. Out of the blue, several units across the Air Force received orders to man crews, load planes, and drop supplies over the Seattle-Tacoma metro area. Those supplies were almost immediately confiscated by various gangs. "I mean, here we are at just past 3 weeks since the largest natural disasters in recorded history." Here it comes, Jeremiah thought. His staff had been prepping him for the following questions for 2 days straight. "And it took a hacker to trick the Air Force into loading C-17s and C-130s and airdropping supplies to the people in Washington state?" She left it dangling there. Having already asked one question in the mix, she was saving rapid-fire questions for when he started to squirm. "This was obviously a serious breach of cybersecurity. There's a large collaboration of agencies investigating. The FBI is in charge of the overall investigation, but CISA, the DIA, the CIA, the Air Force, Space Force, there are a lot of elements involved. It just goes to show how fast these types of technologies evolve." "Just answer the question asked," Jeremiah reminded himself. "Don't dig the hole for her." "So you're saying your administration had no intention of shipping those supplies?" "That isn't what you asked, Angelica." He'd been advised by staff not to play vernacular chess with her, but he just couldn't help himself. "Meaning," she prodded with a grin a snake might have if it could smile. "Meaning, please don't phrase a statement about an answer you've asked that wasn't part of what I said." He smiled back. "That seems a bit defensive to the American people, Mr. President," she stated. "Now you speak for all Americans?" With almost any president in his first term, this would have worked.
Jeremiah Allen, while not wanting to damage re-election chances like any president, knew things were at play in the coming months that would make people long forget about this interview. Might as well stand my ground a little, he realized. I feel it is honest, Angelica, not defensive. You ask a question, I'll answer it. You ask another question. He left it at that.
Very well. Did you have any intention of sending the supplies from Texas, Oklahoma, and Delaware? We have been. How do you respond to the allegations that you're failing the people of the Pacific Northwest? Are you the least bit concerned?
Need to remind her I'm not afraid. Jeremiah sat there with a poker face, not saying a word. Finally, after 5 seconds of prime-time Sunday evening silence, Angelica Brash prodded.
Mr. President?
Just making sure you're done cutting me off, Angelica, he said coolly. Of course, we care. The jet-capable airports of every runway within 400 miles of SeaTac Airport have taken damage that makes them impossible to use. The vast majority of piers in Puget Sound are broken, many with vessels that were broken and sank right where they were tied up. The highways are clogged with broken overpasses and areas where the earth split wide open.
You're telling us what we already know, Mr. President.
Stop demanding a simple answer to a complicated question, Angelica. Jeremiah countered, cutting her off in return. Because the infrastructure is broken, we've been forced to send in supplies by airdrop, which we have done.
So now you're claiming that airdrops had already happened?
Jeremiah stayed calm, knowing this was coming. He could feel himself getting a bit warm from the studio lights nestled in two spots on the China room's beige carpet. We did that within 2 days, but we made some discoveries.
Like what, sir?
For one, the Emergency Operations Center, which was destroyed and had to be reestablished in Vancouver, Washington, reported that the bulk of the airdrop supplies never made it into the hands of the local agencies.
Oh.
And, Jeremiah continued, our specialists in FEMA evaluated the amount of supplies we could send. If we ran 10 planes constantly, around the clock, just today, we would be hitting 3% of anticipated needs.
Mr. President, that seems like an awfully low and...
Jeremiah was on a roll. There is one energy issue in the West that both complicates and is complicated by the disastrous impact to the internet and the economy. We've had to order the remaining relief supplies to remain staged in their current locations as the unrest continues to unfold in most Western cities.
Yes, sir, about that. As the nation's first libertarian president, where do you stand on the curfews and National Guard deployments in Denver, Phoenix, and Sacramento? And do you think that will continue to be an ongoing action by the governors?
First and foremost, I do support the governors making the decisions that best suit their states, more so than me telling them what to do. Angelica started to open her mouth, and Jeremiah just put a hand up to stop her. Yes, I know that both of the other parties will jump all over that statement. I don't care. I tread cautiously with things like curfews, but I do understand them. In part, it is a byproduct of the system we've allowed to trickle into place since the beginning of the 20th century. We have a court and criminal justice system that gets bogged down with trials and appeals for far longer than they should be. Our horribly high prisoner ratio as compared to other countries reflects that while some people get locked up for far too long, some never do. As a result, there is a criminal element in most cities that has taken advantage of the issues at play. The curfews may be the mayor's and governor's only option to give their police and guard forces a chance to regain some control.
You've always claimed to be a pro-rights candidate, Mr. President.
Angelica shifted the conversation.
And that includes guns? Do you feel that was a mistake as we see the levels of gang violence escalating by 300-400% in some of these cities?
She nudged her large reading glasses back up her nose. 2 parts to that, Angelica. 1, I am proudly pro-rights, and yes, that includes responsible gun ownership. 2, you need to call this creature by its real name, cartel violence.
Cartels?
The journalist asked, with just short of a mocking tone. I'm sure you're hearing the rumors about a cartel organization in the Northwest, Jeremiah continued. Our intelligence suggests this may be part of a larger organized effort. Call it a block of several cartels, if you will. But as you are well aware, There are extended blackouts happening in California, Arizona, Nevada, Colorado. The Cascadia disaster was just the first domino. Now that it has fallen, the subversive players are helping things along with everything from hacking to organized crime.
If that's true, why would you be telling us tonight, sir? Isn't that the sort of thing you don't want them to know that you know?
Gotcha. There's enough leaks, Angelica. Of course they know we know. But shouldn't our public know? Shouldn't your viewers have a full realization of what's happening in their communities? Shouldn't me admitting it tonight happen to lead to a chance that they'll rethink whatever they're up to? Don't your viewers' lives matter? He stopped himself from saying as he went quiet.
Can you share more, Mr. President?
Angelica said, knowing the point was carrying in his favor for the moment. I don't want to be too specific, obviously in a way that could endanger ongoing investigations, but I will say this. This administration will assist the governors to the best extent possible. On a federal level, I've been asking all the federal agencies to augment the Customs and Border Protection folks with 10% of their active agents. This does bring with it a risk that those agencies are letting other critical investigations go idle. But,
do you regret shutting down DHS?
She said suddenly, trying to put him on the defensive once again. Absolutely not. Remember, in the age of air travel, every state is literally a border state. We're actively helping the states beef up their guard units and city-ran port security details, as it should be. Angelica Brash was quiet while she consulted her tablet notes, hoping the president would get nervous and talk on his own. Jeremiah had been reminded in his prep work not to fall for that trap. After 9 slow and awkward seconds, she looked back up.
Mr. President, what is your take on the growing war drums between China and Russia? And have you and Secretary Buttermaker been engaged with them at all?
I think that for 30 years, there's been a growing shift as those two countries took certain strides to become superpowers. Once again for Russia, and for the first time, China. Perhaps all that strength in one hemisphere is looking for an outlet. And yes, we're engaged to the extent that they want us to be. Both countries have offered to assist us in this trying time in our nation's history.
But,
she led Jeremiah, sensing he was holding back. But they seem to be more intent on focusing on each other. They've both been moving their navies closer to each other. They've both been sending troops to their mutual border. I think the world has enough problems right now.
Would you support one country over the other if they did go to war?
Our position, as long as I'm president, will always be to stay out of other countries' conflicts and support our allies if seriously threatened.
Then why is your administration shifting troops and even part of the East Coast Fleet west? What is it you're not telling us, Mr. President?
That China tried to sink one of her submarines, I suppose? He thought to himself. Jeremiah gave an ever-so-slight upturned grin, one of warmth. There's a lot of turmoil in the West, Angelica. Government's only purpose, in my eyes, is to protect the citizens and their rights. That is the motive behind any and everything you see this administration doing.
Chapter 11. Motel 6 East, El Paso, Texas. Morning, Carmela, the hotel's assistant manager, Lupita Suarez, said in her usual cheerful tone. Good morning, Lupe. Rosie replied in her usual forced fake enthusiasm. Not exactly what I thought I'd be doing undercover.
Carmela thought daily. She'd worked at this hotel for over 2 years. It was but one of many stops in El Aguila cartel's revolving list of places to conduct drug trafficking business. Knowing it was on the rotation, Rosie had landed herself the job using her disfigured hand as a selling point.
Now you can claim you employed the disabled,
she had told them as she aced the job interview. It had not taken the cute Latina's missing fingers very long to attract Eduardo's twisted attention. Rosie was a part-time hotel maid, which required being at work in time to stock her cart and get started cleaning the rooms after the early departures. The hotel just sat north of Interstate Highway 10. There was no removing the ingrained smell of burnt diesel and desert dirt, but that was true of the entire city anyhow. She went to the supply closet on the outside of the B building in the corridor that led between it and the primary A building. After stocking her cart, she checked her list of rooms ready to clean
and moved the cart down toward the courtyard. Taking a right at the pool, Rosie pushed the cart to the far end of the B building rooms. She took her RFID card and opened room 147, starting a process that she could have easily performed, even if the room hadn't been on the day's cleaning list. She walked directly to the window and opened the curtains and blinds. After turning off the air conditioner, why do they always leave it running? She stripped the bedding and dragged it out the door to rest near her cot. Casually looking around to ensure another maid or maintenance worker wasn't in the vicinity, she went back into room 147 and closed the door. She moved to the queen bed's nightstand, the one furthest from the bathroom, and got down on her knees next to it. Reaching past the lamp and phone cables, she felt around as far back as her arm could reach, finding the familiar 1-gallon Ziploc bag. Standing up, she pulled the cheap burner cell out of the bag and plugged its cable into the small USB charging port built directly into the base of the modern hotel lamp. Rosie spent 15 minutes prepping the room, just as she did 15 to 20 times per day. Before she left, she picked up the cell phone, checking its memory to ensure no guests had found and played with it. Seeing everything was clear, she opened the text feature and typed in the memorized number, texted the digit 1. She gave it 3 seconds, erased the sent message and phone history, reversed the process to power down the phone, and put it back in its hiding spot. Rosie had just performed half of the modern dead drop procedure, the half most people thought of as leaving the mark. In the Cold War, spies would literally leave a chalk or Sharpie mark on the side of a mailbox or other such permanent feature to let their handlers know they had planted something to be retrieved. In the modern era, hiding a burner phone was so much simpler. Phone booths were removed. Mailboxes were routinely tagged by artists, particularly in El Paso. There was just too much risk, and outside and unplanned factor would make the mark disappear. Only once had Rosie ever turned the phone on and seen a 1 waiting for her, followed by instructions. The time Jared met with her to let her know her sister had been ill, but recovered. After finishing room 147, Rosie finished walking off the open-air corridor to her right, directly into the motel's back lot, taking the room's trash with her. She headed to the dumpster and tossed in the trash. Looking around once more and seeing nobody, she went behind the dumpster and retrieved the small plastic bag and recording device from the pocket in her maid's smock, sticking it behind and slightly underneath the dumpster's right near corner. Within an hour, a seemingly homeless Texas Ranger would push his old beat-up shopping cart, complete with holey tarp and trash bags full of clothes, up the alley behind the hotel and search the dumpster for something to eat. And a half hour after that, the Texas Rangers would be listening to the most recent of several meetings between El Aguila Cartel's El Paso Division, corrupt Judge Jefferson Moya, and El Paso Police Department Lieutenant Troy English. Interstate Highway 35, south of Oklahoma City. "I still don't get what you're doing." Julia's slightly irritated voice played over the rented Ford Explorer speakers. Lou was trying his best not to raise his voice. She knows Brandon is listening, he thought. I'm going to be pissed if she starts up in front of him. He glanced over at the Marine, who was donning his earbuds to listen to an audiobook on his phone. The soft rolling plains of grass, occasionally dotted with small groves of elm, oak, or pecan trees, slid by the Explorer's windows at 70 miles an hour, a blur under the light gray sky. "We're just out making sure that what the brass is being told is legit," he said, downplaying why. "Just be happy with the promotion and don't ask too many questions," he said in his head. "But you had no problem getting the rental car today?" "Was easy peasy today. Not sure why." He snorted as he thought out loud. "Maybe they actually paid the ransom to the cyber hackers." That's a scary thought. He'll never stop once they do. After a long silence, Julia finally broke the ice on something. "I talked to a realtor yesterday." Lou felt his temples flare as he instantly got hot with anger. "You aren't doing a damn thing with that house while I'm on the road, especially listed for sale." "We could have enough from a sale to put down a nice down payment on something smaller, something a little closer to your hometown.
Probably have a really tiny mortgage." Her voice was cold and methodical, like she'd rehearsed the speech. "I still need time, Julia," Lou said firmly. "I just don't know if I can close this chapter just yet." "What about what I need?" she pled. "You're not the only one suffering, Louis." "There's bigger things to worry about right now," he retorted. "We just saw massive protests in Oklahoma City. Luckily, they stayed on the city blocks and didn't block the freeway, like what happened in Denver and San Francisco the other day. There's something afoot in this country, Jules. Or multiple somethings. Please just wait on this house selling garbage for a while." "And there lies the real problem, Lou. What I want is garbage to you." "I get that, I really do," Lou replied. "And I'm sorry I chose that word. We've been listening to a lot of AM radio on the road where they talk about these events in more depth. The farther west we get, the spottier the utilities are, sometimes for days now. Inflation is starting to take off. There are foreign hackers toying with our country constantly. People are getting pulled out of their cars by coordinated mobs. Some states have stopped exporting power and started blocking travel from certain directions. Every city is now activating National Guard units. The internet and cloud are spotty at best. It makes it difficult for me to send secure emails to my bosses. There just seems to be a dog-eat-dog vibe that I can't quite explain." Lou's statement was loudly interrupted by several smoking and screeching semi-truck tires, as well as a blast from the truck's ear horn that felt like it lasted for an hour. The truck that Lou had started to pass cut off his Explorer as it moved from the right lane and directly into his. Lou swerved onto the left shoulder of the highway, crossing the small groove strips meant to wake people up. "Damn!" He hit his own brakes, the anti-lock feature pulsing his car down without skidding as he rapidly approached a large chunk of old, blown-out truck tire. Brandon stripped his earbuds off and grabbed the handle built into the column by window. "Lou! Lou!" He could hear Julia screaming in the speakers. "Wait one!" the old pilot yelled. It was only his years as an Air Force pilot that had trained him to be able to speak while operating in his fight-or-flight reaction. He cut back to the right, now safely behind the semi who was fully in his lane. "What the hell?" Lou looked to the right and couldn't believe his eyes. A long procession of Harley-Davidson motorcycles was entering the highway with no regard, jamming up the on-ramp and right-side lanes. Hundreds of them. "This ain't no joyriding club," Lou thought with anger and amped-up adrenaline. "Lou!" Julia continued to yell. Ignoring her, he checked his mirrors, realizing that everyone had slowed. No danger of getting rear-ended, I think. There was a growing group of vehicles behind him, though, that very well could start piling up. The semi ahead of Lou was holding steady at 25 miles an hour. Lou eased up a bit to create a safety gap. He also wanted to check out the procession. Even though he was now close to 200 yards past the on-ramp, Banks was still entering the highway. "Phew! Nice flying, Superbird!" Brandon exclaimed with great relief. "Some sort of motorcycle gang just came onto the highway," Lou explained to his wife. "A semi nearly ran me over trying to get out of their way. Dozens of them. Maybe hundreds." He was slowly calming down, feeling his pulse slow a bit as the sudden threat dissolved. The rumble of the choppers, created by their big twin-cylinder engines with zero-baffle exhaust pipes, roared past him on the right. It was deafening. He looked at the bikes and their riders. Red and gold patches, identical on every one of them. Most of them had whips hanging from the handlebars, too. These guys looked like they just rode out of a Mad Max movie. Lou wasn't much of a sport shooter and had only ever owned one shotgun. He suddenly wished he were armed. "Maybe you should find a place to pull off and take a break," he heard Julia suggest. "Nice to know you still care," he said. She said nothing in reply. Finally, "Look, I'll call you tonight." The pair hung up without even saying goodbye. "What's going on with that gang?" Brandon asked, still shocked, still mesmerized as the horde of bikes continued to file past in a loud roar. "Until today, I'd have argued over calling a motorcycle club a gang," Lou said. He silently continued to analyze what they just experienced. That truck could have just wiped them all out. Shoot, even I could have in this rental. So what happened? He thought more deeply. It's about respect, territory, animal instinct. The truck driver was worried about their lives. The bikers knew that and took his right of way. They knew at the risk of their own lives that they were above the rest of us in the pecking order, the food chain. It's almost as if the packs were starting to form.
Tucson, Arizona. Granger turned right out of his Catalina foothills neighborhood onto River Road, headed west. In a scant 5 minutes, he would reach his destination. He punched the touchscreen on the F-250's radio, turning off the podcast app on his smartphone that had automatically cued itself as he started the quick trek. He switched to a classic rock station, but as expected, it was at a commercial break. 11:45, Granger thought as he glanced at the screen's clock. Running on time. He was on the way to a noon appointment at the Customs and Border Protection Office on nearby Oracle Road. If you're not 10 minutes early, you're running late. The former Marine and firefighter had often told his daughters when they still lived in Arizona. He scanned his fuel gauge. 1/3. Crap. In recent years, Granger had made a habit of never letting his fuel level get below 1/2, and that week had been the exact reason why. Tucson was entering day 3 without power to several portions of the city. It had been out at Granger's house for 19 hours. Over the years, he'd accumulated several gas and diesel cans, mostly of the plastic variety. He was kicking himself for never prioritizing moving out of the suburb, let alone getting some sort of farm-style fuel tank. Because he would always drive a larger truck for hauling his toy hauler travel trailer, he had purchased a portable diesel generator, but he kept a supply of gasoline for his quad and lawn equipment too. The traffic was moving slowly, as the major intersection up where he needed to turn 200 yards to the west was being controlled by a pair of motorcycle cops. The right lane was at a near standstill, as several cars trying to enter the defunct gas station were holding everyone else up. Honking abounded. Granger could see people shaking their fists, and as he passed the gas station from the left lane, something caught his eye. He muted the commercial for a car wash chain and rolled his window down. Watching a man defend himself from the shoving of another man and the slaps of a woman, he could barely make out the yelling. "Yours, man! I was here for—" And like that, Granger had pulled out of earshot. People are turning into real pricks, he thought, feeling his hip with the subconscious check to make sure the SIG P365 was there. He owned several guns. The Roadrunners had all standardized themselves on Glocks and ARs as their 2 platforms so they could share mags if need be. But in town, Granger preferred the feel of the less clunky Sig Sauer platform for his inside-the-waistband holster. He made his left turn through the intersection, scanning the police officers as he did. They look exhausted. He traveled the 3/10 mile and turned left into the office complex. Someone tagged their sign, he thought. A month earlier, that would have amused him. The large brick structure near the driveway entrance, which bore the CPB name and crest, had graffiti on it. He'd seen enough of it during the fire department days to know it wasn't just a random tagger. That looks like a gang warning, he thought. That's just a bit concerning. Granger parked, grabbed his manila folder of intel, and headed into the main building in search of the office he'd visited many times over the preceding years. He could hear the low buzz of several generators emitting from behind the fenced area that separated the public parking from the back area and agency vehicles. "Gonna need to see some valid ID?" he was ordered as he stepped into the lobby, the glass door not even closed behind him yet. The reception-style desk with uniformed CBP officer that Granger had normally encountered had been replaced with an airport-style body scanner. There were now 4 officers staffing the checkpoint. All were in full duty belt and ballistic plate carrier, wearing blue uniforms instead of the green that the unit down at the Sasabi border crossing normally wore. While a little surprising, Lou wasn't overly concerned. "Damn, my pistol!" He dug out his wallet, playing it off. Handing his enhanced driver's license over to the nearby officer, he said, "Meeting with Lieutenant Martin, but I forgot some papers. Be right back." He was not going to explain to these folks why he was trying to carry a firearm into a federal building. He'd done it every time he'd come, not too worried about what he felt was a bad law. But he wanted to keep as low a profile as he could. He jogged back to the truck and slipped in. He pulled the entire holster system out and stuffed it under the driver's seat. 3 minutes later, and wearing a visitor's badge, Granger found his usual point of contact's office. "Knock, knock," he said without actually knocking. "Come on in," Lieutenant Jim Martin said, still looking at his computer screen. "Well, can I—" He cut himself off as he looked up and recognized Granger. "Wow, is it noon already?" he said, looking at his wristwatch. "Sorry, Mr. Madison. I've been busy and totally spaced what time it is." "That's okay, LT," Granger said, using the moniker he had taken to use for the man in the several months since the prior point of contact had retired. "You guys look a little spun up," he poked. "Something going on?" "Nothing specifically to tell you, except that business is booming," the seasoned border officer quipped. "Look, Granger, it isn't that we don't appreciate what your team is doing. We don't need to rehash all this, Jim." Granger cut him off. "Either you guys want this intel or you don't. But I gotta tell you, this is hot. We found something active this time." He handed the folder over. Lieutenant Martin picked it up and began to scan through the pages. "This is what, 60, 70 miles southwest?" "By vehicle," Granger admitted. "Probably less as a crow flies. We still haven't found it, but we're sure there's a tunnel there. As you can see in the photos, there's plenty of vehicle traffic on both sides, but we don't dare walk down through the valley to find the entrance with as much traffic as we've seen. Ben Franklin says they have the area under physical surveillance." "At least," Jim mumbled. "Beg your pardon?" Granger mumbled back. Jim looked up from the file. "Probably drones, too, if this is as hot as you say." He paused for a moment, keeping Granger's eye contact. "Look, you guys could very easily find yourselves in a pickle out there." "We can handle it," Granger said, a small sliver in his mind reminding him that 4 was an awfully small number, reminding him there were other less capable but well-meaning citizens who just needed the proper training and conditioning. "We have IR and thermal blocking gear we can don if we need to." "I'm sure you guys could put up a hell of a fight," Jim started, "but you have no quick reaction plan. I need you guys to stand down. We'll look into this when we get a chance." "When you get a—" Granger's face, despite the plastic appearance of grafts and scar tissue, did not bode well with being put off so easily, almost insultingly. "Look, this is actionable," he began to plead, voice growing in agitation. "We're not those knuckleheads posing on Instagram. You guys have a real leak here, and based on what's going on downstairs, there's a lot more happening than you're saying." Lieutenant Martin flipped the manila folder closed and leaned back in his office chair. "I mean it, Granger. I'll pass this to the right folks, but you guys need to back off before you get into a firefight, or worse."
Chapter 12. Rosales Mansion, Mission de los Lagos, Juarez, Mexico. "Hey, baby," Rosie said excitedly to Eddie when she opened her door. "Oh, no," she thought. "A Guayabera shirt?" She knew that the only time Eddie had ever worn the shirt common with affluent men in Mexico was when he'd been called to his boss's mansion over in Juarez. "I love the pleats on this," she said with fake enthusiasm. She really did like the look, but any moment with Eddie had become a big mental challenge for her. Each occasion seemed more and more like an Oscar-winning performance in her own mind. She ran her hands up and down his tattooed chest over the pleats and large pockets, slowly lowering them under the bottom hem of the untucked shirt and onto his skin. Eddie pulled her in for a passionate kiss. "Dame un beso," he commanded. She complied by opening her mouth onto his waiting lips. After 2 excruciating seconds, she was relieved when he ended it abruptly. "Grab your stuff," he ordered. "I have a special day planned for you." Sure, she thought. Plan being ordered to Mexico? "Where are we going?" she shrieked. Over the course of their relationship, he'd usually gone to Mexico with other cartel soldiers. The last time, though, he brought her along in his black 1968 Pontiac Firebird. It had been for his jefe's daughter's quinceañera.
She had learned nothing of value on that date 4 months earlier. "It's a surprise," he said with a smirk of pride, holding her hands in his, down by their waists. "Grab your stuff. Let's go," he ordered again. It was his expectation that she had learned her place, to comply when he demanded. It was a role Rosie had adopted well and would not miss one bit if she lived through this ordeal. 45 minutes later, they were pulling up in the posh Ciudad Juarez neighborhood of Mission de los Lagos, Mission of the Lakes. It was a country club resort that rivaled the best in Miami, Florida. Quite the contrast from the dusty cement, tin, and adobe structures they'd passed after crossing the bridge of the Americas. Tejanos were second first-generation Americans, raised by immigrants in their native tongue. Eddie's English had been so bad in elementary school that he was 14 and shaving by the time he'd made it through 6th grade. Failing grades and ridicule by neighborhood thugs had taught him that school and being laughed at were things that would never fit into his life. Eddie slowly drove through the neighborhood. On the surface, all appeared normal. Rosie could see well-dressed cartel guards stationed in vehicles throughout the roads surrounding the mansions. Though not all residents were part of the El Aguila cartel, they all benefited from the protection. Nary a resident dared to cooperate with the Policía or the Federales. Not that it had been a real threat. Most of them were on the payroll as it were. Passing a beautiful row of tall palm trees, Eddie turned the Firebird that he saved for special occasions onto the perfectly level cobblestone driveway. At 50 feet wide and nearly 300 feet back to the mansion, there was plenty of room for the vehicles and well over 30 cartel guards. All were dressed casually, and some were spilling into the manicured fence lawn to patrol for threats. "Ooh," Rosie thought, "this is big." She began to mess with her wind-blown hair, switching to Spanish, as she would for the rest of the time in Mexico. Rosie asked, "Baby, can we put the rag top up for the trip home?" "I will be going home, right?" she wondered. "Sure thing, Carmelita," Eddie said lovingly. "You look beautiful." He bypassed her at the front of the car and began to greet other men he knew and recognized, most of them with a jovial hug and embrace. Maybe it's just another party, Rosie thought. Still, this is a lot of guards. Slowly they made their way into the mansion as Eddie continued the parade. Over the course of the next hour, Rosie and Eddie enjoyed the company of over 40 El Aguila leaders and their wives or girlfriends. There were even several kids present. The bulk of the party happened by the two pools, a beautiful dark turquoise in color. The bigger, deeper one had a peanut shape, while the smaller children's pool was rectangular. The golf course-looking lawn was spacious and surrounded by an 8-foot stucco wall. Security cameras covered the entire area. "Hello again, Carmela." Inocencio Delgado greeted Rosie, leaning in and giving her a fatherly kiss on her left cheek. Rosie lowered her cocktail glass and returned the greeting, smiling widely. "Señor Delgado?" she exclaimed in perfect Tejano Spanish. "So wonderful to see you." "Do you remember my Lupita?" he said excitedly, pulling in his 15-year-old daughter for the warm party-style greeting. "Si." Rosie gave the beautiful young cartel princess a hug, instantly filling her heart with missing her own sister, Angel. Lupe Delgado hugged her back, remembering the friendly Texan woman who was missing the third and fourth fingers on her right hand. The two women giggled and made small talk, eventually finding seats near each other at a poolside table. As she dined, drank, and enjoyed conversation, Rosie snapped a few photos with the high-tech brooch. She hadn't dared bring a recorder to this meeting. That was virtually guaranteed to end in death that followed days of torture. The jewelry looked nothing like a camera, and while away from being charged, it emitted no signals of any kind. All the women and children were eventually politely excused as the men began their conversation. Rosie, Lupe, and the other women moved back into the mansion. After 15 minutes of casual drinking with the other women, most of whom were Mexican, not American, Rosie excused herself and made her way to the sound of video games and teenage laughter emanating from her home theater. She wandered in and saw several kids and teens sitting around and watching two others battling in soccer on the biggest television Rosie had ever seen. Insults were being hurled, of course. Lupe saw Rosie and headed her way. "Want to play next?" Rosie literally laughed. I never play those things. I wouldn't even know where to begin. You're welcome to join in if you want, Lupe said warmly. She stayed with Rosie near the entrance to the room, behind the couch, recliners, and commotion. Thanks, Rosie said. I don't really fit in anywhere. I'm not a wife. I'm not a Mexican. I'm not a teenager, she said, motioning toward the group ahead. You Chicanas are just as Mexican as you are American, Lupe said eagerly, trying to comfort her new friend. And if Tío Eduardo is bringing you around, twice now, you're closer to being a wife than a girlfriend. You think? Rosie asked in genuine surprise. Of course, the young lady said. How long have you known Eddie? Rosie said, wondering if she could glean any usable intel. My whole life. He's always been kind to me. Of course, Rosie didn't say. He doesn't want your father to kill him one day. Do you think they'll be long out there? Rosie asked. There's no telling, Lupe said, turning to watch the faux soccer match again. I haven't seen one this big since I was about 7 or 8. Rosie searched her memory for the El Aguila history she'd been forced to learn. That aligns with when they violently killed El Toro and his entire familia and established the council in his place, she remembered. Something big is happening. Air Force One, over the Pacific Ocean. I'm starting to not give two damns about Passe Comitatus, Jeremiah Allen said emphatically. After a deep breath and exhalation, he continued. Of course, I don't mean that, but what we've seen down there is nothing short of an invasion. I don't care if it is drug dealers. Invasion is invasion. Where's that damn Tylenol I asked for? He yelled in his head. He turned his attention to the video chat from Attorney General Rosalind O'Donnell to the Vice President Heather Crenshaw. And Heather, I need you and Senator Gregory to come to terms on this emergency resolution. If he knows you'll break the tie, he and the whip should be able to get those fence riders to make it 50-50. It's been our top priority, sir. SecDef made his presentation to the Senate Armed Services and Security Committee this morning. I think they've seen the big picture, all three parties. There's still a lot of partisanship going on. She was referring to the Democrat-controlled Senate and the Republican-controlled House of Representatives not working together on the legislation sponsored by the Libertarians that had been elected to both chambers. The president was trying to get emergency funding and some leeway in the National Defense Authorization Act so he could declare the cartel problem a legal foe. And we're working round the clock on the legal definition of a foreign invasion? A.G. O'Donnell chimed in. Not only have we had some pushback in the Senate, but my counterpart from several Central and South American nations have sent messages of concern. Which ones? Jeremiah wanted to know. Mexico? She nodded. As well as El Salvador, Venezuela, Colombia, even Argentina? I don't give two Mr. President, your Tylenol? Julia Jacobs, his primary assistant, interrupted. She knew when she could get away with it. He snapped his head at her, and within a half-second remembered his recurring order to her. Any time I'm flying off the handle, feel free to save me from myself. Thanks, Julia, he said, taking the glass and 2 pills from her. He looked around the conference table in the plane's meeting room. Thoughts? If I'm wrong on this, tell me. And remember, I'm looking beyond the obvious Seattle thing. If they can overrun and align an entire prison into their organization there, they can do it anywhere. Just how the hell did we ever let them have such advanced weaponry? He pondered, not really expecting an answer. It's just a 50-year precedent set by the other governments we mentioned, sir, A.G. O'Donnell said. They're so corrupt with the reach and influence that there's no changing it. It wouldn't surprise me, sir, that if we truly went after the cartel on our soil, they'd start filing complaints with the UN over the mistreatment of their expats in the U.S. They'd even have a deep reach into the pockets of some of our own cities, Mr. President. That BS needs to stop, he said coldly. He looked around once more. All right, thanks for the call. We have a meeting here on the plane with Secretary Buttermaker in just a moment. The video conference ended, and Jeremiah stood up, triggering the rest of those seated in the room to also. Take a few folks, he instructed, heading forward to go relieve himself in his stateroom's lavatory. He could hear Shannon and her staff discussing the coming agenda as they queued up notes on the big monitor. Jeremiah stepped out of the conference room into the fore-to-aft passage on the plane's port side and started forward. He stepped into the seating area, causing his primary Secret Service agent to stand up. "It's okay, Mike," he said, having gotten used to the agent popping up an alert when he entered a space. "Just gotta piss." "Yes, sir," he heard, followed by Mike mumbling into his microphone. "Snake charmer moving forward." Jeremiah and Mike repeated the process 3 minutes later as he made his way back. He grabbed a cherry Danish from the tray next to the door as he re-entered the conference room. Julia handed him a piece of paper. "Your schedule as soon as we land, sir?"
Thank you,"
he said through delicious warm cherry and flaky dough stuffed into his mouth. He scanned as he returned to his seat. "Greeted by Prime Minister Ito and honored guests. Arrive at U.S. Consulate at 12:30 local. State dinner at 7 p.m. The president was on his way to Japan to assure them that the United States was fully committed to the existing defense agreement. When Jeremiah Allen had won the election, one of his big promises was that in his tenure, the United States was finished meddling in the affairs of other nations. This had caused a small ripple of concern amongst many countries, both in Asia and throughout Europe. He'd had to go on a small world tour within a month of his inauguration to assure those leaders that we would still fully honor existing treaties. As the only nation to home port a United States Navy aircraft carrier, Japan's defense was critical. "Don't worry, Kazu," the president thought when the prime minister reached out 6 days earlier. "We need you just as badly as you need us." PM Kazuhiro Ito had sought an audience with the president to assure his own people that the increasing tension between China and Russia would not affect them. Tensions had become strained in recent weeks in the Pacific, particularly after China had started a near embargo on any traffic passing through the South or East China Seas a week earlier. All this unfolding 3 weeks after the Cascadia events wasn't a coincidence. The president knew. "Good morning, D," Jeremiah said to Secretary of State Buttermaker as he sat down again. She and her key aides had arrived from their own small pre-meeting in the president's office in a small intermission. "Morning, Mr. President," she replied. "Ready when you are." He gave a nod, setting down the paper Julia gave him and reaching for a napkin. She continued. "After this morning's chat with Minister of State Watanabe, it's clear that Prime Minister Ito will be enacting the emergency defense clause of their constitution, calling out their version of reserve forces. They don't want us to be surprised, and they're going to want our full backing when China and the Koreas protest." "Maybe we should add a quick hop to Seoul while we're over here," Jeremiah mused. "Don't have time for all this nerve-soothing," he thought to himself. "Got enough problems." "I'm not sure there's time, sir," Dee echoed his thoughts. "Not if you want to stop in Guam and Saipan and get back by Tuesday?" "Well, shoot," he said aloud. "And I do. We need to let our territories out here know they aren't alone. There's probably a few senior citizens on those islands who were alive when they were pillaged in World War II. "Yes, sir," Dee said. "I'll reach out to South Korea personally and remind them we're committed to them too." She shifted topics. "Are there any new developments in the Russia-China arms buildup that I should know about?" As she was speaking, Shannon Sa's phone started vibrating, as did several others in the room. "Sir?" his chief of staff interrupted. When she did, people listened. She looked at her assistant, Terrell. "Get Bloomberg on the screen," she politely ordered. "And CNN?" "What is it?" Jeremiah asked. "Not another crisis. Please." "The CME?" she said with a concerned look. The Chicago Mercantile Exchange, often just referred to as the Merc, was the largest futures and options exchange in the world. Originally formed to stabilize the price of commodities like wheat and pork bellies, it had grown to an inflated proportion. Whereas there was no way to ever truly know how much physical money existed in the world, it was widely accepted that the CME traded more than that, a lot more. Estimates on the U.S. currency supply usually landed around $70 trillion. The world supply total roughly tripled that number. The CME exchanged well over $1.25 quadrillion every year. It was called betting on futures. It wasn't the exchange of physical goods so much as the anticipated performance of investments yet to come. It had been widely anticipated that this bubble bursting could cause a massive and aggressive worldwide economic depression. "What?" Jeremiah poked.
not liking the delay.
"It crashed," she said, shocked. "Someone hacked it and cleared all the databases." Fort Hood, Texas. Lou watched the large tank-looking device drive forward to a sharp ravine approximately 8 feet deep on both edges and over 20 feet wide. Above the tracks, it looked like nothing he'd seen on the battlefields of Afghanistan from the blur of his old A-10 cockpit. Engineers employing tracked or floating deployable bridges to keep combat units rolling forward wasn't new, but it wasn't widely needed by the Allies, and the Taliban and Al-Qaeda certainly hadn't possessed this type of equipment. What made M1074 Joint Assault Bridge unique was how it had converted the existing M1 Abrams tank body into the delivery vehicle. The use of an existing system meant gains in efficiency, not just in training people, but in having parts readily available. On top of the body was where things looked differently. A large hydraulic rack carried a folding bridge, in this case 18 meters long. It could plant a pivot leg on the ground in front of the vehicle, and within 3 minutes, a bridge capable of carrying tanks and howitzers could span a wet or dry chasm up to 11 meters wide. Lou was on his second day checking out units at Fort Hood. This piece of gear was owned and operated by the engineers of Engineer Battalion, 3rd Brigade Combat Team. Tanks and mobile howitzers from other battalions were lining up near the practice trench, taking turns crossing over the bridges. In all, 5 delivery vehicles had landed 5 bridges to speed up the process. "Once we land a bridge, we can get out of the way within a few seconds," explained Staff Sergeant Ellis Tardy. "What happens to the large vehicle once the combat units are moved across and forward?" Lou asked, yelling slightly above the heavy noise of diesel engines and rumbling track vehicles. The central Texas dust was kicking up, coating everything in a fine powder. Lou coughed a bit. "The transportation unit may be able to bring additional bridges up on flatbed trucks," she explained. "If that's not planned or if speed is of the essence, the Jap can cross over the bridge and pick it back up from the other side." "Oh, I see," Lou said. "Just move it forward until needed again?" "Precisely, Colonel," Staff Sergeant Tardy concurred. "Do the Grey Wolves have enough of these?" Brandon chimed in, asking the Major, who was also present. "We have 80%, Captain," Dewey Cook answered. The Grey Wolves was the fighting moniker of the 3rd BCT, and Major Cook was the Engineer Battalion's executive officer. "Which is actually doing well. These are a fairly new system, still being delivered." "Gotcha," Brandon said. "I was headed for tanks myself after ROTC, except a little birdie told me the Marines would be phasing them out entirely. Sure enough, that started happening by the time I was a First Louis." "What'd you wind up in?" Major Cook asked. "Infantry?" "All Marines are infantry, Major," Brandon said, beaming from ear to ear. Major Cook laughed, though with the noise of the equipment pounding the Texas plains, it was hard for any of them to hear. "Yes, sir, specifically light armor recon." Lou watched the bridge building, fascinated. As a former destroyer of heavy mechanized equipment, he was enjoying the chance to get an up-and-close experience that few in his profession ever did. He scanned his watch. 10:30. Should probably get moving. "We have an appointment with Colonel Corey in a half hour. Do you all think we should get going?" he asked politely. "Roger that, Colonel," the Major said. "Sergeant here will get you back." He turned to face Lou and snapped to attention, saluting crisply. Lou returned the courtesy and then stuck his left hand out, already loaded with a business card. As the Major started to take it, Lou said over the noise, "If you ever find yourself near the Pentagon, Major, give me a call." With a quick handshake, he and Brandon followed the staff sergeant back to the parked Humvee 200 meters away near the edge of Elia Road. "Where you from, Sergeant?" Lou asked her as she turned the rig around for the trip. "Mayport, Florida, sir," she replied. The Humvee's top was installed, as the mild Texas fall had started to cause lots of dew build-up in the wee hours of the morning. "You didn't join the Navy?" Lou asked with a grin and a wink. She turned right. "No, sir," she said with a sheepish grin. "It's okay, Sergeant," Lou said, looking out his window at rows and rows of the Army's newest M1 tanks. Some were desert tan, some were green, and a few of the newest looked as if they had pixelated paint schemes combining both colors. "That's kind of cool," he thought to himself. He looked back at her. "Nobody likes the Navy," I don't blame you. She grinned and laughed at the small talk. Thank you for understanding, sir. Lou wanted to keep pressing. What's your thoughts on everything that's going on? Seems like most units here at Hood have been left alone in this wonky deployment thing. Not sure having thoughts on the matter is within my pay grade, sir, she replied, already briefed by everyone from a company sergeant major to Major Cook not to say anything that could reflect poorly on the Grey Wolves. I'm not asking you to rat, Sergeant, Lou said. He learned at Fort Bragg that he needed to establish some trust with the enlisted first. I mean, how do you feel? Apprehensive? Confused? Demoralized? None of those? Lou pressed. He could see her wheels spinning as she chose her words. Brandon sat silently in the back, seeing an open side to Lou he hadn't expected. I guess a little of all of that, sir. They both went silent. Lou waited patiently, knowing the pump was almost primed. I'm dating a guy in a different unit, a radio operator assigned to a headquarters company. He tells me things that concern him. Bad things he hears are happening in Seattle, things not being talked about in the media. Oh, Lou said, genuinely surprised. Such as? I'm sure you've all heard of this already, sir, she said as she clammed up. I really haven't, Sergeant Tardy, Lou replied honestly. We've been on the road for days, and I'm a desk pilot for public affairs. I've been at the same mercy of civilian media reports as everyone else. She looked at him earnestly before turning left in the parking lot of the brigade headquarters building. After she pulled near the front, she opted to park instead of dropping Lou off directly in front of the building's entry. After parking, she turned her head once more. Lou could see the tension in her brow. Just tell me, soldier, Lou said in an informal tone, not wanting it to come off as an order. What has you this concerned? Sir? Man, is this kid frightened? Lou thought. Have you heard anything about a large gang taking over Seattle? Chapter 13. East Tucson, Arizona. Granger stared at the pool in Dave Wolf's backyard, subconsciously wondering just how warm it was. He was very leery of exposing his burns to Tucson's summer sun. But November? He questioned himself. Maybe... Most people thought it might be anxiety about exposing his horrible burns to the general public. Granger, and by default the Roadrunners, weren't prone to be anxious people. He pulled the lowball glass to his lips, taking another small sip of the Pendleton whiskey, letting the aroma drift to his nostrils. We may need to think about expansion, he advised the team. The Roadrunners and their families were enjoying barbecue at Dave's house of shenanigans, watching the kids and grandkids in the heated pool play with super soakers and screaming with delight. It was late afternoon, and the sun was already getting low to the west. Dave and his wife owned a chain of 7 In-N-Out burgers in the greater Tucson area, a job that had grown to the point that they allowed a general manager to deal with the worst headaches. They usually had the team over to their Houghton neighborhood pool 5 or 6 times per year. They had become family. As the veterans had all grown to trust each other with their lives, their families had bonded too. I thought we were opposed to that, Tracy Rogers said. The team's youngest member was only 35. As the newest member, the former Navy combatant craft crewman used to deliver SEALs into brown water territories in South America. While not a SEAL, Tracy himself had gone through his own version of Hell Week. Men with his training were widely regarded with the same stigma and respect afforded to other special forces. I even tried to suggest a couple of guys and you all shut that down. He's right, Dave Wolf agreed, setting his own bottle of fat tire down for the conversation. We've always been about quality over quantity. In the preceding minutes, those wives and girlfriends in attendance around the 2 covered poolside deck tables had started grabbing items to take inside. The barbecues always wound up in some boring special operations story hour that bored them. Dave's wife Donna had slowly evolved the group of women to split off and play pinochle in the house. Granger just briefed his team on the response by the CBP. Thanks, but no thanks for the intel. You guys need to stop. Maybe it's time to hang it up, Mick Oakley suggested. Or a more direct approach, Claude added. The others looked at him, half with surprise and half of disbelief. Seriously, I mean, I know I'm not out there with you guys, but I would be if I could, same as Bob, he said as he nodded. Damn Skippy, Bob said. He was rotating his cane with his fingers, its rubber boot on the ground between his feet. And I don't mean peanut butter. Define more direct, Dave said. He was calm, but the tone in his voice was skeptical. You know, Claude continued, make it so those a-holes just disappear. You're talking about actually engaging them? Dave said in annoyance, sitting upright. You do realize that's still a crime, right? I, for one, am ready for it, Mick said. Tired of seeing nothing happen to them. Who knows how many people they've smuggled in? It was a statement, not a question. Drugs, guns, terrorists, not to mention why we started this originally. The kids. Hear, hear, Bob exclaimed. I may not be a trigger puller, but I'd gladly go to prison if we got caught waxing those pedo suppliers. Everyone just take a deep breath, Granger finally chimed in. He'd heard enough bickering. If we do ever go that route, 4 of us damn sure ain't enough. He let that sip while he took another sip. And brothers, direct action combat is coming this way whether we like it or not. He looked at Dave. How long did you need to run your generator today? Just to heat that pool for the kids? You're right, Dave agreed. Maybe we wasted a little precious gas today. I felt it was important for the families. He was very level-headed, but the former Special Forces officer didn't like being made to look foolish. Easy, brother, I'm not mocking you, Granger replied. All I'm saying is that sooner or later, all this crap that's happening is going to catch up. You guys have been watching the news, right? He looked around. They're burning cars in Phoenix right now. How much longer until that angry mentality comes to Tucson or Houghton? He added as he looked back at Dave. I think this level of activity we've seen at the news spot is just the tip of the iceberg. He leaned back in his chair. So? What did you mean by expansion? Dave asked. Certainly not those chubby militia knuckleheads. Yeah, Mick concurred. Last thing we want is to be labeled. I get it. Most of these guys aren't racist, aren't anti-government. Doesn't matter. That's the label they get because they can't keep the idiots from joining. And they always wind up with some sort of fed mold, too, Tracy added. This got Dave's head nodding in agreement. Trying to pull some red flag BS to make them look even worse? Guys, who do you think we've been talking to all these years? Granger said with a slight pitch to his voice. Border Patrol has certainly built a dossier on us, right? Silence. I'm not saying let's start taking open enrollment on Facebook for Pete's sake, but like you said, Tracy, Granger looked directly at him. You know a couple of guys you trust? He continued his scan. I bet we all do. The guys I know have started their own groups, Tracy said. That's what we're saying, Grange, Dave chimed in, using his buddy's shortened nickname. There's an exponential factor where the circle grows larger than we can vet for legitimacy. I get that, Dave, but there's a lot of well-meaning citizens out there. Patriotic men, rare echelon vets, or even those that never joined. Men and women who still believe in supporting this republic and the Constitution that we all swore to defend. Those are the folks I'm talking about. They just don't know how to get started. The group was silent, some staring off at the coming sunset, others sipping on their beers. We are not ready for direct action, he reminded everyone coldly. They have superior numbers, drones, heavy weapons, probably even some backup from the Mexican federales. They can't cross the border like that, Claude said incredulously about Mexico's police or soldiers. That'll be declaring war. He guffawed at the idea. Where is the exact border, Bob? Granger replied smoothly. When it's just us defending it? El Paso, Texas. There sure were a lot of people at the party, baby, Rosie said, trying to make small talk now that they were back on the American side of the border. While she didn't think he'd been putting on a show when he dragged her out of her apartment, the thought was never far off. He wasn't easily prone to losing his temper, not like some of the enforcer types she'd seen him interact with occasionally. She knew that if he were truly falling for her, though, the perceived betrayal might be enough to set him over the edge. She hoped that the state and maybe even federal prosecutors would finally have enough fish to fry and end this investigation soon. "Lots to think about," he replied. He'd been quiet most of the way back. "Well, I know not to ask," she said. Usually psychology didn't work with Eddie, at least not right away. She knew she might get him talking if she pulled out all the stops. Before resorting to sex, she decided to add a degree of complexity to the mind game. "But you seem stressed. I just wish there was something I could do." She left the ripe fruit hanging there. "There's always something you can do," he said, looking like a wolf as he gave her a quick grin. They turned eastbound onto Alameda Drive. Almost home, Rosie thought. Home. What a crock. But it was her home, more or less, the one place where she didn't have to worry about saying the wrong thing or being seen by someone who knew her in some freak incident. "You know what I mean?" She smiled as she played it off. Eddie took a right into her apartment complex, and they immediately saw a group of Hispanic people gathered around a few cars at the far end. Eddie pulled into the spot he normally took when making his booty call, and the pair got out. They glanced over at the group, and a few young men started making comments about the Firebird. "Nice car, Holmes." Eddie stopped. Uh-oh, Rosie thought. 3 of the men started toward Eddie. "What's up, guy?" The young man was using a word for dude that implied a sense of no respect as he walked up. "You cholos know who you're talking to?" Rosie yelled at the obvious gangsters. Eddie started to laugh. "It's okay, beautiful," he said, trying to calm her down, holding her arm as she tried to get between Eddie and the approaching group. "Yo, you better shut your whore up, cabrone." This insult got Eddie's attention. He yanked Rosie back behind him. Due to the border crossing, it was the one time he wasn't armed. "Alto!" He heard an older man behind the group yell. "Stop!" The man yelled again, running to catch up. The clean-shaven man had a baggy white shirt and tan long shorts on over his pristine white Reeboks. He slapped one of the men, hard, on the back of the head. "Get back over there!" He yelled at the mouthy one. All 4 of the bangers wore shocked expressions. "But now!" The older arrival yelled again, pointing. "All of you idiots! Go! I'll kill anyone who touches this car!" As they started to retreat and lick their wounds, he turned and faced Eddie. "Please forgive the disrespect. I know who you are and who you represent. I'll educate those punks in a way they won't forget." Eddie took a deep breath, face still twisted in anger, upset with himself for not going straight home from the border. He just glared at the man for a long moment. Finally, "Don't go too rough on them. Your crew part of our network." "As a matter of fact, yes," came the reply. Eddie turned and grabbed Rosie's hand, leading her toward her building. He looked back at the tat-covered gangster as he walked and said, "Keep a low profile. Big things happening soon." Sanchez Farm, northeast of Manhattan, Kansas. "Come on, wanker!" Morris Dugan heard William Easton, a.k.a. That Nub, yell at him as he sprinted for the blaring cell phone near the fire pit. Morris ignored the slam, knowing the whole team would give him a hard time when the call was over. He just violated the one rule he'd harped on the others the most about. No cells during practice. Morris had recognized the Beethoven's 5th ringtone as his mother calling. He was just happy to know that phone calls were still somewhat reliable in the face of all the utility issues the country had been having. "We'll take the load of crap to see how Mom is." "Mom?" he said into the mobile device as he pulled it to his ear. He turned to scan the team, who had resumed killing each other with biodegradable BBs. "I'm sorry it took so long to call you back, Honey Bee," his mother said. "Honey Bear?" Morris said, more amused than he was letting on. "Mom, I'm not 9 anymore." "I know, Morris, but let a mother have her moment," she commanded. "We have some things to tell you." She went silent. "Just spit it out, Ma," he said, calling her Ma subconsciously when she was being annoying. "It's a city, Bear. It's getting downright scary. These gangs are getting braver about claiming territory. I've been telling you and Dad to get out to Aunt Janet's. We are, Bear. Just hold on a second, child. I brought you into this world." Morris wasn't in the mood. I know. You can take me out. When are you leaving?" "Tonight. But I wanted to see if there's anything you have to have. Just in case." The words escaped his mother. "Something happens to the house?" Morris finished. "Was there another break-in?" "I'ma kill someone." "No, Bear, but there have been 2 daytime home invasions this week. One down the street, the other over on Chestnut." "Damn." "Don't fool around, Ma. You two grab your stuff and go," Morris said sternly. "It's not so easy, Morris Allen," his mother exclaimed. "Uh-oh, middle name. I'm sorry, Mom, I'm just worried." She continued the lecture. "It's not so easy to just pack and go. We have to get all the food, some clothes, what little of your father's back pain medication we have. It takes a lot of work to flee your home." All right. Just some clothes, I guess. Oh, and Marvin's airsoft stuff. All of it. He'd be upset if that went missing." He thought a second longer. I guess I got everything else I need here at Maya and Nub's apartment. You don't want any of your old toys? Skateboard?" "Ma," Morris said in disbelief, "none of that is worth our lives. Just get going already." "Sheesh." He didn't dare add on vocally. "And Bear, I don't want you coming to the city," she instructed. "We have a tourney next month in KCK," he countered. Surely the Kansas side is still safe. "No, Morris. People here on both sides of the line are starting to fold. The riots have moved out of downtown. The gangs are setting up food distribution stations near the worst of it. People are actually supporting them. It's insane." Morris took it in as she went on. "No tournament? Then what are we even practicing for? This is too hard to believe." They continued for 2 more minutes. Morris had been tuning out the growing dissension amongst his teammates, but they were not giving in. Nub and Super B had jogged over to start chastising him properly, up close and personal. "Tell your boo bye-bye and let's get back to practice," the feisty freshman ordered. "Okay, Mom. Bye. Love you too." Morris pulled the phone away from his ear. He looked to ensure the call had ended and then looked at the two. His expression had been enough for even the mouthy Super B to shut up. "What is it?" the best friend Nub asked. "Something wrong with your parents?" "I don't know," Morris said in a slight amount of shock, still not knowing the phrase for it, but realizing that his parents had just committed to bug out. "My mom made me swear to stay here in Manhattan." "What's that mean?" Concern. The trio began to walk back to the practice portion of the Sanchez farm property when another phone sitting on the cold concrete fire ring started to buzz. They all looked at it, but Nub called out, "Goldie!" trying to get David Goldilocks Faust's attention. By this time, the other 4 had started to slowly drift over. The blonde, curly Californian started to jog to his phone. As he answered his phone, the other 6 had all coalesced into a group. "What's going on?" Maria, known as Misdemeanor, asked. "My mom," Morris said. "She and my dad are heading to my aunt's out in the country. They say KC is getting too dangerous to stay in." His voice trailed off as he shifted his gaze from Maria to the others. Floyd Presley and Nub exchanged glances and then looked at Morris. "You gonna tell them what we did this week? Or should I?" Elvis said bluntly. "Tell us what?" Super B demanded. "Damn, did she ever take a day off?" Morris asked himself. "Go ahead, Elvis," Morris said calmly. "It's your family." As all eyes shifted to Elvis, Goldie got off his phone.
My sister says my parents are leaving Encinitas for her house. He wore a stunned expression. Where's she? John Superfly Sanchez asked. Outside 29 Palms? He answered. She said that a group of people protesting for wealth redistribution stormed my hometown and started a bunch of fires in the richer neighborhoods. The longer he spoke, the more his face shifted from stun to outrage, as did his voice. Protest my butt. These people are downright anarchists, spoiled, entitled, and greedy little babies, just trying to steal so they don't have to work. Sorry to hear that, Goldie. Morris chimed in. My parents just said the same thing about KC. Morris was still shocked, but had managed to keep his reserved tone intact. What's going on in America suddenly? Exclaimed Misty, confused. You're about to tell us some big secret? B reminded Elvis, insistent. Nub Thumper and I went to my sister and her husband's gun store over in Rossville several days ago. What? Exclaimed B and Misty Mina at the same moment. Dude, Goldie drawled out smoothly. Straight fire? He exclaimed in the youthful vernacular. Superfly was a little hurt. Why didn't you guys tell the rest of us? Jealousy was written on his face. What'd you get? Super B asked, the usual rash tude dissolving into excitement. Funny story, that, Elvis smirked. He glanced at the other two, looking for some support. Morris took over. So after the break-in at my home back in Roland Park, I told these two after practice back on Tuesday that I wanted to upgrade my gear, but I was also thinking about finally getting a rifle and maybe a pistol, he added. Nub remembered that Elvis mentioned his sister's gun store. That's right, Nub added, breaking into his all-too-familiar and unwelcome Robert De Niro impression. He was even trying to protrude his jaw and squint. I was the key to remembering the most important fact. A rapid and verbose chorus of insults flew Nub's way, as well as an empty magazine from an airsoft rifle. We grabbed Elvis and went on Thursday, Morris explained. Clint and Beth were good to us. What did you get? Super B repeated herself with emphasis. Did you guys bring them? That realization made her and John both set their airsoft gear on the ground next to the firing chairs. They started making a beeline for Nub's Bronco. Whoa, 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 Nub said, chasing the pair down as the rest of the group trailed. They all wound up at the rear gate to the old utility rig, with both Nub and Morris inserting themselves to guard it from opening. Chill, you guys! John, before we bust out any toys, I want you to go clear with Tio Jorge first, Morris advised. As the group's leader, he was always invested in making sure they didn't overstay their welcome. And if he says okay, maybe we can run some dry drills around the obstacle course. Whoa, wait. Why would we do that? Misty wanted to know. This is still practice, right? Practice for what? The usual placid Goldie said suddenly, catching everyone off guard. He was visibly upset. Weren't you listening? He pointed at Misty. That's not fair. She started to protest as he cut her off. Don't you all realize that my family, Thumper's family, they just told us they had to bug out from home? His face turned crimson as he started to realize how angry he was getting. He turned and stormed off to the fire pit. The others mostly remained silent as both Misty and Super B guffawed at Goldie's reaction. John, Morris said, why don't you go grab Jorge and meet us at the fire pit? John took off. I'll just grab one case, Morris suggested to Nub. If you say so, his roommate said, his tone still hesitant. Morris grabbed a rifle case and headed back to the large circle of chairs, the rest following him. Everyone grab a seat, he suggested with his usual relaxed authority. After everyone but John was seated, he decided to get realistic with the team. My mom begged me to stay here in Manhattan. Begged, he emphasized, showing a bit of emotion. Don't cry, he yelled in his head. Baby. But his friends could see his eyes moisten a bit. Goldie got up from his chair and walked over to where Morris was seated. He stuck his hand out for the bro-shake grip, and Morris stood up. The pair clasped hands and pulled into each other for a one-armed hug. Mine too, bro, the Californian whispered. The seriousness of what the two young men were feeling had finally dawned on their friends.
I wonder if I should call my dad, Jordan Super B. Croft admitted. Her mum had passed away from cervical cancer 8 years earlier. Yes, Morris said, as he and Goldie returned to their chairs. You all should. This sucks, moped Misty Mina. You and Nub have an apartment? The rest of you have family in rural parts of the state? Goldie and I are from both out of state. What if they shut down the college and kick us out of the dorms? She asked worriedly. We'll all support each other, Nub said seriously. John's folks live in town, but I'm guessing they'd come here to Jorge's if they needed to. He had a suggestive look. They might let any of us camp here. In winter? Misty complained. Look, Morris said as he saw John and Jorge coming toward the pit from the farmhouse porch. Let's take a deep breath and talk this through. He unzipped the rifle case laying at his feet. Jorge, if I'm careful, can I pick this up and show everyone it is clear? Sure thing, Mr. Thumper, Jorge said as he approached the group. Thanks for asking first. He was just as curious as everyone else to see the cool-looking rifle. Morris picked up an AR-15, outfitted with a delta-shaped grip of some sort on the bottom of the rails near the muzzle. On top was a small black optic. The overall rifle had a green theme of modern pieces for the stock and grip. Ensuring the muzzle never pointed at anyone, he pointed the rifle into the sky and set the stock on his right leg. He used his right hand to pull down on the charging handle and used his left to lock the bolt back. He handed it to Elvis, seated to his right, who immediately passed it off. All three of us bought one, Elvis explained to Goldie, who took the gun. Cool. It's lighter than I expected, he said, the rifle temporarily suspending his sadness. You said you all bought one? John the Superfly asked, looking at the three. My sister sold them to us at cost, Elvis explained. They were having trouble getting their inventory replaced, but she said she'd hold a few basic models back in case any of you could afford them. We're all thinking about pistols, too. The others looked at Nub and Morris for confirmation. Yeah, Nub agreed. He was suddenly inspired to switch into his Christopher Walken. And it ain't cheap, he said in his worst Long Island accent. He winked and twitched his head. And this here fire could use more cowhell. Yous guys want, we ought to get some more guns before they're all gone. After the expected and usual batch of hard times was thrown Nub's way, Super B stated confidently, I bet we'd be pretty sick as a tactical team. She started to get stars in her eyes. As the others all started to chirp about how cool that would be, Morris had to jump in. Yo, just hold up a sec. Always the pragmatist. He needed to rein in the overconfidence. While Milsom has taught us a lot, there are some key things we need to think about. Whatever, Dad, Super B said, intent on not letting the old man in the group ruin their moment. Seriously, Morris said. Everyone started to quiet down as the rifle continued to pass around. After we talked to Clint and Beth when they sold us these, it became clear that we need some training to make sure we know how to use them. He chuckled a bit and pointed at the rifle. These ain't airsoft. Elvis jumped in, by far having the most shooting experience out of the group. He's right, he said with authority, and not just about recoil. You sight these differently. You have to have them pulled into your shoulder a lot harder. And you sure as hell don't keep blasting through dozens or hundreds of rounds at one person pinned down behind a barricade. Morris looked around. As the cool tool almost made its full loop back to him, he scanned the faces of his friends. With the exception of his brother and parents, there was nobody else he could think of that meant this much to him. I don't even recall half the people in high school's name. But these weirdos? He mused to himself. They're my people, and I need to figure out how to protect them. Chapter 14. Killeen, Texas. Through a thick fog in Lou's ears, the rhythmic thumping of a heavy thud started to pierce the fog. Lou groaned, head pounding as the hotel room spun. What the hell is that noise? Screamed the little sober guy in his head. I told you you'd regret buying that rum. An electronic tingling began to permeate the ear, the pounding evolving into the head-splitting sound of loud fist on door. Open up, Lou! He could hear Brandon calling through his motel door. As if the universe were ganging up to attack Lou's headache, his phone suddenly erupted in a piercing ringing noise. As the fog lifted, Lou started to comprehend what it was. A still drunk hand finally found it near the lamp on the nightstand just as it went silent. "All right," he called out. "Hold your horses." He slowly tossed his legs over the side of the bed and stepped in a cold, slimy pile of vomit, sitting next to a very clean wastebasket. "Oh, what the actual fuck?" The phone screamed once more. "What?" Lou yelled at the phone as he wiped his nasty foot on a clean piece of hotel room carpet, staggering to the door. He yanked it open, not even bothering to look at Brandon out on the entrance balcony. He spun around, still in underwear, sweaty t-shirt, and one sock, on the foot that missed the vomit pile. He punched at the small screen on the hip-top computer. It didn't register in his hungover mind that it was a cell number common to his part of Maryland. "What?" He screamed at whoever was disrupting his one good drunk sleep-in since starting the assignment. "Oh, come on, Colonel," he heard Brandon call out as he entered the smelly room. "There's better ways to spend a Sunday morning." "Lou?" he heard as he plopped on the end of the bed and laid back down, feet still hitting the floor. He was feeling around for a corner of the sheet to wipe his sweaty head with. I'm looking for Lou Caldwell. It's his neighbor, Ron Fredrickson." "Huh?" the little sober man asked in Lou's head. "Ron? Yeah, it's Lou. Sorry, what's up?" I don't know how to say this, Lou. I guess I just thought you should hear it from me instead of the police." The room suddenly quit spinning. "Your house? Spit it out, Ron." Lou sat back up, ignoring the wave of nausea. "Your house burned down, man. Like almost all the way. And don't freak out. There's no sign of Julia. No sign that she was inside." The world shifted on Lou. I must still be passed out. Drunk. What? Was all he could mutter. Brandon could feel the shift in Lou. Despite having to come pound on the door to get the wasted colonel to wake up and answer his cell phone, ringing incessantly for almost 10 minutes, he could tell that Lou was now as alert as the artificial chemicals in his body would allow. "Your house, Lou, is gone." Lou sat in stunned silence for a moment. I'm out of town. For work. I don't know. I'm going to give your phone number to the fire marshal, okay? Yeah? Lou hung up without even thinking to acknowledge his neighbor, still not believing what he was hearing was anything but a fuzzy nightmare. "What is it, Lou?" Brandon asked with concern. He sidestepped the vomit to get around to the end of the bed and face his senior partner. The clean-living man, a Marine and Georgia Tech graduate, had certainly been around enough drunks that it wasn't shocking to him. My house. Julia," Lou told him through confusion. "They're gone." He tried to stand. Brandon shot his arm out, giving the wobbly colonel something to grab as he got back off the bed. "Meaning what, sir?" "My neighbor just called. Said my house is gone. A fire? Said the fire marshal will call. No sign of Jewel. Oh, hell. She actually did it." Lou's already pale face drained of any remaining color, leaving just 2 dark circles around his eyes. His thinning light brown hair was glistening with sweat despite the motel room's air conditioner being set at 62 degrees Fahrenheit. She... Lou started to cry as he made it to the bathroom counter. "Terrence, how will I be able to connect with you? The garage? Can you please leave?" Lou managed to get out through sobs. "In a minute, sir. I don't think you should be alone right now." Lou dove to his knees next to the toilet, managing to get his latest wave of rum and bile into the proper receptacle. Brandon started to drench one of the motel washcloths in the sink, wringing it out. Once Lou's hand shot up, he gave it to him.
Lou slowly stood, wiping his mouth off as he did. I need to get home. I think I need your help getting me onto a plane today, he admitted. Of course. I'm going to need to let Colonel Jackson know, sir. Or would you rather? You can if you want, son. I'll be calling Montgomery directly. Jackson doesn't... Well, let's just say I'll have a better audience with the big dog. Lou moved over to the shower tub and started running the water to get it hot. He had to place a hand on the wall to steady himself. I'll be back in a few, Brandon said. Lou set the small motel coffee pot up to brew, hoping the shower and caffeine would be enough to tie him up a bit until he could find some food. I can't believe... This must be a nightmare. Where did she go? She said she'd be gone if I left. She said she couldn't stand being... Oh, God. Did I cause this? She wanted to list a house. I said no. Lou continued to beat himself up as he tried to make himself presentable to the world once more. About 15 minutes later, Brandon was at the door once again. Lou let him in. Something's come up. Jackson says you should still call Montgomery. He wants me to get to Pearl Harbor. This surprised Lou, who was trying to find his clothes to pack. Pearl? Really? He made me call from a sat phone to tell me why. We've got a couple of submarines returning to port tomorrow. They were in some sort of shootout with China. Jackson's arranging a helo from Hood to get you down to Austin for a flight home. Motel 6 East, El Paso, Texas. Rosie nervously looked out of the curtains of room 235 at the Motel 6 once again. For what she was about to do, she didn't even want to use the room she kept her phone hidden in. Just in case they know. All she could see was the side of the small strip mall next door. If the window could have opened, she might have smelled the MSG in the air from the Chinese takeout place closest to the hotel. Cars, highway traffic, feeder road. She hadn't been able to get much sleep since she'd pried what she knew out of Eduardo Gonzalez. It had taken rum, tequila, and performing that special thing with her mouth that almost always made her want to throw up. Eddie had gotten so drunk that he didn't even try to satisfy his sick and unique urges with her missing hand digits. But his buzz made his lips loose, and loose lips sank ships. Rosie had blistering hot news, and she was nervous as hell about what to do with it. She'd gone to work the next morning, having cleaned 8 of her 10 rooms for the day, building up the courage. She was so worried about being set up to be caught. She went to a different room. With 2 rooms left, she decided that she needed to pull the trigger, hoping that this may finally help her escape the nightmarish operation. She toggled the correct button on the new recorder that the homeless Jared had left for her on her last drop. I don't know what to say exactly. I was taken without warning to Amarillo again. She was using the Spanish word for yellow as code for Inocencio Delgado's mansion. There must have been 30, 40 of them there, plus guards. You should have gotten the pics. I didn't dare try bring this recorder. I'm sure they would have found it. They made everyone put their phones in a box. Some of the guards were continuously sweeping the place for EMF. They even had several big drones pulling security. She paused, looking once more at the closed and locked hotel room door. It wasn't until I got Eddie drunk that I was able to get him to talk. It was just a matter of setting him up to brag, as usual. This is some heavy crap going down. Another pause, another scan out the window. Need to hurry before Juanita or Melanie comes along to help me with my rooms. Eddie says that the entire cartel network, Mendoza, Pena, Castellano, any and all of them, are collaborating in some sort of expansion move. Everyone is expected to triple the amount of traffic, especially guns and cartel members, along the whole border. She set the recorder down while it was still recording and walked over to the door, peering out the peephole. Satisfied she wasn't being ambushed, she went back over to the dresser and picked it back up. Says this is all something that's been prompted by something Mendoza pulled off in Seattle, some sort of gang takeover. I don't get much news of what's going on up there, but it sounds big.
They freed an entire prison or something. Now LA, Denver, Phoenix, us, even as far up as Kansas City, everyone's being told to start mobilizing for all-out assault on the cops. And the clincher is that they're going for some real psyop stuff. Here. Provide food and medicine to people as the food shortages get worse. Help agitate the protesters. Ramp up the violence in all of the downtown areas. Look, I haven't asked for anything from you jerk-offs in 2 years. Now I am. Get me out of here. I don't know what they're gonna do here in the EP, but it sounds like it involves several coordinated IEDs. On Thanksgiving. Lots of people are gonna die. Cops and otherwise. Get this info to someone big. FBI, whoever. But get me out.
Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam, Hawaii. Under a typical Pearl Harbor November morning, 2 U.S. naval vessels slowly proceeded into port. The sun was still low, behind Diamond Head on Oahu's southeastern shore. The temperature was a chilly 68 degrees Fahrenheit, and the salty breeze was carrying south to north, directly into the harbor. Nothing else about this particular pair of vessels was normal that warm Hawaiian morning. The USS James L. Honeycutt was listing to starboard, showing signs of damage. Most of the island's tourists hadn't hit the Navy base and the duck boats yet, but there was still plenty of onlookers gawking from shore and hotel balconies. Within minutes, the pair of vessels had hit Facebook and Instagram feeds. The Associated Press office in downtown Honolulu had been slammed with phone calls from Washington. What is up with those submarines? 1/2 mile south of the Honey, the USS Key West cruised into port, appearing normal to anyone who wasn't brushed up on the naval law. Flying high on the sub's collapsible flagpole, just below the U.S. flag, was a Jolly Rogers flag. Handmade by the crew, the black cloth flapped in the breeze next to and below Old Glory. In the breeze, the crudely sewn craft revealed a large white skull with 2 cross torpedoes under it. And while the law and urban legend bound no specific rule as to the flag's meaning, every submariner knew what it meant. Enemy engaged and killed in combat. Unbeknownst to most of the American public, this had happened in peace a handful of times. It never made the news, and when it did, the law was downplayed by the Navy. No, of course we didn't sink another submarine. That would be an act of war, wouldn't it? But there were those that knew. A submarine, not just any sub, but America's most precious sub, had just arrived with damage under the watchful protection of a much older and still lethal sister sub. Due to the emergent nature of the James L. Honeycutt's condition, the ship's captain, Commander Brodie Woodward, had received orders to immediately park at the Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard. She would tie up to Pier 3, the long pier next to the harbor's east lock, where she would be poised to enter dry dock in 2 days' time. The USS Key West would continue slightly farther into Pearl Harbor, rendering honors to the USS Arizona before turning right to tie up at the base for a quick debrief by the fleet commanders. Darren was atop the sub, as were all crew who were part of the ship's deck division. Unlike surface ships that had an entire group of men and women for topside seamanship duties, it was a collateral duty for many of the junior non-nuclear trained sailors and a couple of senior NCOs. A chief was in charge of the operation, but with the unique nature of their list and trim, Darren wasn't going to be anywhere else but right in the mix. The ship's CO, Commander Woodward, was in the sail, known more officially as the conning tower. Darren watched as a shipyard tugboat pulled alongside. The harbor pilot had boarded a half-hour earlier, and now the tug was making up her lines. Over the course of the next 30 minutes, the tug turned the sub around, pointing her bow south directly at the dry dock, but tying up her undamaged port side to the pier. The Honey's list to starboard caused a few hiccups in the normal procedures for landing the gangway and shore power cables, but after another hour, the USS James L. Honeycutt was secure. 30 minutes later, in dress blue uniforms, Darren, Commander Woodward, and Lieutenant Commander Gingery walked off the ship and toward a waiting base sedan. The first-class petty officer who would drive was standing next to the car and offered a crisp salute, which Commander Woodward returned for the trio. "It's going to be a long day,"
Darren thought. The car would whisk them directly to the fleet HQ, where they would have to explain how they almost grounded and lost their $3 billion spy and special operations sub. Darren had his work cut out for him. As a senior enlisted NCO, he now had to figure out how to keep a crew that was deathly worried about their families back in the Rainier impact zone from going UA. Unauthorized absence, the Navy's version of AWOL. He also had to keep them quiet about what exactly had happened, keep them motivated to get the ship fixed in dry dock, and find a way to quit worrying about Pam and Maya. Impossible, he thought. How can they possibly expect us to keep working while we're wondering what happened to our families? He knew at that moment it would take all his energy to patiently wait for his officers to make that point for him and the crew. He knew they would. But the 24-year career sailor also knew it would fall on deaf ears at the Fleet HQ. God help us all right now. As the USS James L. Honeycutt's leaders moved off the brow and directly to the waiting car, none of them noticed a Marine Corps officer standing along the edge of the pier, quietly observing the crew as they shifted the ship into a portside condition. Morningside, Maryland. Lou's brother Foster had come down the evening prior to pick him up at BWI in Baltimore. The pair grabbed a hotel nearby, his brother purposefully keeping Lou away from the house until they could see it on Monday morning. The Elkton, Maryland businessman owned a small septic pump-out business that would continue to run while he took a few days off to tend to his younger sibling. They had stopped for a couple of quick breakfast sandwiches at one of the chain junk food restaurants and were now standing in front of Lou's home, talking with the fire marshal. Exactly how do you know where it started? Foster Caldwell asked the expert. The grain man had 2 inches height and 60 pounds on his younger brother. His wrinkled skin made him look years older than he was. In layman's terms, whatever disappears the most in a house fire is where it burned longest, and we can detect the accelerant with instruments. But as you can see, there's not much left of the second floor, and we can't let you go in yet. There's too much risk that this remaining framing will fall in on you. But if you can see the spots I'm pointing to, it becomes obvious that the first floor got burnt out in several spots first. See how the corners are just gone? Lou wasn't fully listening, his mind still focused on losing his connection with Terrence. Why, Julia, do you really hate me that much? Would you forever blame me for his death? He snapped out of it when he heard his brother calling his name. Lou, Earth to Freeman, you still with us, buddy? Yep. Lou had been staring at the remnants of the garage, the beam now a memory. The sloppy, wet black char soup that still covered the concrete floor had a strong burn odor to it, an odor that permeated the entire neighborhood. Though Lou could see a few Gawkers standing on their porches or in their yards, he didn't care. The beam is gone? Nothing but charcoal and ash? He thought. Eventually return to the earth and decay, maybe washing down the storm drain the next time it rains. Is this life? Is this our purpose? To eat, sleep, procreate, and then die? Return to the earth in a vicious cycle of birth and death? Lou felt himself getting angry, wondering if there really was a God, though he knew there was no point in it, no value. He turned to face the other 2 men. What happens next? He asked the fire marshal. Once we've finished our investigation, your insurance will send their own investigators. They'll help you hire a few different industry experts, engineers, disaster cleanup, that sort of thing. I'm sure you don't need me to say it, but the home's a complete loss. The cleanup people will knock down some of the hazardous structures so you can get in and try to reclaim any possessions. As you can see, our firefighters try to gather any furniture and items they could and stuff them under a tarp in the centers of the intact rooms. After another 45 minutes, the Caldwell brothers had wrapped up with the marshal and a few neighbors who had decided to come offer their sympathies. Foster could detect his brother was getting angry with them, wondering if they were just there to gather gossip. Come on, Squirt, let's go get lunch. It's only 10:30, Lou complained as they climbed into his brother's ram. You got a better idea?
There's a bowling alley bar a mile from here."
10 minutes later, the men were sitting at the far end of a small bar, nursing a pitcher of beer. They were the only two patrons in the dark space, filled with the noise of video games and pins being knocked over out in the main alley. "I need a favor," Lou said with a slightly demanding tone.
"Sure, little brother."
Lou looked at him with all seriousness.
"I need to get back to work."
"Seriously?" Foster couldn't believe his ears. "No, Lou. You need to take some time to process this. Your wife just burnt down your—"
"I'm fully aware of that, Foster. And I got no idea where she is. Her folks don't know. They've been texting me for the last half hour, wanting to meet up. The thought of talking to them pisses me off. They've enabled this mindset of hers that I was somehow responsible for Terrence."
"What?"
"Oh, come on, Lou. That's a bit paranoid, don't you think?"
"It's true," Lou said as he refilled his beer.
"I don't want to see them. I need to get back out on the temp assignment I was on."
"Why? What's so important?"
"If you ask me, you're just trying to escape. This is just fleeing from dealing with your crap, little brother. I get why you think that, Foss. I really do. But not being at home for 10 days was starting to do me some good. Getting out, seeing America, talking to folks. There's something therapeutic about it. I can't explain it."
His brother was eyeing him skeptically, searching his mind for his next counterpoint.
"Please, I'm not asking for much. Just come down and meet the insurance folks. Just hire anyone they say, but anything that doesn't have to be thrown away into storage."
"I doubt your bosses will let you go back out, Lewis," Foster argued.
"Normally I'd agree with you," Lou returned, "but the guy I currently work for knows what I'm going through, and he has the power to keep me on the job if I want it."
Lou paused for a few seconds.
"And I think I do. Foster, you don't understand. If I can get through this assignment, I get to retire as a full-bird colonel. It's what I want."
"All right, twerp," Foster said in a way that big brothers like to annoy little brothers. "I'll handle this mess. You go find whatever it is you're looking for." Chapter 15. Executive Office Building, White House Complex. "I'm glad to see the last remnants of that movie prop are gone." President Jeremiah Allen snickered to his Chief of Staff, Shannon Saw. "Yes, sir. It took a while longer for the pieces to sell than we anticipated." They were in the South Court Auditorium, discussing the fake Oval Office that had been constructed by the handlers of one of Jeremiah's predecessors. And while he didn't buy into the right-wing conspiracies as to the motive of its construction, he also never bought the excuse that the actual Oval Office was too small for any POTUS to conduct publicized business with the people. "We want transparency," he told his staff, "and that monstrosity is anything but." One of the junior aides had suggested parceling the old set on an auction site and donating the money to a worthy charity. Jeremiah had loved the idea, and a raffle was held for the public on the White House website. The winner had chosen the Make-A-Wish Foundation. "Apparently a large YouTube channel bought the fake desk and blew it up with tannerite and firearms." This caused Jeremiah to laugh. "Really?" he said, not really wanting an answer. He walked down the studio floor to the front row of gray, bolted-in chairs, placing himself directly in front of the big screen on the stage. His personal staff, his entire cabinet, and their staffs had all converged at the facility. It was almost 8:30 p.m., and they were all preparing to watch a live broadcast by the Chinese Prime Minister, technically the Premier of the National People's Congress. Unlike the Chinese president, he was no figurehead. Among the few true powers of the president was the right to pick the incoming premier. The 56-year-old Chu Chin was a retired admiral with the People's Liberation Army Navy. He had received his master's in advanced chemical engineering from the University of Cambridge. His time in the West had made him one of the people's more trusted internal experts on their culture and diplomacy. The bulk of his naval career had been dedicated to helping stand up their nuclear submarine force. The first planned nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was under construction, thanks to his leadership. Jeremiah heard the din of several whispered conversations slowly die as everyone took their seats after he did. He scanned the room, counting the Secret Service agents scattered throughout the room. There were close to 200 people present. Do we really have this much overhead? The former steel mill manager wondered. The wall, the 292-inch 8K digital Samsung television on the stage, shifted from a flowing red dune sand pattern screensaver to the official state seal of the Chinese Communist Party. The room hushed almost immediately. For 2 more minutes, Jeremiah scanned his pre-read summary. Just an educated guess, he thought, as to what his staff of foreign policy experts said to expect. He listened to one murmured conversation 3 rows back, but he couldn't make it out. The official seal dissolved to reveal the inside of the Great Hall of the People on the west side of Tiananmen Square. Almost like watching the Oscars, Jeremiah thought glibly. The view was from a camera on the giant auditorium's gallery. The bulk of the nearly 3,000 members of the National People's Congress were on the main floor. On the stage behind the podium was an elevated grandstand, filled with the 170 members of the actual full-time politicians that controlled China, the NPC Standing Committee. The darkened auditorium had a slight semicircular design to allow all people to pay attention to the stage. Behind the committee members hung ornate gold curtains almost 50 feet high. Jeremiah looked around at the comfortable but modest auditorium he was seated in, almost embarrassed by the thought of the fake office he'd ordered deconstructed. Almost. The camera panned left to pick up Premier Chu strolling in from stage right to a standing ovation. He smiled and waved as he made a slow procession toward the stairs leading up to the stage. Those in uniform were saluting him as he walked by, and the retired admiral returned each and every one with a grin. After 5 minutes, he was finally at the podium. He's doing this just to screw with us, Jeremiah whispered to Shannon, seated to his left. Premier Chu began to speak. The dual-channel surround sound in the South Court auditorium began to play the speech in a real time at a low volume, with Chu's clear and resolute baritone voice coming in clearly. The translation of an official U.S. government State Department employee spoke over the Premier's words almost simultaneously. Tangzi, comrades, it is with a grave heart that I address you tonight. Comrade? Jeremiah said to Shannon. I thought they stopped using that. Same syllables as their LGBT movement or something. She whispered back. Chu is bringing it back, forcing everyone to use it. Shopkeepers, farmers, bankers, everyone, not just party members. Ah, Jeremiah whispered as he continued to watch. As you all know, we have extended every courtesy we can to the United States in the face of their recent natural disasters. Our hearts and spirits reach out to the millions of starving and shivering souls in their country. We know that our allies to the north have also... Allies? Jeremiah scoffed a little louder than he wanted to. Extended the olive branch of peace to Washington, D.C. Unfortunately, they aren't quite so compassionate to those of us who call them neighbor. Even as we load our ships with supplies for the West... Liar, Jeremiah said passively in his head. Russia loads troop-carrying ships on their west coast and has been steadily bringing them through the Arctic Circle to the eastern fleets. Additionally, they have been sending entire divisions of troops to our border as well as to that of our friends in the west, Mongolia. I say to the people of Mongolia, China will not allow this threat to your sovereignty go unheard. The great hall broke out in applause. Uh-oh, Jeremiah whispered. Chu continued. And to the President of the United States, he paused for melodrama. Despite our peaceful intentions, your country's military has only increased its cyber campaign against China with exponential ferocity. The auditorium was pin-drop quiet, save for the 2 voices on the speakers and the clearing of Jeremiah Allen's throat. Furthermore, Chu continued with fervor, one of your submarines attacked our fleet unprovoked. China has done nothing to deserve this animosity. We attacked him? Jeremiah felt his face getting hot. Mother. And your military continues to meddle with our ongoing peaceful relationship building with our rebellious southeasterly province. Taiwan?
He literally is trying to sell the outer world that Taiwan belongs to them right now.
President Allen, it is with a sad but respectful heart that the People's Republic of China must recall all $1.4 trillion of debt owed to us by the United States.
Jeremiah Allen felt the room start to spin just a bit. He loosened his tie.
We will accept monthly installments to be completed by July of next year.
They're calling in the debt? Jeremiah heard someone from the Treasury Department staff say aloud, the disbelief thick in her voice. The great hall had erupted in a standing ovation once more. After 30 seconds, it died down.
And to President Nikolaev, China does not accept these threats. You are ordered to stand down your fleets and quit amassing such a threatening force at the border that we've shared so peacefully for close to 8 decades.
The speech lasted for another 4 minutes, and when it was over, a technician shut down the speakers. President Jeremiah Allen stood up. He straightened his tie and turned to face his multitude of staffers. Some had started to stand up, and he motioned for them to stay seated. "If it isn't clear by now," he said, pointing at the screen that had returned to the red sandy image, "then you're in the wrong career." He finished matter-of-factly. Both China and Russia have been leveraging this moment for the almost 4 weeks since America got kicked in the gonads. He started to wander slowly across the front row, gaze locked on his people. Selling America on the inevitability of the coming war starts here. He knew. As if the issue on the other Washington wasn't bad enough, as if we didn't have the cartel making a power play throughout every western city, as if we didn't have the typical Republican and Democrat gridlock, as if we didn't have a coordinated effort by socialist Marxists to convert the very fabric of America, to destroy the Republic. He let it sit for a minute to regain his calm voice. "Dark days are ahead, team." He stabbed at the screen once more. "They've all but promised it." Motel 6 East, El Paso, Texas. In the 2 days since Rosie had dropped off the recorder, she'd slumped into a severe depression. She was mentally fighting hope and despair at the same time. Despair was the natural mood she felt, but hope was a dangerous weed that would take over her mind and cause a deadly mistake. Either she would slip up, or they would not pull her out as she wanted. Either way, hope had to go. As usual, when she made another trash run after sending the bat signal to come get the recorder, a blank one had been left in its place. Eddie had been off-grid since then, barely texting or calling, and not coming over for any playtime at all. This didn't concern her so much from a safety perspective, but it did drive home just how big whatever was happening could become. Since they had no dates, she did the next best thing. She read every text, and she paraphrased the one phone call he'd made in her own words. Finally, she felt there was enough to turn in. She made her way to room 147. It was occupied, but she kept a close eye on it and watched the elderly couple get in their Honda CR-V and leave. It's now or never. She moved the cart along calmly, scanning the noisy kids by the pool as she went. She and her cart drifted from eyesight of the kids and their parents as she got near the stairs that led down from the second and third floors. With one last glance around, she used her keycard and entered the room. The cold chill of the full-blast AC hit her in the face. One light, she instructed herself. Touch nothing else. The last thing she wanted was for Karen to go bark at the manager, accusing the maid staff of stealing her cheap earrings. She flipped on the switch immediately as she entered and went through the process of fetching her phone. No time to charge it. She powered it up and began to type in the memorized phone number. Buzz. What the? The little envelope icon appeared. She opened the text. 1. She felt her knees get weak. Could they have agreed? The hope began to root itself in her mind. She powered the phone back off and decided she would have to take it with her. She had the nerves to remember that she may need to text back. After ensuring she hadn't mussed up any personal items, she turned off the light, opened the door, and scanned. Nothing unusual. She turned right and made her way out to the dumpster. Damn. She went back to her cart and got some trash to carry with her. She tossed the refuse, looked around, and reached under the familiar back corner.
The small plastic bag was there, but instead of a clean recorder, it had a single piece of paper. "I think I have a lighter to burn this back on the card." The small folded note had one small set of instructions. "Reply with location and time for this weekend. Out of town. I'll have guess." USS Lyndon B. Johnson, DDG 1002, Norfolk, Virginia. "Permission to come aboard?" Lou heard the sailors ahead of him ask the sailors staffing the quarterdeck of the specialized destroyer. More of a statement than a question, he noted to himself. He spotted that they were holding up the military CAC, or Common Access Card. As they did so, one of the 4 sailors staffing the quarterdeck was checking the cards physically with a handheld scanner and then waving her peers aboard. It was one morning after talking his brother into handling his home disaster, but to Lou it felt like a sense of normalcy, his visceral decision to flee leading once again to a structured life. He got to the end of the brow, or gangway, and showed his card with his left hand. "Permission to come aboard?" he asked with a smile, not quite comfortable assuming they would say yes. The Air Force colonel was decked out in his usual relaxed pilot's dress of blue slacks, brown bomber jacket, and blue piss-cutter cap. It was the first naval vessel he'd ever stepped foot on, and the smile was hard to hide. The young seaman apprentice saluted the bird on Lou's cap with a nervous expression. She'd never seen an Air Force officer, but she knew that whoever this geezer was, he shared rank with her captain. Lou returned the formal gesture as she took his card from his other hand. To the surprise of both, the reader gave the familiar beep and green light of approval. "Permission granted, sir," she said politely. By this time, the ranking member of the quarterdeck watch, a grizzly Hispanic senior chief, wandered from the podium and emergency control panel he'd been hovering near. He saluted Lou. "Good evening, Colonel," he said. "Captain Goldberg is expecting you." He turned to one of the 2 petty officers who were part of the quarterdeck detail. "Norwood, escort the Colonel to the CO's cabin." He turned back to Lou. "By your leave, sir. Just follow the petty officer," he explained with an open palm, reaching toward the assignee. "Thank you, Senior Chief," Lou said politely. "Glad I brushed up on the Navy's rank insignia." Ironically, Lou's last job at the Pentagon was in the middle of researching the pros and cons of aligning the entire military into one structure. While strictly about cost and battle efficiency, the impact to each branch's traditions, customs, and specific roles had to be scrutinized carefully. As the sailor began to lead Lou into the hangar bay and forward, Lou asked, "So what's the insignia on your patch mean, petty officer?" "Yeoman, sir," the young black sailor said matter-of-factly. Lou detected a bit of southern twang in hospitality. "It means I push a lot of paper. And if I may be so forward, sir, what do you do?" "Same," Lou joked, laughing. "And it's perfectly fine. What's your name?" "Norwood, sir," the sailor said as they made their way through the hatch at the forward end of the hangar bay. As he stepped through, Lou could sense a unique smell, not foul, but unlike anything he'd ever sensed. Like submarines, surface naval ships carried an olfactory aroma that could not be described, nor mistaken for anything else, truly unique to the Navy. "No, I mean your first name," Lou said, still in a surprisingly good mood. "Oh, Reggie, sir. Thanks for asking." "No sweat, Reggie. I take it you sailors use last names a lot?" Lou inquired as Reggie began to lead him up a set of stairs. Reggie turned to face Lou, changing the topic for a quick moment. "Watch your step, sir. These inclined ladders are steeper than they look." "Man, you aren't kidding," Lou said. He caught his toes twice as he ascended 12 steep steps that were barely 6 inches deep. He found himself grabbing onto the step ahead of his chest as he walked up, only switching to the handrails for the last 4. He followed Reggie out a non-watertight hatch to the left of the ladder's top. They turned right, continuing forward in a dark, crowded hallway. It had blue speckled tile, and the off-white walls were full of electrical boxes, firefighting stations, and various signs and placards. Some of them were even painted with luminescent paint. Lou turned his body as sailors passed him going the other direction. It was the only way to pass each other without collision. Each time his uniform received a polite but extremely curious stare.
"Almost there, sir," Reggie said. "Before you go, Reggie—" Lou halted him, digging out a business card and giving it to him as he did with every military member he talked to. "Part of what I'm doing is an assessment of morale, impact to families, that sort of thing. Feel free to shoot me an email if you ever want to bring anything up that you feel the chain of command isn't helping with." "Right on, Air Force," Reggie said, sounding completely like an Alabama civilian for a moment. Reggie knocked on the door that had a brass nameplate on it. "Enter," they heard a commanding female voice say. "I'm good, Petty Officer, thanks," Lou said and smiled as they parted ways. He entered what he would later learn was the only carpeted space on the destroyer, the commanding officer's stateroom. "Captain Goldberg?" A slender officer with a cedar shade of red hair was already walking toward him. "You must be Colonel Caldwell," she said with a warm greeting. "Please come in. Get you anything? Water?" "No thanks, Captain," Lou replied. "Please call me Millie," she stated. "And is it okay to call you Freeman?" "Of course," Lou said. "But I might turn around and look who you're talking to. I typically go by Lou." "Some sort of flyboy call sign?" She joked with a grin. "Nothing that cool." He smirked back. The pair made the usual get-to-know-you small talk of personal career and what's your branch like for a couple of minutes. "All right, Lou," Millie said as she started to get to business. "Here's a plan. I'll address whatever questions or concerns you have regarding your public affairs tour. Then I'll give you a little tour of LBJ. Good?" "That'd be excellent, Millie. Thanks. To start with, as one of the many ships being re-home ported on such short notice, how has that impacted your crew and ship's readiness?" "Well, that question has both sides of the coin, really," she stated. "On the morale side, we've had the expected gripes and pushback from the married sailors, particularly the younger ones. I think the sailors that are on their second enlistment or beyond are kind of used to this type of thing. But since the only other two ships in the Zumwalt class are both already ported in San Diego, I expect that operationally we'll be better off." "I'm guessing that has to do with parts and training and such?" Lou guessed as he wrote in his notebook. "Exactly," Millie said. "I can tell by the bomber jacket you fly, or used to, so I'm guessing you can relate with planes?" "Pretty much," Lou concurred. "I was doing some pre-reading in my hotel last night." He continued, "This is a very unique ship design, anyhow. But I guess you all have a newer weapon system?" Lou was referring to the ship's extremely long, slender, and smooth design coupled with a brand-new hypersonic weapon. "One of them, yes. Our vertical launch tubes are the same as the other Zooms," she informed, using the class nickname. "But by the time LBJ was operational, the Navy was years past the decision to never purchase and use the one-of-a-kind ammo for our surface guns. They're currently outfitting the other two ships to use the CHGBs with their existing gun mounts. But that limits the speed of the projectiles. They designed our unique launchers while we were being built. Our hypersonic rounds shoot faster than the other two ships." "Are those the rail guns I've been hearing about?" Lou asked. He knew more about the topic than he let on as a result of his last job, but he wanted to get the full education. No," Millie said. "Like our ammo, the railgun system was scrapped before it became fully operational. There are a few ships with it installed, but the hypersonic rounds we can shoot don't require the million amps of power the railguns need. So, similar projectile, but much farther range and greater speed with less engineering needed to fire." "Fascinating," Lou said truthfully as he scrambled to write, hearing a knock on the door as he finished. "Enter," Captain Goldberg stated loudly. The non-watertight door, technically not a hatch, opened and a lieutenant walked in. "Pardon the interruption, Captain." The young man was the ship's command duty officer. It was his job to be in charge for a full day, a common assignment for qualified mid-level officers while in port. It relieved the commanding officer of dealing with mundane tasks. He eyeballed Lou quietly. As the CDO, he was aware of Lou's visit. He just wasn't sure if he should speak in front of him. "Go ahead, Jimmy. The colonel works for the Pentagon," Millie explained. Ma'am, we've had a message from Squadron that there's been some sort of terror attack in Denver. It's already hitting the news."
"Oh, boy," she said with great concern. "How bad, Lieutenant?"
"Smaller in scale. Sounds like an organized attack on their city hall and or police station. Multiple armed assailants, RPGs. A real bad situation there, ma'am."
"Well, that sucks," Lou exclaimed. "I'm supposed to fly there tonight. What on earth is happening to our country?" he asked himself.
Chapter 16. Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard, Hawaii. Chief of the boat Darren Jorgensen looked down into the still-flooded dry dock, impressed with the efficiency of the shipyard team. In the 68 hours since they'd arrived at the pier, there had been a virtual broken beehive of activity. As soon as PHNS had received word about the damaged vessel, they started building the dock setting. They had finished it the evening before, as the trades from the other services, electrical, pressurized water, ventilation, pneumatic air, and a host of others, were rapidly setting up the dry dock for the U.S. Navy's most important vessel that wasn't an aircraft carrier. The USS James L. Honeycutt had settled into the blocks almost 2 hours earlier, timed with high tide to give the vessel maximum clearance over the concrete and wood cradle as she entered the dry dock. There were still a few feet of water slowly being pumped out of the dock. A team of shipyard workers was already motoring around in a small boat, taking readings for radioactive contamination along the hull. As the dock emptied completely, they would finish that process while a few others set up the lights and required firefighting stations. After that, it would once again resemble the kicked hornet's nest as trades hyperstaffed themselves to get scaffolds and environmental containment set up. Darren, Commanding Officer Brody Woodward, Executive Officer Carla Gingery, and a slew of the shipyard's officers and engineers were staring at and discussing the ship's grounding damage. The bulbous fiberglass sonar dome that covered the entire front end of the sub had escaped mostly unscathed. Thank goodness, Darren thought. For a brand new class of subs, they didn't have any spare domes at all, let alone in Hawaii. The determination had already been made that the ballast tank immediately aft of the sonar dome had taken the least damage and could be repaired as is. The ship had obviously taken the brunt of the collision on the skin of the two tanks aft of that one, as well as on the ship's actual pressure hull. These repairs are going to take some time, Darren realized. More time for this crew to get antsy about taking leave and trying to get home to Washington State. News had been surprisingly informative. The ship's home port base had taken an accounting of all residents on the base. As a newer base that tailored its services to America's ballistic missile submarines, it had been built to a decent standard throughout the 70s and 80s. There had been a minor percentage of building collapses on the base proper, and the bulk of injuries and deaths had been to civilian staff, not families. Many of the married younger crew had already received good news. All the married men and women who were beyond their very first stint had reached a point in life in which they lived off base in homes they rented or purchased. Not to be outdone, many of the single sailors that had attained an E5 rank lived in apartments out in the town of Sylvan, as that was the rank they could qualify for the allowance. The American Red Cross, in coordination with FEMA and various volunteer ham radio clubs, had done a pretty good job of collecting the names of known survivors. Collecting names of the dead would take years to work through, and it would never be fully finished. Too many people had perished in mudslides, the mini tsunamis that made their way down Puget Sound, and building or freeway overpass collapses. Had it been an isolated event, perhaps those people could have been retrieved and provided their last rites, but the entire region had been totally devastated. Local roads had become labyrinths of zigging and zagging, with checkpoints established for collecting a toll by the less scrupulous. Highways were largely unusable except to pedestrians. The power grid had become a foggy memory, something that would take a couple of decades to replace. Darren had been one of the lucky ones, learning that his wife and daughter had taken their 3 horses and sheltered with a group of friends at the local gun club. His CO and XO had not been so fortunate to learn anything yet, which concerned him greatly. We could be back in this fight within a couple of months, he realized. Where will their heads be? As the shipyard CO, naval architects, engineers, and other experts started to wander away from the damaged surveillance, the Honey CO, XO, and a Marine slid over to Darren, who was still observing the dewatering of the dock.
You been awfully quiet, Cobb?"
"Starting to get a lot of leave chit, sir," Darren said, turning to salute the pack of officers since they were outside. The Navy only rendered routine salutes while wearing a cover on their heads, and that was normally only done outside. He received the salutes in return. "Even though we stated a clear no-leave policy?" Carla the XO queried. "Aye, ma'am," Darren said, looking at her. "The crew is worried, rightfully. And those single sailors that live on base want to know why they can't just go back to their home states for leave." C.O. Brody rolled his eyes. "I can only imagine the dissension that will cause." "Agreed, sir. Nobody ever said being in charge is easy. And since we were at sea for the bulk of the time since the event, I don't think the crew has fully comprehended the issues affecting the rest of the country, sir. That is, not until that thing in Denver yesterday." He eyeballed Brandon, wondering why he was standing there. "Master Chief, this is Captain MacDonald. He's on a scouting trip of sorts for the Pentagon. These morale issues are exactly the kind of thing he's looking for." Brandon stuck his hand out to shake Darren's. "Mostly," he said, his usual grin showing through everyone's gloomy moods. "I'm from PR. Anything you can share about the damage and the repairs would help me see the bigger picture. I'm not a journalist, and the Pentagon can verify my clearances if you're worried about that sort of thing." "Very good, Captain," Darren said. The grizzled Navy Master Chief didn't waste his sirs and ma'ams on junior Marines.
"Cobb, when we wrap up, why don't you introduce the captain to some of the chiefs and LPOs?"
"Roger that, sir." Executive Officer Carla Gingery chimed in. "We've been so swamped with the debrief and emergency docking, I don't think anybody has had a true chance to catch up on news, let alone find some stress relief."
"I'm open to suggestions,"
the CO said, looking back and forth at Carla and Darren. "I mean, we can't exactly throw a crew softball and picnic day, but we need to do something." "Maybe just a stand down, sir," Darren suggested. "We could still go to the softball field, have everyone not on watch come out to talk, give them everything we know, a chance for those who have received bad news to memorialize their loved ones."
"Not bad, Cobb,"
Brody said. He looked at Carla. "XO? I'll get ahead of MWR right away, Skipper." "Any good news from the engineers, sir?" "It's all guesswork at this point, Master Chief." "We'll be back in this thing by the time it's a surface war, sir," Darren added as he looked back at the evolution in the dry dock. The unspoken truth was that in any other time, all three of their heads would have been sacrificed on the career altar. But these are anything but normal times, Darren thought. Buckley Space Force Base, Aurora, Colorado. The Colorado Air National Guard C-21 Learjet approached runway 32, gliding to a smooth descent in the brisk Colorado fall air. The quiet high-pitched hum of the two Garrett turbofan engines turned into a whine as the craft touched down on the dry, high-mountain runway. When the 140th Wing didn't have much training and activity happening, the runway could sometimes go 2 days without fixed-wing traffic. The former Air Force Base had been turned over to the United States Space Force when it was commissioned in recent years. Home to sub-commands of every branch in the military, the base had become the hum of Space Force Delta IV program, as well as portions of Delta VI and Delta VII too. Incredibly, the attack on Denver had only served as a minor hiccup in Lou's travel plans. As Tuesday night had drifted into Wednesday morning, it had become apparent to the state and federal governments that the event, as atrocious as it was, had been an isolated occurrence. The national media quickly started calling it 11-9 in an obvious attempt to play on people's emotions. It was a Tuesday, not unlike that September Tuesday in 2001, they said. But unlike the skyscrapers falling, this just didn't have the emotional gut punch. There were no innocent children on airplanes dropping out of the sky. And in recent years, a very specific agenda has successfully persuaded mainstream America that police were inherently bad and in need of defunding. In some cities, they were actually trying to replace them entirely with social workers. As horrifying as watching a trained and armed gang was to people, most of them suffered from sensory overload and apathy, a dangerous combination. I wonder if the rumors about a gang taking over Seattle are true. Lou mused as the small jet prepared to land directly at the Space Force base. No wonder it happened in Denver. The
These cartels are all the most soulless and brutal killers in the world. They've been emboldened. Hell, they're probably coordinating their moves at this point.
Like a lot of Americans who were paying attention, Lou's instincts were spot on, despite the lack of subject matter expertise.
Of course, everyone is a Monday morning quarterback after things like this, Lou admitted to himself.
In review of what the public had been told, he just couldn't be sure of anything. Of the 6 terrorists killed, 5 were Hispanic aliens with no record showing them even in the country. The last was Chechnyan. At least 2 had escaped, maybe more. It appeared the goal was merely to wreak havoc in Denver City and county building, and no group had claimed responsibility. 57 civilians and 22 police had been hurt or killed, and since the group had been using rifles, the mortality was expected to hit 90%. They used RPGs to destroy the exits as people began to flee. It was suspected they were spotter teams, though the FBI had been extremely tight-lipped about that possibility. Lou had originally wanted to hit either East Coast bases while he and Brandon were split up as a team, but the nagging feeling that something was wonky in cyberspace kept eating at him. He decided to make a visit to at least 1, if not 2 bases in the Denver area that was specific to fighting America's cyber war. Then the terror attack happened. Lou figured his bosses would tell him when there was something he needed to know. Colonel Jackson did help expedite Lou's trip by avoiding the Denver airport. It was a day of firsts for Lou. Not only had he never managed to make it to Buckley in his career, but it was also his first time in a Learjet.
Sure beats traveling commercial.
He thought no more than 30 seconds after takeoff.
Could the loss of Microsoft and Amazon HQs in that earthquake really have had this big of an impact? Is this all something that could have happened even without the issues caused by that disaster?
I'm a free-range chicken right now, he thought. Why not go talk to the cyber experts and find out? He learned that most of the Space Delta Unit 6 was based out of Shriver near Colorado Springs, but their 62nd Cyber Squadron was stationed at Buckley. That was who Lou was on the way to visit. We'll be parked in about 3 minutes, he'd heard the reservist captain who'd flown him back from Virginia Beach say in the headset. Both he and the co-pilot had been getting required flight hours in. Picking up Lou had given them an objective besides burning fuel. Lou had hoped they would approach the base from the northwest. He wanted to see the giant golf ball-looking arrays that contained large radars. The 60-foot-tall structures were part of America's early warning network. Coupled to satellites that helped detect and track launch missiles and spacecraft. Roger that. Thanks for the lift, gents. It was a good chat. Hats off to the 140th. Who are Colonel? He heard the young officer say in the typical Air Force battle cry. After the craft finished taxiing and an airman secured the wheels with chocks, the pilot shut the engines down. While the pilots continued their post-flight checklist, Lou pulled on the locking lever of the twin-door hatch and popped them open. The roof swung up and the bottom of the hatch mechanically triggered the steps into appearing as it swung down. Lou ducked and descended to the tarmac. He received and returned a salute from the immediate airman. Lieutenant Snyder from 62nd Cyber is in the officer's lounge in the hangar, sir. The young man pointed. Gotcha. Thanks, Lou said. He stretched slowly and started picking up the pace as the stiffness dissipated from his aching knees and lower back. An irksome and rickety clop sound began to emanate from a wheel on Lou's rolling baggage. That's going to get annoying. Lou looked down at the wheels on one of his rolling duffels. One of them was missing a large chunk of its siliconized rubber coating. Great. The clop-clop sped up as Lou did, and he tried to ignore it across the remainder of the tarmac and through the hangar. Just as he was about to open the door into the officer's lounge, it pushed open and an intense-looking first lieutenant in green camouflage exited the room. Colonel Caldwell? He asked as he pulled his rapid salute back down. Lou saluted. I am. Follow me, sir, the officer said in a hurry and started to walk toward the personnel door near the back corner of the hangar. Lou scrambled to keep up, boots clopping on the hangar floor. He made it out of the door and saw the lieutenant a full 30 feet ahead. Must be my breath, he thought sarcastically. Lou stopped and tightened the straps on his backpack, keeping his left hand on the tow handle of the good roller. He hefted the other duffel by its sewn handle and started to carry it.
The lieutenant had reached the silver Ford minivan with government plates and turned around. When Lou finally caught up, he reached for the bag. "Apologies, sir." "Thanks, Lieutenant," Lou said, handing it to him. The man loaded both duffels into the back and headed for the driver's door. As they started